mudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game flash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja win streak di tanganmu. Cuma game Max makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Tuh, kalau bisa musuhnya di situ, jadi kamu langsung terbang aja.
Oke.
Nah, jadi kamu harus pakai skill 2-nya, terus pakai komik. Coba kamu sekarang main.
Iya, akhirnya aku naik.
바로 출동하겠습니다.
네. 직원이 곧 와요. 걱정 마세요.
Staf akan segera datang. Jangan khawatir.
Character select.
Bener.
You lapper.
Stop! Sampai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti,
beraksi, jalani ambisi, aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus, and if you haven't noticed, we'll live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss, we all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini, kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus, and if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi, aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus, and if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss, we all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini, kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus, and if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, jangan
Oh, Reptar, how are you, bro?
I'm doing really great again. It's always an honor to share the floor with Indonesia's finest English talent, with Indonesia's finest Indonesian talent, and of course, OG celebrate
Oh, man. Ngerti. Jadi senang berada di MPL Indonesia bersama dengan the best English caster from Indonesia, Mirko, the best analis, KB, dan tentunya bersama saya. Wow, tapi kali ini kita akan berbeda. Kita akan membahas di mana Grand Final ini mempertemukan dua tim yang memang punya sejarah, di mana MPL Indonesia kali ini mempertemukan dua legenda tim yang sedang siap-siap merebut MSC.
Baik banget sih ya dari comeback EVOS Glory di lower brackets, bahkan kemarin melawan Geek Fam itu bisa dibilang sedikit heroic run yang mereka udah mengalami di regular season bahkan sampai playoffs.
Wow, Reptar,
Yeah.
you guys in Philippines have so much M series.
Yeah, we do. I think 1, 2,
One?
3,
Oh,
4. Yeah, 4.
but only we, the first in the M1.
Okay, all right, yeah. Undeniable, you are the first. First world champion. So, of course, in the Philippines, we'd like to thank Indonesia for setting the standard. But we want to say, in the Philippines, we built on it over and over and over again.
Ya, memang pada faktanya kita yang membuat standar yang begitu tinggi, set yang begitu tinggi dari M1, tapi setelah itu di-build juga oleh teman-teman yang ada di Filipina. Tapi sedikit melihat bagaimana tim performance Fnatic Onyx dan EVOS Glory. Yang dimana kalau kita melihat perbedaannya, Fnatic Onyx cukup terbilang mulus. Mereka start di minggu yang pertama dari hashtag 4. Dan pada akhirnya di minggu yang ke-9 mereka ada di urutan yang tentunya cukup safe, urutan kedua. Sementara berbeda dengan EVOS Glory, yang dimana mereka mengalami sedikit peningkatan semenjak mereka membawa Holy to Glory. Ini dia yang mungkin cukup berbeda setelah adanya week yang kelima sampai dengan di akhir musim di week yang ke-9. That little bump you see, Reptar, that's when they swap their lineup.
Oh, the entire roster, right?
Yep, the entire lineup. I think at the start of the week, all the way to week number 4 of the regular season, they were still utilizing the lineup with Van, the lineup with Warlord as well, and with the holy lineup of EVOS, they were able to claim that glory in their name.
Yeah, and I fully understand now why, like in Indonesia, you're really painting EVOS Glory as the people's champion. It's a heroic journey from the bottom now here to the grand finals, and they're up against the Sky Kings. So it's really good to see that the Tigers are the underdogs.
Wow. Mirko, gue minta tolong lo tanyain ke Reptar. Gimana ngelihat dua rising star yang sama sekali nggak pernah menyetukan kakinya di MPL, Lutfi dan juga Annabelle, tapi mereka sekarang berada di grand final, goes to MSC.
What do you think of the two rising stars that we have in MPL Indonesia Season 13? Because Annabelle, Lutfi, they've never set foot on MPL before. And in their first season, their debut season, not only are they in the grand finals, but they'll be representing MPL Indonesia in MSC.
I just want to say, Annabelle, I never played jungler, but when I do, it's alpha. So when I saw you start to use alpha, I was like, thank you, Annabelle, for preaching the word of alpha. And yeah, when I see Annabelle play, I just like the confidence of the young man. Lutfi at the same time, filling in the shoes of good guy Boots, but then coming in like a bad guy, just doing really well in the EXP lane, surprising everyone. So it's good that we're putting focus on these two because I feel like they both really deserve the spotlight.
Oke, Mirko, Profesor KB, kita tahu, kita kehilangan banyak sosok EXP laner. Dulu kita punya Aura, bahkan Boots sempat hampir menjadi sosok ikonik. Tapi sekarang Lutfi dan juga Annabelle Rising Star, kalau menurut Profesor, gimana tentang Lutfi dulu?
Wah, kalau Lutfi sih udah pasti ya, dia benar-benar bisa untuk keep up dengan tim yang terbilang monster, Fnatic Onyx. Karena memang sang Raja Langit masih belum mampu untuk dikalahkan oleh siapapun di bawah playoff kalau kita melihat dari bracket. Dan perjalanannya juga tidak terbilang mulus karena memang sempat ada beberapa kali match, bahkan 3 lose streak untuk pertama kalinya di regular season setelah mereka memenangkan title MSC 2023.
Tapi kalau Mirko, gue beda. Lo udah lihat Novel dihancurkan di upper bracket final. Seperti apa final nanti kalau menurut Mirko?
Sebenarnya sih kalau menurut gue sendiri ya, apalagi untuk upper bracket final, menurut gue itu Fnatic Onyx mereka memiliki game plan yang udah lumayan baik untuk nge-shutdown Annabelle. Itu mungkin game plan dari Fnatic Onyx yang bakal coba untuk digunakan juga di Grand Finals. Tapi balik lagi, adaptasi yang udah dikeluarkan sebenarnya dari EVOS Glory juga ya. Ketika melawan Geek Fam, ketika Geek Fam coba untuk melakukan hal yang sama seperti Fnatic Onyx, yaitu shutdown Annabelle menggunakan link di tangan seorang Ray juga untuk mendapatkan 5.000 gold lead, tapi adaptasi itu udah terjadi. Jadi perubahan yang bisa dilakukan oleh EVOS Glory di Grand Finals yaitu mungkin memberi matchup yang bagus or rely kepada Brands ketika Annabelle di shutdown.
Oke, tapi semua ini cukup relate dengan habit dari player Indonesia. Terlalu terburu-buru. Tolong Mirko translate ke Reptar. Habit player Indonesia yang sering dilihat Reptar dan bahkan menjadi blunder. Terburu-buru. Apakah ada solusi akan hal tersebut?
What do you think is the solution, Reptar, to the famous problem, the infamous problem for the Indonesian players where we're all in a rush, you know, sometimes we lack that discipline.
Yeah.
And we do see that from time to time, even from Annabelle yesterday.
Oh yeah. Funnily enough, I was thinking about this for Fnatic Onyx, right? We were talking about Lutfi and the lack of discipline sometimes that we see in Indonesian teams. What I like about Lutfi is that we see the discipline in the young man. That's why a lot of people really praise his performance. But I feel like going up against someone like Fluffy in the EXP lane, playing against a team like EVOS Glory, we're gonna have to see a little bit more of that surprising element that we see in more Indonesian EXP laners coming out of Lutfi. He's very disciplined, very cautious at the right time. But those moments like in MPL Philippines, the plays that Sanford likes to make, we need to see that side of Lutfi, that aggressive, surprising side, if he wants to help carry on Fnatic Onyx to the championship.
Oh, malahan menurut dia sedikit terbalik ya. Tadi kan pertanyaannya itu gimana solusinya untuk player-player Indonesia yang rata-rata mungkin agak kurang disiplin, suka untuk cepat buru-buru juga. Tapi untuk Reptar katanya Lutfi adalah seorang XP laner yang sangat disiplin. Dan itu yang harus dirubah oleh Lutfi ketika di Grand Finals untuk MPL Indonesia Season 13. Dia harus menunjukkan explosiveness dia, bombasticness dia ketika di matchup kali ini. Seperti Sanford. Nah, dan itu yang sempat kita lihat juga
Aura dulu.
Iya, dulu juga permainan eksplosif, permainan yang berani untuk mengambil resiko. Bahkan kalau kita lihat di match dari final upper bracket, kita udah melihat Lutfi yang begitu bersinar di game kedua, game yang ketiga, hingga akhirnya mereka mendapatkan skor 3-0 tanpa balas.
Oke, tapi kalau ngebahas ESP laner kita dulu, M-Series, M1, EVOS, punya the legendary roster M1, World, Aura, dan bahkan kalau bisa kita bilang, dia adalah salah satu sosok ner yang gak bisa dibungkam.
Ya.
Dan sekarang Fluffy dan atau bahkan Mirko setuju nggak? EVOS Glory ini roster yang sekarang bisa jadi legend roster. Maybe MSC? MSC?
Setuju banget sih. Soalnya gue itu juga dari dulu ya. Mungkin kita ini kerennya, kita ada beberapa masa-masa nih. Ada masa M1 juga yang masih diingat sebagai Golden Days untuk OG dan juga KB. Tapi Golden Days untuk EVOS versi Mirko bukanlah M1. Tapi 2021 Season 7 dengan XP yang luar biasa juga, Anti-Mage.
Anti-Mage, oke. Bentar.
Dan mereka lolos ke MSC juga.
Dan bahkan bisa dibilang Mirko pernah punya statement. EVOS hampir saja melengkapi deretan pialanya menurut Mirko.
Iya, sebenarnya menurut gue ya.
Yes.
Mungkin bisa bahas.
Oke.
MSC Participation EVOS Onyx number 1.
Yes, of course. No doubt. Yes.
Kayaknya menurut gue ya, kalau dari partisipasi kita bisa lihat ada 3. Ada 3 kali yang udah menarik dan juga.
Yes.
Tapi ya, sebenarnya untuk EVOS sendiri, kali ini untuk EVOS, harusnya mereka juga udah ada trofi sebenarnya. Apalagi 2021,
dan itu
kayaknya udah 100%. Sorry Raptor, but that 2021 trophy for MSC, that should have been EVOS's. But we had 2 ninjas, kita ada 2 ninja ternyata.
Ada 2 ninja, tapi bentar. Kalau ngomongin 2 ninja, mungkin itu udah jalannya. Kalau nggak ada 2 ninja, Piala Mobile Legends Peng-Peng untuk EVOS tamat.
Ya, sebenarnya lebih menamatkan terlebih dahulu. Piala M Series mereka udah punya, Piala MSC juga udah punya. Namun sayangnya lagi-lagi mereka harus build ulang hingga akhirnya mereka punya kesempatan yang sama seperti di season yang ke-11 kemarin, cuma ini beda versi nih. Ini kayaknya mereka bener-bener roster yang lebih solid untuk yang sekarang dibandingkan dengan season 11.
Oke, Mirko bilang goldennya dia season 7. Kita tanya Profesor KB. Sekarang, menurut KB, bisa jadi EVOS Legends become legend gak kayak dulu?
Ini bahkan
glory, go to glory?
Ini bahkan kalau bisa dari impossible jadi EVOS able. Bisa semuanya. EVOS able.
It's like how we say endable, pushable, lordable. It's EVOS-able.
Yeah.
EVOS
How about you?
able.
How about you?
Alright.
Because EVOS always built a miracle.
Well, that's true. I mean, last night, the performance up against Geek Fam, that game number 4 and even in game number 5, that was miraculous. Like one of the most miraculous and most beautiful moments we've ever seen in Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports. And if you say they are EVOSable, that they can pull off miracles, is it a good thing or a bad thing that we say they have to pull off a miracle against Fnatic on?
Wah, ini berat nih pertanyaannya nih.
Oke.
Apakah memang keajaibannya atau miracle-nya tuh bisa tercipta ketika berhadapan sama Fnatic Onyx?
Profesor silakan. Sebagai sosok dan the best talent Indonesia untuk season ini, apa yang ada di pikiran Profesor?
Bisa.
Wow.
Memang bisa.
Yes.
Tapi lagi-lagi, kayaknya Fnatic Onyx gak bakal kasih mercy atau kasih sesuatu yang ngebuat EVOS Glory ngedapetin miracle tersebut.
Oke, how about you Mirko? The English best talent for today?
Gue setuju juga sih sebenarnya, apalagi untuk EVOS Glory ya kali ini ya. Lawan Fnatic Onyx itu pasti bakal susah banget. Dan menurut gue mungkin satu advice yang gue mau berikan kepada EVOS Legends atau EVOS Glory sebenarnya. Itu kalau dulunya EVOS Legends becomes a legend. Itu kata-kata yang sangat famous lah dari KB. Kali ini EVOS Glory semoga mereka main tidak dengan pressure itu. Mereka nggak usah dengan EVOS Legends become a legend. Karena dengan pergantian namanya, EVOS Glory will chase glory. Itu dia yang harus diterapkan.
EVOS Glory will chase glory.
Atau EVOS Glory bring back glory.
Bring back, hashtag, make that a hashtag.
Hashtag bring
Put that on
Bring
a
back glory. Karena kita bisa melihat EVOS benar-benar hancur di beberapa season sebelumnya. Tidak lolos playoff, hashtag 7. Dan bahkan betapa sulitnya mereka di season ini. Itu membuktikan betapa hancurnya EVOS. Tapi storyline yang manis, storyline yang benar-benar suka banget kita lihat dan kita tunggu. Itu semuanya adalah people champs. Semua orang suka, semua orang sayang ketika sesuatu yang sudah hancur dan bangkit bahkan di grand final.
Itu udah storyline-nya udah memang keren banget.
Udah bagus banget untuk season ini.
Bisa dilihat langsung dengan fansnya.
Ya.
EVOS fans yang sangat luar biasa. Menurut gua kalau dari fan support ya di playoffs, gua sangat-sangat di capture juga dengan EVOS fans. Apalagi kalau misalnya gua lagi cast di sisi mereka.
Ya.
Karena gua pun gak bisa denger diri sendiri karena chance mereka yang sangat berisik dan berisik in a good way ya.
Ya, ya.
Dan apalagi
Hype.
ketika
Semangat,
apapun
semangat,
itu,
semangat.
ada kemenangan, any little win and the EVOS fans go crazy.
Yeah, that's what I love about the energy of the EVOS fam. And every time I see the EVOS fam showing their support in win and loss, it's part of me wishes we had more of that kind of energetic fan energy in the Philippines. Not to undermine the Filipino fans here, but really, if you're a Filipino fan, you have a chance to come to Indonesia to see Indonesian fans, to see EVOS fam in action. You'll realize, Filipino fans, back home, there's a lot more we can do to show our love and support for the teams, and the EVOS fam really set up a good example for the world.
Oke, kita selesai bahas tentang sejarah EVOS, tapi let's talk about MSC.
MSC.
Ini different MSC. MSC yang berbeda. Hampir all region di seluruh dunia udah akan ikut MSC kali ini.
Ya.
Profesor KB, Profesor udah ngikutin MSC bahkan dari 2017. This guy, the original.
I do not sleep.
I do not sleep.
IDNS.
For everyone, so ML baby, MSC, this one udah.
You could say Kabe started MSC.
Yeah.
Started
MSC happened because of you.
Oh.
Okay, let's see the
Anything,
poster.
Anything I guess.
Gimana menurut Profesor KB?
Oke, tapi ya bahkan bisa dibilang juga sebenarnya kedua tim ini tuh kalau bertemu kayak ada nama khusus juga dari aku sendiri. Kayak contohnya apa? Derby International. Karena memang mereka yang paling sering hadir. The Four Timers Challenge the World dari tahun 2018, 2019 sampai dengan tahun ini juga. Fnatic Onyx dan EVOS Glory itu sama-sama sudah hadir 4 kali. Cuma Dua diantaranya di 2019 dan juga 2023, Fnatic Onyx dapatkan pialanya. Itu bedanya.
Gimana Mirko?
Kalau menurut gue sih, pertama gue mau bahas sedikit tentang People's Champion ya, untuk EVOS Glory. Gak tau kenapa ketika mereka lagi di posisi yang kelihatan yang buruk juga, ketika mereka bisa masuk playoff, seperti yang Bung KB udah ngomong juga, sebenarnya udah sempat mention di awal playoffs, EVOS mentality ketika di playoffs itu udah berbeda. Mentality of a champion, itu yang dimiliki oleh EVOS. Dan apapun itu, EVOS Legends, EVOS Glory, dan itu yang kita lihat dari EVOS Glory. Ketika mereka di dalam match point melawan GeekFam pun, ketika mereka harus melakukan comeback, mereka selalu bisa untuk mendapatkan magic itu. Karena meanwhile, Fnatic Onyx, mereka itu opposite-nya. Kalau EVOS Glory itu magicnya, Fnatic Onyx selalu bisa shut down the miracle.
Oke, tapi kalau kali ini untuk pertanyaan ke Reptar agak sedikit berbeda. Dengan dua grand finalis, dengan berbagai tim yang akan berada di MSC, siapakah yang menurut Reptar akan sangat mengancam selain Filipina untuk Indonesia?
So, except the Philippines, what other region you think will be a threat? Or what other team in particular?
I feel like we have to show our love for the Malaysian region. The MPL Malaysia, Selangor Red Giants have been incredible, undefeated in series in MPL Malaysia season 13. 13, correct?
13.
Season 13 in MPL Malaysia, undefeated there. So I feel like it's finally time for Malaysia, and this is a good time for them to finally win an international championship, a region that, just like in Indonesia, just like in Philippines, so much passion, love for Mobile Legends Bang Bang esports. You saw every time you go to MPL Malaysia, a lot of people around the world are saying this is looking to be one of the most entertaining regions. So they deserve a championship.
Wow! Dan bahkan bisa kita bilang ini memang tidak bisa dipungkiri. Indonesia, Filipina itu adalah dua region yang benar-benar comparison-nya sangat ketat. Dan bahkan mereka punya versus yang sangat profesor.
Itu dia.
Kita melihat Raptor sendiri memiliki arah MY. Tapi bahkan aku sendiri punya pandangan Indonesia, Filipina tetap akan menjadi dua region yang akan ada di Grand Final.
Ya mungkin kalau kita ngomongin soal Indonesia dan Filipina, kemungkinan besar itu adalah dua region yang paling ditakutkan.
Mengerikan.
Dan paling hype di MSC nanti. Tentu mungkin kalau kita ngomongin soal Indonesia dan Filipina itu kayak superstarnya. Tapi kalau kita lihat sedikit dari kuda hitamnya. Tadi pas Raptor bilang Malaysia, aku sendiri malah ke Cambodia. Dimana ketika Cambodia itu lebih banyak lagi spesifik hero yang keluar. Kayak misalkan MP The King, jungler yang munculin Bane. Yang padahal di regular season gak pernah dimunculkan sama sekali. Mungkin mirip-mirip sama Kyrie. Ternyata tiba-tiba di babak playoff dia mengeluarkan Julian.
Tapi nampaknya kalau bisa kita bilang ke Mirko. Mirko, kita melihat sebenarnya Falcon AP Brand menjadi favorite di PH. Dan out of nowhere, tiba-tiba Echo. Dan bahkan bisa kita bilang, itu kayak yang bisa terjadi di MPL Indonesia. Posisinya sama. Dan bahkan Mirko pernah membuat statement. Kalau Echo kemarin bukan ketemu Falcon AP Brand, bahkan RSGPH, mungkin ini akan menjadi different cases.
Iya, sebenarnya menurut gue itu dimana kayak bisa dibilang styles makes matchups. Ketika ada style yang berbeda, itu bisa merubah match-up-nya. Seperti yang kita lihat, kalau kita lihat dari track record aja ya, GeekFam lawan Fnatic Onyx 3-2. Sangat-sangat close. Meanwhile, EVOS melawan Fnatic Onyx di upper bracket finals 3-0. Tapi realitanya ketika GeekFam dan EVOS Glory bertemu di lower bracket finals, EVOS Glory yang berhasil untuk menang despite rekor dia yang lebih jelek melawan Fnatic Onyx. Jadi dari style itu, tentunya itu bakal menjadi sangat penting sih. Dan EVOS Glory, mereka udah beradaptasi lumayan baik.
Oke, tapi sekarang kita bakal lihat prediksi Raptor. Which one who can be the champion in MPL Indonesia season 13?
Say it.
Say it.
Say it.
Say it.
Say it, Raptor.
Say the team and say the score.
All right. The score 2?
Score 2!
Yeah.
The moment you said that, a bunch of fans right here started looking at me.
No problem.
They're staring at me now and I am scared. And now I feel worse. EVOS fam, a few of them messaged me saying, hey, you predicted GeekFam and Fnatic to go to MSC, right? And they proved me wrong.
Yeah? That's
so, why do you do this to me?
Yes, because in Indonesia, we have G-Curse, Me-Curse, and G-Blast, and Mir-Blast.
Okay.
So,
all right. Can I not say the team?
Yeah, team and score.
Team and
score.
Team and score.
When you don't say it, you cannot being a guest analyst.
Oh, okay.
Oh, wow.
Score? It's as easy as that.
4-0.
Wow.
Whoa! For what? 4-0?
Sir?
For who?
I don't know.
I don't know. Wow.
Let's see.
I don't know.
Let's see.
Oke, kalau gitu, Mirko, wrap it with English.
To the international viewers watching back at home, Ranger Mas KB, Mirko, and Reptar will join you on the desk and catch the grand finals live at MPL Indonesia Season 13. We own this!
Oke.
Raptors, thank you. Thank you. We stand by for the casters. Thank you. Oji di sini dulu. Yang lain ke mejanya, thank you guys.
Takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed,
disiarkan langsung dari Jakarta International Velodrome. MPL Season 13 Playoffs. Powered by Moontalk. Presented by official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet, GoPay. Official destination for gaming and esports, Kedia. official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
Terjadi di tubuh tim biru. Kini tujuan para Rising Heroes hanya satu, yaitu kemenangan yang telah lama mereka buru. Namun, kemenangan tidak mudah diraih. Jerih payah justru terbayar perih. Dari predikat 7, mereka makin jatuh di dasar klasmen. Tapi itu awal, bukan vonis ajal. Line up baru dijajal. Dukungan terus mengawal. Dari yang minus tertinggal, kini justru EVOS berkesempatan melaju ke internasional. Namun, mereka adalah pejuang, penantang. Setiap halangan mereka terjang. Karena mereka tidak mau cerita yang terus berulang. Mereka mau sejarah yang terus berkembang. Namun, sehebat apapun mereka bangkit, lawannya adalah Raja Langit yang siap memberikan tantangan tersulit. Kali juara dan gelora untuk menang terus membara. Karena gelar Raja Galaksi harus terus mereka bawa dan pelihara. Mendapat tiket MSC 2024 bukan tanda pertarungan usai. Justru pertarungan baru dimulai. Karena ada tahta yang harus mereka capai. Karena ada kata juara yang harus mereka gapai. Dan inilah kedua dua tim yang akan ada di Grand Final. Mereka akan bermain tanpa sesal, berjuang untuk dapat yang setimpal, untuk menjadi sang Raja Galaksi.
Tujuh tim telah gugur dan mimpian mereka untuk menjatuhkan Raja Langit harus terkubur. Kini tersisa sang PayPal Champion, EVOS Glory, yang siap menantang sang Raja, siap menjadi pemenang untuk merebut tahta. Triple Champion tanda sang Raja Langit telah 3 musim beruntun menang, tapi mereka tidak bisa tenang karena sang PayPal Champion kini hadir sebagai penantang. Akankah tetap mereka tergoncang atau justru mereka membuktikan kualitas sebagai bintang? Mari kita sambut penantang Oni! Jika sang Raja Langit mantap jalan yang mulus, maka sang PayPal Champion memulai kali ini. Namun mereka tidak berjuang sendirian. Dukungan para fans diemban, kepercayaan menjadi dorongan dan keajaiban membawa mereka ke puncak kejayaan, ke panggung Grand Final. Inilah mereka, EVOS Glory! Sang rookie yang membuktikan diri bahwa dirinya bukan hanya pengisi, tapi justru amunisi sang Raja Langit. Kini berhadapan dengan King of EXP Laner yang suka bermain api. Ini dia para EXP Laner yang akan bertarung, Lutfi dan Fluffy. Musim beruntun menjadi champion terbaik dan menjadi kunci sang Raja Langit yang tak pernah jatuh. Namun kini lawannya adalah sang Rising Heroes yang membuat penarik Onyx kini bisa tersentuh. Mari kita simak pertarungan sang para jungler, Kyrie dan Nampel. Jika bicara mekanik, dia yang terbaik. Bermain mid, dia juga yang terbaik. Karena memang dia masih jadi mid laner terbaik. Dan lawannya malah terbalik. Dari hanya camat, kini dirinya datang sebagai penyelamat. Dan dirinya juga bisa menjadi langkah skakmat. Untuk sang Raja Langit, kita sambut para mid laner, Sans dan Cloud. Player dengan kemampuan shot calling, dirinya banyak dibanding tapi selalu membuktikan bahwa tidak ada yang sebanding. Lawannya adalah seorang yang disebut Mr. Bombastis, yang kini telah bertransformasi menjadi Mr. Fantastis. Ini dia para veteran di tim masing-masing, The Good Laner, Dewi dan Pras. Menjadi kawan di kancah nasional dan menjadi lawan di panggung Grand Final. Ini dia sang juara bertahan FPB MSC 2023. Melawan sang pembuat momentum, pengundang decak kagum. Dan mari kita sambut romer-romer kelas dunia, K-Boy Henry. Dan ini dia para perancang kemenangan. Mau seberapa jauh meta berkembang, dirinya selalu bisa membuat sang Raja Langit menang. Dan lawannya, sang pendatang dengan racikan keajaiban yang mengantarkan EVOS Glory ke Grand Final. Mari kita sambut para head coach, konsep dan strategi.
Yang pertama ya terima kasih lah buat teman-teman gua yang main maupun yang nggak main. Itu gua bangga banget lah sama mereka lah bisa sampai ini dari awal #9 terus bisa perlahan-lahan merangkak naik terus rezeki sampai grand final terus itu dia menjadi motivasi kita lah buat bisa juara. Anavel ya jangan star syndrome, tetap tenang, relax setiap matchnya. Terus buat Klaukun, gue bangga banget sama Klaukun. Gue salut dari dulu dia di MDL jadi cadangan, di MPL jadi cadangan. Terus sekarang dia dikasih main, terus bisa membuktikan itu gue bangga banget sama dia. Ya gue pasti terima kasih banget lah buat EVOS fans, terutama yang datang ke venue tiap hari mendukung kita, teriak-teriak walaupun kita dalam posisi menang maupun posisi kalah, tetap lanjut teriak terus. Buat teman EVOS juga selalu datang tiap match, ada dukung kita pas kita di atas maupun di bawah.
Persaingan di season 13 ini sangat-sangat keras, yang dimana sangat berbeda lah dari season-season kemarin. Dari season-season sebelumnya, banyak tim yang terlambat improve, terlambat beradaptasi. Cuman untuk season 13, wah keren banget lah. Terus kayak itu kita benar-benar sadar sih, banyak hal lah yang bikin kita kayak termotivasi lagi, lebih konsisten. Kayak wah ini kita belum juara lah, emang udah puas gitu. Jadi gua juga gak mau kalah lah pastinya.
The chosen ones, EVOS glory, bask in the light after obliterating darkness for their final encounter. Looming over them from up above are the Sky Kings after what feels like decades of reign. The Sky Kings now find themselves challenged by mere mortals, an impossible feat. But these mortals have slain dragons, artificial intelligence, and kingslayers to get here. And make no mistake, they will not stop until the kings of the skies themselves go down with them. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the grand finals of MPL ID Season 13. The moment that we have all been waiting for has led to this point, and we are honored to be on the desk with you. I'm alongside Mirko. We have Arashi. We have our best talent all the way from the Philippines, Mr. Reptar, as well as the pioneer of Onyx success, the architect. Please welcome Coach Aldo. How are we doing, Coach Aldo?
Also, the best beach, English talent.
Yeah, thank you.
It's an honor, it's an honor.
Yeah, and same here. Same sentiments for Coach Aldo to be part of your opening, to be part of this historic moment for Indonesia. It just feels amazing. Thank you.
We're super honored for you guys to be here. But before we get a chit chat with Mirko and Arashi here in the middle, we do want to thank our sponsors. MPL ID Season 13 is powered by Moonton, our official government partner PBESI. Presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Our official e-wallet, GoPay. Our official destination, gaming and esport, Kadia. Our official gold partner, UBS Gold. We also want to thank our partners in esports, Campina, Dunia Games, GamesMax, Oraimo, Telkomsel, our suppliers, Inamart, Coin Coffee, NeoQLED, SuperSmart TV Plus, Saturdays, and of course, thank you so much to our government partner, venue partner, Jack Pro, for making all of this happen up until the very end. The grand finals here right in front of you.
It's been great. It's been phenomenal. I mean, the season has been so competitive at the start and so entertaining towards the end. And even in the playoffs, it still has managed to break our expectations. I think yesterday, that was the climax. We reached a point where everyone was just impressed with the games, the quality, and especially, my goodness, the fans in the building, man.
We saw them yelling out so loud that even in the middle of the game, we were struggling to hear the game. We were struggling to hear each other as well. Showing again the passion of both these teams. And today, even bigger teams have to try and get their guys ahead in the morale game.
Definitely. It's now Onyx Fnatic Onyx versus EVOS Glory, our 3-peat champions. And funnily enough, someone on the desk was actually with them through their success. So we're gonna have a little bit of a chit-chat over there. Coach,
Yes.
what do you think has led to Fnatic Onyx success up until this point?
It's for sure. It's consistency. Number one, they are so disciplined. They're so systematic, and that's why they're on their way to quadruple for this season.
Quadruple. We do want to welcome Kamanpora. Thank you so much for coming to the event. Thank you so much for supporting this event as well. I'm pretty glad that they get to witness MPL ID Season 13 with all the fans, you know, just the atmosphere, especially coming into the grand finals. And ladies and gentlemen, there was a lot of interesting things happening in the playoffs, and I think it was especially apparent yesterday. You were actually there on desk. Blue and red side win rate in each region, and you had a little bit of a sneak peek into what was going on in our region.
Yeah, it's a similar theme as MPL Philippines, wherein there's just a couple of power picks that a lot of teams, when they're going up against it, when you're up on the blue side, you really want to chase after, and that affects the stories of a lot of drafts. Really enough, like looking at the graphic, it seems like MPL Cambodia is an outlier. We might delve into that once we get into MC, but here in MPL PH versus MPL ID, seeing the blue side, red side, it seems like even though red side will always have that power of flexibility, that question of which pick will go into which lane, which role, and then that surprise last pick, it seems like it's diminished. Teams are more ready now to adjust to whatever teams on the red side will draft.
So that's actually funny, because up until this point, I think last season it was always red side victory for Onyx. What do you think about this, Coach?
I think because in this meta, if you're red side, you're forced to ban one hero, and that's Harith. And that closes so many things that you want to ban. Like, if you want to respect ban the enemy, you automatically need to choose blue side. And then the power pick in blue side, that has such a lot of more potential.
I think that's really a fair point, especially with the teams who have found like very specific, very unique picks. Like for instance, we saw for GeekFam, the Masha come out of nowhere. Not a lot of teams really play this hero, and that's a problem when you have to ban the Harith. Like you said, Coach Aldo, you have to add several more heroes, and that is where some picks are forced to be let go, and they can find a great advantage there. But at this point in the grand finals, I think it's going to be too idealistic to expect to be able to get opportunities like that. So let's see what we're going to see in game number 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the drafting phase presented to you by the official tournament smartphone. Just to remind you, in the grand finals, we are at a best of 7. And we do get to see these picks unfold. So despite everything, we do see that EVOS have the blue side here, Reptar.
Yeah. And they're immediately going after what could be one of the pickups that I'm surprised that EVOS would be respecting, which is the Kadita, a pick that we don't see much in MPL PH, but in the hands of most likely Keyboy as the roamer, it's something that they're just respecting, which goes to show that EVOS doesn't want to get surprised. They don't want to get bursted and picked off in the early game.
So I think Onyx chooses second pick, right? So that means that they don't have any respect hero for EVOS, so that they choose second pick so that they can use their flexibility in the drafts.
Okay, so flexibility is going to be the key, and we do see that EVOS pick up this Valentina. Where is this heading? Are they trying to deny a pick, perhaps? Are they trying to deny a Theramis pick from popping up?
I think they're preemptively preparing for a Theramis, but also for a lot of the big ultimates that sometimes Onyx can use to their advantage. But showing it so early allows for Onyx to really find solutions to try and mitigate that in the strategies or also in the hero selection. They've really banned the Chip and the Moscow, so they're really respecting this global presence. It really seems like when EVOS can maneuver as they want to, when they can't be forced into weird situations, they do get ahead. But now we take a look at the Farsa and the Claude here. Interesting strategy coming in from Onyx.
Early on, immediately going after that burst, and I think Fnatic Onyx read into EVOS' desire to want to control the early middle rotations a little bit more. Valentina, if they paired up with a good roamer, can clear minion waves fast and at the same time dish out pokes. The Farsa sort of is Fnatic Onyx telling EVOS, we see what you're trying to do here, we want to be able to match that.
Yes, I think the Farsha pick, it means that Onyx wants the mid control. Because the Farsha is a very strong laner, and it will be paired up with the aggressive roamer. And let's see what... Oh, okay.
Terizla
Roger.
and Roger.
They are playing for the early game and an objective setup for the first turtle. They are looking for it.
Okay, so before we headed into this, I was like, you know, Coach Aldo, what's your specialty? And he's like, drafts. Okay, so I want to know your prediction for the last pick from Fnatic Onyx. These were previously your players.
Yes, if they want to open up Kyrie's hero, I think it's Fredrin. It's not bad. It's not a bad pick here. But if they want to keep,
Got it, coach. Wow.
Nice.
Got it.
On cue.
He knows his players, man. You know, Kyrie, he was actually the guy who brought Kyrie here technically, right? You requested for that, coach. I remember that story. Yeah, he knows his players best.
because I thought maybe they want to keep, like maybe they want to pick up the Julian or something. They need to put it at last pick. But if they just want to open, but maybe this Fredrin is still also a flex pick, right? To be honest, it can be on look to hand, so we still don't know what's next.
I'm impressed. I'm impressed. Nice prediction. We do see that the Alpha gets respected away from Annabelle.
For sure.
As we do take a look at the MPL ID data, we actually had a look at this yesterday. Harith, Luyi, and Moskov have maintained 100% pick and ban rate throughout the MPL ID Season 13 playoffs. So it's no longer just in the Philippines, but we have implemented this for ourselves as well.
Yeah, it's the pick that you really got to respect if you're a Red Side, as Coach Aldo put up. The Harith is still a menace despite those few little changes. And of course, Moskov and Lo Yi, because hey, if you don't want to handle some insane macro gameplays, then you're going to want to take those out. EVOS, I think they might consider taking out another EXP laner if they really want to minimize the impact here of Lutfi. That's why that EVOS went into the second phase, already picking up the Terizla. A nice safe pick for them, can clear minion waves, can hold really well, and at the same time be a menace for the early objectives, as Coach Aldo put it. So if they just want to continue building that advantage for Fluffy, which they love to do, an EXP ban might be warranted, and they go for an Arlott. But if I'm not mistaken, for Fnatic Onyx, Arlott is more of a Kid Boy pick.
Yes, and also it's also a combo for Fred and Arlott. It's very annoying in the early game, especially when they hit when the Fredrin hit level 4 and then it combos in Arlott. The Arlott become a kill machine. And I think I'm liking a Paquito pick for Lutfi here because he can control the lane, he can also deal damage, and yeah, it's a good pick for Lutfi.
And interestingly enough, that is one of his highest picked heroes. And if we take a look at the stats, he has a 87.5% win rate. Whew. So will we see it pop up? And there you go. Wow. Coach Aldo.
Let's go, Coach.
Woo!
Let's go.
On a streak here.
Don't worry, we got 7 games of this, right? We're gonna have a lot of predictions from Aldo. Probably we're gonna get a lot of those correct predictions too. And for EVOS, I think for me personally, right, I love the Valentina as a first pick for EVOS Glory because they've always been able to capitalize on the flexibility of the Valentina when they give it to Clockun, not only in the game, but in the way that they draft it. Usually on the Valentina, you want to go for a front-to-back composition. You have so much peel, so much cover, but that doesn't shut down the possibility of you to go for dive. So right as they saw 2 scaling picks, technically, for the side of Fnatic Onyx, the Quad and the Forza, and very vulnerable picks. That they need to dive, they can go straight in! With the Roger, the Terizla, and now they double down. This is the pick that won them the game yesterday, and it was also with the Valentina, the Lancelot combo.
That's just a very menacing presence in the jungle here coming from EVOS, combined with all the AoE, the minion fury, the penalty zone for Fluffy, and from Dreams as well. For Fnatic Onyx, mobility has to be key here, or they have to try and find some ways to really match the crowd control, because otherwise they'll be forced to back away, and we all know that EVOS, when they're moving forward, they like to barrel straight through their opponents and get advantages that way.
Yeah. They're gonna need someone to catch the Lancelot, I think.
I think on my mind, there's only 2 heroes for Kibo here. It's either Edith or Cho.
Yeah.
Because other roamer gets affected by Valentina ult, right? Yeah, so I think it's either... Oh, it's Ruby. That too. Can work.
Yeah, it's not the hard catch, but if the Ruby and Fredrin time things together, they might be able to catch out the Lancelot. But it's easier said than done.
Yes. But yeah, Kibo is very well known for his Ruby, and especially against the Lancelot, he knows very well how to counter the Lancelot. He knows how to time the ult and the second skill. I think it's gonna be a fun match to watch.
This is actually a very interesting pick. I understand the notion of it, but I don't think we've seen Ruby for Keyboy very often, especially in the regular season. So even up until this point, we do see the picks, the strategies coming in from Fnatic Onyx, and we are here for it. The people's champion challenge what is supposed to be the three-peats. They want to seize the throne, they want to challenge the throne, and they want to win this for the people. Game number 1 between Fnatic Onyx and EVOS Glory in the grand finals. Let's get into the land of dawn.
The people that you can hear right now, the chant's already beginning, and it'll only get louder. We're only in game number 1, and the fans are already going crazy. Fun fact, Annabelle, last time on the Lance, amazing gold, and it was also up against a Fredrin. That was great.
We're seeing now that the invasions is just no longer that value of a situation, of a strategy to be employed. So even with the Fredrin, this means that Annabelle will have relatively a good time, unless Sans here goes on first blood.
Wow, that's super early. I mean, Coach Aldo mentioned aggression in the early game, and that's exactly what we're seeing. Under 1 minute, already some kills over. And that is Gila Sans on the Barca, but it might be turned around.
Go for it. One shot, and he equalizes the scoreboard. The Valentina.
Out of nowhere, both mid laners is going at it. A CW.
Annabelle with the assassination attempt. Doesn't get the last puncture down. A bit too risky. Doesn't know where Keyboy is. Keyboy just trying to march forward. Harry walking up with the red tree as well. Doesn't seem like he was able. Well, he was actually able to take it, but it's just the gold.
Now looking at the emblems here, Annabelle and Kyrie both prioritizing the clear speed, trying to make sure that they do have that advantage coming through, especially when they want to get that level lead to try and contest for the neutral objectives a bit better. And with the Minotaur and the Terizla in the picture, it feels like Onyx will most likely go for some kind of pick-off before everyone groups around together. But in order to do so, they have to put Lutpi in a good position, and he's already being pressured by Fluffy and Clocken, so Onyx might be on the back foot.
EVOS Glory, they've always been so strong because of their mid-trio. Prio, Dreams gets caught here, gets a little bit of low, but he will get to that level 4 by clearing in that lane. Meanwhile, Keyboy already opening up vision for his team to start and posture for this neutral objective take.
That's a red tree battle. Annabelle wins it out. Ministry and the flicker combo, and the Brazer's Wrath though takes his life away. Now, they look people to knockout strike, but Annabelle is forcing that flicker away. Fluffy follows through the flicker, picks up a double with that hammer. Glockhood, just a few of those little bumps of damage onto Keyboy, but he survives.
A 1-for-2 trade in favor of EVOS Glory. Break us through that, what happened?
Seems like for EVOS, they were just waiting around, and Fnatic Onyx are the ones who felt like we have to make the first move, we have to go and rush this turtle before EVOS can actually respawn and get closer. But they were just a bit too late. They came in, and Annabelle showing again that this retribution is nothing to be trifled with, as we take a look at the talent prediction here by the Samsung Galaxy S24 series.
Minority. Arashi is the minority here.
Everybody wants the heroes to win, I guess. Wow.
It's a good story. I mean, looking at them the entire time, I don't think anyone predicted them to make it to the grand finals. The story was always Onyx and maybe Bigatron Alpha. But Bigatron Alpha's not here.
Yeah, I know they're not here, man.
I'm sorry.
Feels bad to be Mirko, but you know, it happens to the best of us. I mean, all three of us on the desk today have our teams knocked out already, funnily enough. So it's all just Goni that's just really confident in his team, and it seems like for the most part, a lot of the talents want to try and prove him wrong. But looking at the situation with a 1K gold lead almost, EVOS are actually having a lot more success here in the early game. And it looks like for Onyx, they have to wait a bit longer for Lutpi at least to get online, unless Annabelle has a plan picked up for him.
It looks like they are reaching towards the top side. Lutpi gonna be able to see that out. But in this early stage of the game, after so much brawls, what are we expecting? Are you expecting EVOS to push in the tempo because of that early game aggressive comp?
I think we're definitely expecting some kind of aggression, especially with Sans clearing the wave so fast and trying to roam around and impact those side lanes. But now, whenever there's a neutral objective, you can see EVOS are immediately in position. And the fact that Fluffy can be so tanky, so difficult to pick off without some more items in the inventory slots of Fnatic Onyx. He can just stand there, but look at this.
Lutpi trying to survive now, goes in, knockout strike. Flickers out, but right into Fluffy, penalty zone. Picks up a kill. He's on a killing spree as he goes on to Keyboy with those hammers. But the airstrike onto Annabelle, but he uses the puncture to get through. Kyrie takes the second turtle rather. Goes in for the taunt, knocks Fluffy up. No penalty zone to play with. Dreams knocks Keyboy up. Don't run Wolf King. No flicker to follow it up, but still be able to find one. That's two also. Kyrie gonna be caught in the damage. They're still able to dash out. Now CW waiting to do it, but Suns in the back cannot save Kyrie from being slain by Clockman. And Annabelle chasing them from a different angle. EVOS Glory with a winning team fight.
That was a 3-4-0 trade, ladies and gentlemen. The White Tigers, the People's Champions, they're putting up a fight here in minute number 5. Despite the objective given over to Kyrie there, it looks like EVOS hold complete control. And Fnatic Onyx, despite the attempts to try and slow down that snowball from happening, it's not working out for them.
I mean, they were able to get the initial objective before EVOS can respond, but now Keyboy
might be caught. That's offensive execution. Annabelle will not be able to slay Keyboy. Pops that conceal just in time and gets out.
As I was saying, there are moments of success here for Fnatic Onyx, and they were still able to get the neutral objective. The problem is afterwards, EVOS immediately hunt them down and try and get a big team fight. And because they have multiple ways to really start that off, they are happy to just blow 1 or 2 ultimates to try and catch at least 1 or 2 members and then try and follow up that way. And even if they don't really immediately get the payoff from that play, Annabelle can still go and do what assassins do best and seal the deal. As Kyrie gets surrounded by 3.
And Annabelle wins the red tree. Kyrie has to put the airstrike there to help him back away, but Kyrie will be able to go for the taunt on the Dreams, forcing him in his fury, but he catches 3 with a flicker. Fluffy with a mega kill. Now it's a Lycan pounce from Brand chasing Keyboy, who's able to escape, but not for long. That's Fluffy again with a penalty zone. Knockout strike to knock Annabelle up. Sans in the back as well, trying to run away. Flickers out to safety, but still gets hit a little bit. Fluffy trying to run away. Brands should be able to come and help him, but Lutpi will not be able to take Fluffy down.
What a team fight. What a team fight in game number 1. The White Tigers, they played that perfectly. The backup was there. You can feel the synergy. And that's actually going to give over another neutral objective in favor of EVOS. With this happening and unraveling like this, a 2.4k gold lead now in the 7th minute of the game, with Brands already picking up 2 more items. What are the keys for Fnatic Onyx to turn this back into their shoes? Wait a second.
Annabelle in a 1v1. It seems CW got the better of him.
For Fnatic Onyx, they just gotta stop being dove on like this, and they have to try and work together. The fact that they have a Ruby that can really stop a lot of these aggressive maneuvers from EVOS, but Keyboy is always on the back foot, always lost, trying to deal with multiple threats coming from multiple angles. If they can isolate the angle of approach for EVOS, they can try and get big combos, and now they're going for Clockun.
Takes every shot.
And he gets out unscathed. And you can see even the choice of items there for Clockun going in for more respect towards the damage, right? Something similar to what we see from Suns.
The Blood Wings definitely gives him a lot more survivability when he's making all these aggressive moves, weaving in and out of fights. And despite all the plans coming in from the gods, Fnatic Onyx, EVOS are just letting nothing go in their favor, always getting the better trades for now. The longer the game goes though, with the Farsa, with the Claude, there's a chance that the late game team fights might favor Fnatic Onyx, but they still have to try and contend with the dives, with the crowd control tools that can land on multiple people. And they only have Purify on CW. Sans went for that flicker because he is Gila-san.
It's crazy, he's Gila. Lutpi though, 0-2 on his signature pick, and it seems EVOS Glory, they know what they're doing. They want to shut Lutpi's confidence down from the start. Dreams tanks up the shot. Lutpi with a knockout strike, able to survive with his kill 1 shielding as well. Keyboy rotates back up. Has the flicker, doesn't decide to go for it, not just yet, but well played by Lutpi.
What's the plan here for Fnatic Onyx? Are they trying to just weather the storm? They didn't even go for a pick there. Is it because they can't yet?
I think they don't want to really waste a lot of ultimates right before the Lord is up. It was only a few seconds away earlier, and now they have control because they do have a bit more momentum due to the failed dive on the top side. But EVOS are always close by. But Annabelle, knowing that there's going to be some time, knowing that there's not a lot of big DPS tools in the hands of Fnatic Onyx just yet, he's just going around farming, knowing that he can reach that Lord engagement in time. So he's getting the better out of Fnatic Onyx. They have to have Kyrie somewhere in the area because he's one of the frontliners for the team.
Annabelle, a rising star, 2 levels ahead of Kyrie, one of the most highlighted junglers in the world. And this is coming from a rookie in his debut season. And he already has a little bit more to say when it comes down to the neutral objective takes because of that EXP lead. Sitting at 0-0-5 right now. Kyrie though, gonna be posturing up for the next neutral objective. But both teams are still on the setup. They don't go for it just yet.
Just like that though, the bottom turret will fall. And even some HP taken from the top side turret. Onyx, they know that EVOS are looking desperately for this big team fight, so they're trying to pull them apart using that macro gameplay. And they're actually getting the better out of EVOS, and the gold lead is shrinking ever so slightly in their favor. And they're still holding on to it. That's the benefit of having a fighter jungler with sustain. You can kind of stick on the Lord, take some damage, and stick around. Whereas for EVOS now, they've sent Fluffy and Brands away. Even though they do have the advantage when it comes to burst damage, when they don't know where Fnatic Onyx are gonna be, it's a whole different story, a whole different difficulty level.
The mind games happening in Sans knows where they are right now. And they're looking for that proper pick as they want to set up for this Lord.
CW is farming so well right now, constantly in the side lanes. He's actually caught up to Brands, who has 1 kill, 2 assists. How are the items looking like right now?
Well, Lucky getting a lot more tankiness, and Kyrie with the Athena is going to be a bit more bold, but look at this Keyboy. It's the main target in front.
Good taunt by Kyrie to cancel any sort of engage. Clockun, early winter truncheon in the 11th minute. CW to be poked down by Clockun, so much damage. Anonymous with ultimate is Fury, Retribution, NFL picks it up. Keyboy with the donor Wolfie as he approaches Ryan Zero connect, but now Lippy tries his best to go in the back. What? Fluffy with a monster kill as he chases Keyboy down. And Fnatic Onyx are forced back.
A Lord slain and a man down. This is exactly what Fnatic Onyx don't want for themselves. And look at this with CW. Wait a second, Fluffy. Gonna be pressuring in. CW was completely taken out of that neutral objective take, that entire Lord dance, because of the fact that Clockun was able to catch him so low. And the setup from Fnatic Onyx felt scattered.
It's because of EVOS knowing how Fnatic Onyx wants to take the fight. So they send like Clockun and the rest to try and go for some zoning plays, but Fluffy now taking a lot of damage because CW is at the 3-item power spike. He can no longer stand in the front there, but only when CW is around. So if EVOS send Clockun to zone him away, then Fluffy has free reign to do what he did in the previous fight. Keep moving forward and allow Dreams on the Minotaur to just set up for the neutral objectives, but penalty zone!
On to 3, Keyboy still divisive at all, now caught in the knock-up and the flicker as well, CW! Forced to return to the battle mirror image, he placed down in the back, Appraiser's Wrath not connecting for Kyrie.
This Clockun just plays it safely, it's Keyboy traded for Fluffy.
But you can see before that teamfight, Brands, he was able to dish out the damage, and before that all ensued, he was able to pick up a GDS.
So they're gonna give up on mobility, but now
the knock-up into the feathered airstrike.
Perfectly played by Fnatic Onyx, and Sans claims the kill on the assassin.
And if you notice, by the way, Fluffy there actually gave over a shutdown on the EXP. That's usually the front line, the sacrificial lamb almost. He was 7-0 on the Terizla because he was just so tanky and there are no solutions. And with that, he knows that Sans for the most part will not be spending that feather airstrike on him. So he's going for a full-on physical defense build, and now Onyx jump on the opportunity.
The feather airstrike to zone them away. Fluffy is isolated from the team and it takes a lot of damage. Appraiser's Wrath just tickles him though. Harry will be able to steal away this purple buff while also pushing in the bottom lane. Wow, the gold lead slowly but surely disappearing.
Fnatic Onyx, they're playing this with their brains, they're playing this intelligently, they're playing the map, and they're playing the White Tigers, who initially had that early game lead. CW now in the 14th minute. How are we so far on his items?
He's actually quite far along.
Oh, that damage.
He definitely has all that shred damage available, but there's no setup for him. Maybe Lutpi, he's going for a tankier build, going with the Hunter Strike, and then straight into a Dominance Ice, a Oracle, as well as a Blade Armor. So he's functioning as a utility tool here to allow for some space, perhaps, for CW to be doing that damage. Now, Kyrie.
Well, he has the immortality, he just bought it earlier. Lutpi's trying to just peel for Sans. Keyboy in the midst of it all, going to be caught in that damage, and Brad with the light can pounce, that was stunned down, but he has to purify, and in case of Sans with Flicker, down with CW. Comes to the blazing duet, no flicker committed by Dreams, only a minute Fury that knocks 2 up. But peeking the shields, Kyrie finds an Appraiser's Wrath, the knockout strike catches them, and Kyrie gets a 3-man taunt again from CW to free hit, and Fluffy is still somehow able to keep his immortality
from being popped, but EVOS Glory, they get the turret in the mid lane too.
All the wins for the White Tigers in that exchange. And that gold lead has slowly started to lift once again. Glockun in a 1v1.
Winter, crunch in the timing. Sans!
Gila Sans, first team mid laner for how many seasons consecutively? It just proves that despite the potential that we see from Glockun, despite his rising performance this season, that veterancy, that experience, that mechanic coming in from Sans is still godlike, is still unparalleled. We saw that in that 1v1, but now in a 4v5 situation, the Lord Dance will ensue.
Pull the Minotaur into the knockout strike as a feather airstrike demolishes Fluffy in the front. Lippy zones them away. Annabelle's looking for an entrance though. Jumps in the puncture, very, very low. Has a Thorn Nose as well. Annabelle, no, he will not be able to find it. CW with lazy duet to the back and Browns gets gunned down by Calvin Winata. That's a double kill for CW. 3-4-0.
Fnatic Onyx, the defending champions, come back and come alive in the 16th minute of the game. That latest pickup from CW, that malefic roar from CW, doing them justice.
Those another airstrike, deals some damage and also trying to clear up the waves, but CW is so sustainable. Look, he has already cleared out in the bottom lane as well. They can go for it. Sans is already hitting on the base. Mini wave in the bottom lane. That's gonna be Glockun who flickers forward, but CW does not care. Game 1, Fnatic Onyx.
And here it is, ladies and gentlemen, the defending champions, the kings of the galaxy, the kings of the sky lead this best of 7 series. Reptar,
Yeah.
I saw you were clenching in your seat, bro.
I was clenching because the longer the game went, I was thinking, EVOS, you're running out of time. The Farsa and the Claude, Coach Aldo, we're ticking time bombs.
Yes, and yeah, Onyx, best snowballing team in the world. You cannot make mistakes against Onyx. They will punish you hard. Like this game, they have control in the early game, the mid game, but once that solo kill, Sun solo kill moment, and they just flip the switch, man. They just flip the switch.
What was it, right? Was it the power spike that eventually hit for Fnatic Onyx? Was that the moment that we were waiting for? Because in the early stage of the game, you could even argue that despite, you know, the early first blood, Onyx kept it very slow, the tempo, right? They didn't want to engage in too many things. We saw that in the top side of the game. What was going on?
I think Mirko said it right. Chewe is still farming very well, and that's the main point. He still hit that 3-item spike in the 9 minutes despite their team losing, and that shows that the Onyx just gives space for Chewe so that she can farm well and then he can carry the game well in the late game.
Yeah, along with Onyx giving Chewe space, it was EVOS saying, Chewe, go ahead and farm.
Yeah.
We want to continue building our early game by getting the first Lord. They got the first Lord. Interestingly enough, Annabelle didn't get to Retribution. It was a late Retri. It was just his damage that got it. But the long-term sacrifice was the fact that Chewe, the Claude, got to farm up comfortably.
I mean, it's a great play by Onyx there too, because they know that Ludpi is going to be taking a lot of attention away from EVOS. They're spending so much time trying to dive him, trying to shut him down, that CW is left relatively untouched. And in one of those big fights, man, I believe we saw the damage dealt in teamfight, the new asset, which is very cool. But he did 16,000 damage alone when everyone else was doing 2,000, 3,000. So he was definitely outputting an insane amount of damage that cannot be ignored. Even though for EVOS, they've tried to prepare for it by allowing Fluffy to just build for a full defensive, physical defense build with the Anticuirass, with the Blade Armor, and with the Dominance Ice as well. But against a late game Claude, it doesn't matter, man. Eventually, you will fall.
So if we had to say and pinpoint a mistake that EVOS did in that first game, could you maybe give us a list?
I'm going to have to go back to what Coach Aldo mentioned, that solo kill first by Sans in mid. Even though you got the Winter Truncheon in time, it was just you delaying your own doom. With him falling there, that allowed Onyx to push forward, get a little bit more advantage in that Lord. And then for me, it would have to go back to the fact that I understand why EVOS wanted to trade the tower at the bot and Chewe being able to push for the first Lord. But after that, you're going to have to find a kill for the Claude. They couldn't.
think right now, for me, I can see both sides, right? For EVOS Glory, I think the main mistake is they weren't able to utilize that fast pace of their dive composition. But the thing is, they were stopped by Fnatic on it. It's very different to Geek Fam yesterday, because on the Lancelot, on the Valentina yesterday, up against Geek Fam, how they were able to take the game over Geek Fam is the fact that they kept on making Geek Fam think. They kept on making Geek Fam overthink. But that's up against, unfortunately, a lesser team. Fnatic Onic are not that. You take a look at the skies and you see Fnatic Onic.
Wait.
Fnatic Onic do not hesitate.
Who did you call a lesser team?
Geek Fam. Compared to Fnatic Onic, you can see the instant, and I think Aldo will back me up on this, the instant decision to go for the turtle. Yesterday, what did Ray do? What did Beloyski do? They went to the top lane, they tried to deny the farm, and it ended up with them making a mistake. And that's what EVOS wanted. They wanted these clashes. Fnatic Onic saying, no, we're just going to go for the neutral objective. We'll fight our way.
I mean, there's also the fact that if you look at the composition, right, there's a Minotaur, there's a Terizla, so it's a big teamfight composition, and Annabelle is diving in the backline, and he was doing well and having a lot of burst damage in the early game, but EVOS can't really go for quote-unquote pickoffs because they have big teamfight ultimates, so they're going to be forced to play around the neutral objective, and we saw that Onic were able to just pull them apart by playing that macro game, so that's one more problem that EVOS will definitely have to try and solve.
And the main point that I can take from that first game is like they tried to punish Luffy, the Pakiro, not the Claude, not Chewe's Claude. I think that's, and they failed to do so, right? The dive on top lane, and that brings so much time for Onic, and especially for Chewe to free farm, to have the items that he needs to be a thing in the team fight.
Yeah. So honestly, it was a very difficult spot for EVOS, right? I mean, they tunnel vision on the Paquito, they tunnel vision on Lutfi, but for great reason, right? He was also dishing out the damage. They tried to go for the shutdown, but in return, they had to kind of, you know, turn a blind eye over to CW. So what were they supposed to do? What was the... It's a difficult spot, is it not?
I think it gets to a certain point where it's scary, Arashi, because they played it well. It wasn't like an outdraft situation or anything. They just played their cards better than EVOS.
I mean, there's also the fact that usually Brands is who they rely on to try and go for that end. But if you look at the build earlier, he wasn't going for that late game shred build. He was going for a bit more of that aggressive burst damage execute style. And unfortunately, he is one of the only members that can be relied on to do that DPS and try and contest with CW. So they're still lacking in damage, and that's why probably even the Paquito on Lupi was building for tank. Because he knows that if I get just a bit tankier and I don't get bursted down, I can get out. I'm going to be so difficult to secure for EVOS.
So with that, I actually do want to know your predictions. I know we're kind of late, we're already a game in, but I like your predictions. I'll let you guys think about it first.
Okay.
Coach as well as Reptar. So think about it in this break because we do want to talk to Budeklar, Mongstar, and Monica. Take it away.
Saja ini baru game yang pertama karena seperti yang disampaikan oleh Bude Clara, ini best of 7 series. Setiap tim yang ingin memenangkan gelar sebagai Raja Galaksi harus menang 4 game terlebih dahulu. Dan di sini Bude Clara, wah, EVOS fans, kemudian ada Sonic di sini begitu semangat. Dan tentunya telah hadir juga bersama-sama dengan kita di sini ada Menteri Pemuda dan Olahraga Republik Indonesia, Bapak Aryo Bimo Nandito Aryo Tejo. Selamat datang Pak Dito, Pak Menteri. Bahagia sekali tentunya bisa hadir di sini, mendukung acara ini dan turut menyaksikan pula. Selamat datang Bapak, dan tentunya kami ucapkan selamat datang kepada Bapak Cahyono Prasetyanto, Deputi Hubungan Internasional PBSI. Selamat datang Bapak. Bahagianya kita bisa bertemu juga dan berjumpa secara langsung. Namun selanjutnya juga ada Bapak Iwan Takwin, selaku Direktur Utama PT Jakarta Propertindo. Selamat datang Pak. Luar biasa sekali ya, Bude. Yes. Semuanya sudah berkumpul di sini dan bisa merasakan dari keramaian, dan juga tentu saja ada Bapak Adi Adnyana selaku Direktur Bisnis dan Operasional dari PT Jakarta Propertindo. Wow, para VIP sudah hadir di sini merasakan bahwa super fans untuk babak grand final ini begitu meriah dan begitu memukau pula. Betul sekali, dan tentunya kalau di sini kita sudah lihat super fans begitu semangat, sepertinya tak lengkap rasanya kalau kita tidak mendengarkan mungkin apa yang menjadi kesan atau mungkin ada pesan-pesan dari pemerintah yang kali ini diwakili oleh Menpora. So sama-sama kita sambut Bapak Aryo Bimo Nandito Aryo Tejo, Menteri Pemuda dan Olahraga Republik Indonesia. Halo Pak, boleh di tengah-tengah? Di tengah?
Bisa Bapak di tengah-tengah
saja.
agar terlihat. Silakan Bapak, apa yang ingin disampaikan, mungkin kesan-kesan dan juga mungkin ada pesan-pesan untuk super fans di sini.
Ya, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat sore. Mana pendukungnya Onyx? EVOS. Yang di luar teriak juga. Mana pendukungnya Onyx yang di luar? Gak kedengeran. EVOS. Ya, yang pertama yang saya hormati di sini Pak Dirut Jakpro, Pak Iwan, besar jajaran, dan Pak Deputi PBSI, Pak Cahyono, dan juga Mr. Dilan from Munton, dan Mas Piri dari Byte Dance, dan juga seluruh para peserta dari final MPL, para atlet dari EVOS dan juga Onyx, dan seluruh para pendukung yang ada di Velodrome Jakarta. Tepuk tangan semuanya. Jujur ini pertama kali saya menghadiri final MPL. Dan ini ternyata pendukungnya sangat dahsyat. Tepuk tangan untuk pendukungnya. Saya benar-benar terkejut. Apalagi melihat betapa ramainya tadi saya lihat di depan yang nobar. Jadi untuk penyelenggara selanjutnya harus di tempat yang lebih besar. Setuju nggak? Saya tantang selanjutnya final di Indonesia Arena. Itu keren. Dan saya juga mengucapkan terima kasih kepada tim khususnya EVOS dan Onyx. Di mana dua tim ini Juli akan berangkat ke Riyadh mewakili Indonesia di kejuaraan dunia e-sport yang diadakan di Arab Saudi. Semoga tim dari Indonesia ini bisa lolos ke final. Jadi para pendukung, saya ucapkan terima kasih dan juga mari kita support bersama-sama. Karena saya yakin ke depan e-sport kita akan makin maju. Tahun ini adalah tahun pertama e-sport dipertandingkan di Pekan Olahraga Nasional. Dan juga kita mengetahui selama ini e-sport Indonesia sudah selalu memberikan kita kontribusi untuk SEA Games dan Asian Games. Semoga ini selalu dijaga dan tahun 2024 tidak lama ini Bapak Presiden sudah mengeluarkan peraturan Presiden khusus percepatan industri game nasional. Jadi komitmen pemerintah untuk dunia e-sport tidak perlu diragukan. Semoga e-sport kita selalu maju dan atlet-atlet kita berprestasi di dunia. Setuju? So enjoy the game, semoga yang menang yang terbaik. Dan selanjutnya menang lagi di kejuaraan dunia Riyadh Juli 2024. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih Pak Menpora dan tentunya itu luar biasa kesan-kesan dari seorang Menteri Pemuda dan juga Olahraga Republik Indonesia ya Bu Deklara, melihat antusiasme dari super fans di sini.
Betul, tapi kita harus menunjukkan semangat kita dari Grand Final ini. Mari kita satukan suara, Sonic!
Siap-siap, mana suara? EVOS Fans!
Bersama-sama, super fans sambutlah game kedua, game lanjutan untuk pertarungan Grand Final.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, from that break with Bude Clara Mongstar and Monica. But did you guys see how packed it is outside of the venue?
I saw and I heard. Yeah. Someone was yelling out like, wow, that's an insane amount of people. Caught me completely off guard.
I have no idea who you're referring to.
Me neither.
Absolutely none. So finally, we get to circle back to that topic that we did before the break, right? Predictions.
Like for this again?
For this entire series.
Again? All right. Okay. So earlier in the pre-show, I just mentioned a score. I said 4-0. For who? I didn't say. But I mean, look who won game 1. So
That's cheating.
What do you mean?
You just said 4-0 just to, you know.
I don't know. Maybe I'm traumatized with predictions. I'm done. 4-0 Fnatic Onyx. No, I'm kidding.
Yesterday he predicted Geek Fam.
Yeah.
So maybe that's why he's like, you know what?
Oh,
man. He doesn't want to do it anymore.
What about you, Coach?
I'm gonna be blunt. It's 4-0 for Fnatic Onyx.
That's like confidence. He did that during the award ceremony, by the way. I was doing like the panelist thing. Looked over to Aldo. Aldo was like, you 4-0. He just did that. He just did this. You 4-0. And I was like, oh, wow, okay. I guess we got the prediction early.
Okay, so it seems like, well, who did you vote for? You vote for EVOS.
See, people, for some reason, in the
Is it the
comment
curse
section
thing?
of the Indonesian stream has been saying, Mirko anti-EVOS. I think they're not aware that I have this power. So I gave it to them. Now I voted for EVOS. Are you happy?
Be careful what you wish for, man. Sometimes might not be what the outcome that you want. And maybe for EVOS, it's the same idea, right? I think they're trying to really force Onyx to a composition that can't really go for a proper team fight. But then as a result, right, it's not about the team fights. It becomes about the pickoff. So we'll have to see what kind of extra new technology Fnatic Onyx can bring for our pleasure.
Did you say technology?
Yes, I did.
New technology? Awesome technology? You must be referring to the Samsung Galaxy S24 series, weren't you?
Of course I am. What else fits that description, Eterna? It was epic gaming performance powered by the Snapdragon 8 Gen 3 processor designed specifically for Galaxy. Man, say goodbye to lags on its smooth performance to keep her cool with that large vapor chamber that prevents overheating. That is what is going to elevate your gaming skills like a pro gamer and dominate the battlefield.
Sorry, here you go.
Yeah.
You get.
Alright.
I'll be nice today.
Cool.
You'll get to play with my soul.
Alright, you guys go top. I'll use the sensor.
Can you use a translator? Because apparently it has the AI that can translate into 15 foreign languages into Indonesian. Try it out.
Reptar, do you want to learn Indonesian?
I can't find it.
Okay.
I need
We'll
help.
give it to Miracle. Miracle's
I
the
need
most
help.
technological equipped.
I'm just not old like you guys.
Excuse me, what?
Here it
You
is.
just
Here's the
dislike
interpreter,
poor
right?
people.
So you can translate from Indonesian to Korean.
Okay.
You know a bit of Indonesian, right? You tap on this button right here, and you say what you want to say in Indonesian, and then you tap it again, and it'll translate it to Korean.
Okay.
Okay, let's try.
I'll try. Nama saya Reptar, saya dari MPL Filipina.
Tap it again. Yeah. Put in the mic.
Very nice.
I mean, we hear it.
Okay.
We can hear it, all right? The crowd's making it really hard for us to hear.
Exactly. There is some sound, but compared to the
I'm
arena...
sorry, guys. It's the EVOS fans. They're the Sonics outside of the building making noise. We have the EVOS fans in the building making noise. You know what? If you guys are still at home right now, you guys need to make it to the venue. Come over to Jakarta International Velodrome so you guys can witness this electric atmosphere in person. Reptar has.
I have. It's life-changing, honestly. Like,
Life-changing?
no, legit. I remember when we were doing the Filipino broadcast of M4 back home in the Philippines. Every time I see the fans, how active they are here in Indonesia, I get a little bit jealous, not gonna lie. Because like, I'm a football fan myself. I love the football culture. Even though I support a team that like struggles in football, but like, you know,
say the name of the team.
I'm not gonna say Tottenham Hotspur. Okay.
What do you think of
What?
Yeah.
What do you think of? Okay, I can't do that.
Yeah, exactly. By the way,
I'm sorry.
I just want to tell you, right, Eterna, because while you were shaking your head in disgust, Aldo was doing the same thing and I was doing the same thing.
That kind of hurt, Coach. The moment I said Tottenham Hotspur, how come you looked disgusted?
Because I also support teams that is struggling right now.
Oh, who?
Manchester United.
No.
You just made it worse.
Yeah.
No.
You just made it worse. It's like I wanted to ask about the atmosphere thing to Coach Aldo, but at some point they were cheering for him, so like we don't need to ask.
Oh, that's it.
Right?
Yeah.
He's used to it because usually the fans are cheering for him.
That's true. I actually have a question for Coach Aldo, if you
Okay.
don't mind.
Yeah?
So I always ask this to coaches and analysts. For teams, the players, do you have to tell them to like, hey, don't mind the fans, to try to drown out the crowd, like especially when it's this loud? Does it actually have a effect on the players?
Of course, yeah. I mean, what I did, first thing first, when I'm coaching, I ask them to feel the energy, to feel the crowd, to be one with the atmosphere and everything. And yeah, when you're locked in, yeah, you will not hear anything. So yeah, just get used to it. Like for me, when I'm coaching, when I see these fans chanting everything, I use it as a energy for me.
So the mentality.
It's more, it's amazing. It's more fun, and I get shivers hearing the chants and everything. It's so I miss.
But for rookies, right? For people new to the professional scene, it does take a toll on them, does it not?
Yes. Some of the rookies, maybe we can say your favorite team, Gugun, maybe he feels some jitters.
We don't talk about that.
Okay, we don't talk again.
That was a low blow.
Get
Calder to turn that.
I was gonna say something, but I don't think I can do it to Coach Aldo. I like him too much.
Y'all talking about Liquid, right?
No, I'm talking about alter ego that.
What? Okay. Let's stop this, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 2, drafts. It's getting spicy here, but it's even getting spicier now in the draft because EVOS have decided to stay on blue despite the loss on blue in game 1.
They still enjoy that whole idea that they can force the Harris right, to be banned away from them. And then there's going to be the Moskov here, still respected from Rand. We've seen that for Rand, he's been like one of the core members, especially when the game goes all the way to the late game, and he's on a hero, they can still do a lot of damage in the early game, mid game, but also carry that late game. The Moskov really seems to be something they can use the best. So without that, again, now, what will he find as a substitute?
These are exactly the same bands.
Yeah.
Exactly the same. Do you think that EVOS will go for a different route?
I would understand if they want to pick up the Valentina, then just make some adjustments, have a gold laner that will scale a little bit later into the late game. Because again, it wasn't like a big out draft. EVOS could have taken control of the game and then ran away with it, but Onyx just played better.
I agree, because I feel like if you're on the EVOS side, you know how to make the second game better with the same draft, because you know what mistakes that you do in the first game, like maybe don't overcommit on Sans, and maybe we should pressure CW more. Maybe we're looking at the same draft, but look at Onyx, they're changing some things.
And I like this because it's Fnatic Onyx now telling EVOS, we're forcing you to change up. We changed ourselves, we're the one dictating the tempo of this change.
It's kind of scary when you see Onyx on a aggressive early game composition. We talked about how CW used to be so passive, and now he has that aggressive spirit in him. But the fact that there's so much similarities in the banning phase, Coach Aldo, you think this is like we're talking about drafts earlier, and we said that EVOS have a tendency to go ego draft.
Yeah, look at here. It's kind of an ego draft. It's Terizla Nolan. It's like saying, I'm gonna pick my strongest hero for this game, and yeah, you want to go early game, we can go early game too with Terizla and Nolan.
This is how that plays out then, because the Nolan is great, but against a team that knows how to target, that knows how to ration their card control, it can be quite difficult to be maneuvering around.
Yeah, and if ever Fnatic Onyx beats this Nolan, it's going to be the first stain on the record of EVOS' Nolan. Currently 5-0 is Annabelle for that hero. So if this is a loss, then you're going to be heading into game number 3. It's going to be a test of your mental. It's like you're undefeated pick heading into the grand finals, loses in game 2. So EVOS, I expect their last 2 picks to complement this Nolan well and help this Nolan well.
Let's go.
But it's suddenly, all right, you gonna want to go assassin? Kari gets his Fanny.
Ego what? Fanny.
Ego what?
In the second game of the series, you mentioned, Coach Aldo, that you thought that the Fredrin pick in the first game might have been a bait, and now we see the Fanny.
Yeah, because EVOS is playing assassin, so Onyx said, if you want to assassin versus assassins against us, so be it. We'll take it. Maybe if it's 7 games, assassin versus assassin, we'll take it because we are the better team as an assassin.
But how does this Nolan perform against the Fanny, who has more prio?
For clearing speed, for farming speed, I think it's Nolan has the upper hand. But during skirmishes, during pickoffs, Fanny have the upper hand. But let's see. But I think in assassin matchup, it's not about just the assassins, but also the other four teams, four players that need to play with the assassins.
Yeah, and Coach Aldo was telling me about this backstage earlier during the gala. We actually had to got a chance to chat about it. And now looking at it, the Farsa and the Roger together paired up with the Fanny. When you think about it, it's not necessarily like 5v5, oh, this. It's the Roger and Farsa are two heroes that can do stuff on their own to set it up for the Fanny. Sand sees someone, bursts them down, suddenly Kyrie comes in. Cherwet's just going to be clawing and scratching. Getting 1v1s, getting someone low, then Kyrie flies in. So I agree with your point there, Coach Aldo.
And yeah, that's what I like also about this draft is because the Fanny can also come in first and then the Roger can clean up. So it's a flexible. I think Onyx know like how their win comes and they will adapt in game for sure.
I think flexibility, that is just one of the biggest strengths of Onyx. You see this composition, and usually you can kind of get an idea, right? Okay, usually Sans will be the aggressor, he'll start with the better airstrike, and then the team can try and clean up. But with Onyx, you wouldn't be too surprised to even see them start off the fight with the Fanny, with the Roger, and then let Sans become the cleanup crew with a better airstrike.
Yeah, and exactly, that's why I like this Tamos ban by EVOS, because they're taking away more heroes that are strong in 1v1s, are strong in handling stuff alone. So they even took out the CZ, and now of course I'll force out the Edith. Rome or EXP though, I'm not quite sure.
We have a fun fact here for all regions. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, as a little bit of an intermezzo, Matilda is the hero with the highest pick and ban rate during the regular season of MPL PH, MPL MY, and MPL ID Season 13 and NACT Spring 2024. But funnily enough, we don't see a Matilda at all right now, and even from the first game.
It is very interesting that the priority of Matilda has disappeared. EVOS now with Ruby and Carry, so if the lineup of Fnatic Onyx are strong as individuals and can set each other up that way, EVOS very strong with the team fighting.
I think the Edith pick is going to be still a flex pick because I think Coach Shep wants a good matchup for Keyboy in the roaming position, but I can see the Edith being put in the roaming position because Edith and Ruby, Edith have the upper hand for sure, and I think we can see a good XP lane for Lutfi. Maybe still the Pakiro, I'm not sure, but maybe also a Cho for the aggressive pick in the roamer position.
Oh, Cho in the XP.
So Edith, Lutfi, Cho, Keyboard?
Yeah, something like, or even a Barrett, for sure.
Combined.
Yeah.
All right. We're talking a lot about having good balance in the composition here on the English desk. How if you have one hero that can be a great crowd control tool, the other needs to be a solid front that can take some damage. So how do you feel about the situation here? Terizla Ruby combo compared to the Barad's Edith?
I think whoever can CC the jungler, the assassins, wins this game for sure. Like whoever have the Barats and the Edith and also the Ruby and Terizla who is more sharp will win the objective fight, and it will lead to the snowball for the Nolan or the Fanny in this game.
Yeah, and it also looks like a tough decision for Clockern. Which ultimate are you going to get for the Valentina? There's some strong ultimates on the side of Onyx that will really round out the team fighting of EVOS Glory.
EVOS Glory now lead. Not lead.
Trail.
They're trailing the series, ladies and gentlemen. If they want to continue forward, if they want a fighting chance, they need to be able to get this win in the second game of the series. Welcome back to the land of Dawn for game number 2 for EVOS Glory and Fnatic Onyx.
Welcome to Mobile
I just have to
Legends.
say that Edith Flex was just beautiful, right? Because it was Flex, it technically gave the opportunity to go for a great pick for either the Roam, either double down like the Cho. We saw the Cho in the XP yesterday. By Luke, also up against the Nolan. You want to try to lock him down, like Aldo said. But Emblems, let's get a quick glance.
Well, it's all the lethal ignitions for the side of Fnatic Onyx. They have a lot of burst damage, and that extra bit sometimes will be enough to seal the deal. Keyboy, though, with the Quantum Charge, wants to try and have some more maneuverability and, of course, sustainability when he's just moving around, going for these small skirmishes. The big concern I have right here, especially for Onyx, is the fact that they do have the Edith, but they can give the Primal Wrath into the hands of Clockun on the Valentina. And that way, they'll get one more massive tool of DPS. And usually, when you're fighting against DPS, against a team with a Terizla, it's going to be difficult to try and contest the burst. Now with a Terizla and a carry, in theory, on paper, EVOS shouldn't really lose out when it comes to a front-to-front clash.
There's a lot of confidence, I believe, seeping out from Sans, going in for the Purify against Fluffy's power pick. Oh, that's a lot of damage already placed from Kyrie in the early game. Wait a minute.
Fracture Annabelle! First blood! Waiting for the energy to be used up and then punishing.
Woo. Out of nowhere, Annabelle reading out the maneuvers, reading out the movements. Just like that, small win. And in an assassin matchup, that could be deadly. Oh, mid lane though.
Earth Shatter, and then onward just used to gap close a little bit. Dreams though, still holding on to that flicker.
Wow. It's a little similar to game number 1, right? That counter-aggression play coming through, and EVOS were able to get the better out of that exchange. But the question is, what about the setup? Fluffy at level 4 already can utilize his penalty zone to get a little bit of a grasp on this neutral objective, but we'll see.
Not able to find a death as well. Come on, one. That's a penalty zone. Sans flickers into it, but Annabelle gets slain by Sans, who's still able to dish out some damage. Keyboy is the one who picks up the turtle. Clockwood stole the Primal Wrath away, but look at Fluffy, who's isolated. Keyboy flickers forward. Earth Shatter to take him down, immobilize as well. Onto Dreams, and Keyboy wants to continue this chase, but gets shooed away by Clockwood.
That was essentially a 2-4-0 trade made in by Fnatic Onyx as they were able to pick up the objective and that kill over. And that was the curious thing, right? With the fact that Fluffy was able to utilize it, but there was no follow-up with the penalty zone that he popped up in that final moment to cancel the Feather Airstrike. Arashi, what happened there?
I think it's just unfortunate for EVOS. In theory, right, the Terizla should be a direct counter to the Parsa, but now Keyboy getting jumped on.
The Fracture as well used up. Keyboy still trying to walk away, and Clockwood finds one last basic attack to finally take Keyboy down.
As I was saying though, there's burst damage available for sure, and usually when a Terizla gets onto you, there's not much you can do, but now Terizla...
Nom into the cables, a penalty zone defensively used up, but then Luke stomps on his head as he's unconscious.
Arashi, I'm sorry, my guy. I keep throwing it over to you, but every time you begin, you get interrupted, so please continue.
No, we will only accept the sorry from Fnatic Onyx.
That's true.
Yeah, they don't owe me an apology, man. Every single time I start a train of thought, it can never finish. But then again, this is the grand finals, and both these teams, again, when they do see an opportunity, they always want to play for this high-tempo style. I think EVOS have their eyes on Sans, though. Will Keyboy sniff this out? All right. Gonna be a slow situation for now, yet again. Always seems to revolve around the neutral objectives. Especially with the Assassins though, I expected a lot more ganks, a lot more burst attempts on the side laners. Especially now that Brands is on the carry. He has the tenacity and the firmness, so he's a lot tankier than CW, who went for the Master Assassin. He wants to make sure that he has dominance in this lane that will allow all these high maneuver tools from Fnatic Onyx to be funneled somewhere else. Perhaps to Lutpi, for him to be then the main frontline. They can just go for these Daytona's welcomes, and if he lands on Annabelle, it's a done deal like we saw in the previous fight.
The Primal Fracture as well. Keyboy not able to pop in the Primal Wrap, but Kyrie has rejoined the team fight. As Fluffy gets one kill, Annabelle still on the turtle, able to secure it. Backs away instantly. Meanwhile, Fluffy still trying to zone Sans. Annabelle looking for an angle. Jetson is welcome, going to be used up only towards the back. But Lippy, what happened to his HP bar? The Dino getting melted. Kyrie looking for a trade back, goes on to Annabelle. Woo, but it's forced back.
That's Lippy taken down, and the fact is, that's a trade back in.
Ooh.
Oh.
Fluffy continues this. Kyrie's got to be careful, spaces out very, very well. And in the bottom lane, it seems Dreams has been shoot away. Feather Airstrike flicker, Sans! But Dreams gets out too with his own flicker. Look at Keyboy walking around, canceling that recall. Now trying to sandwich them, conceal. They cancel their recalls, but it was all just a bait. Keyboy has delayed them, and he might just delay it again. Primal Wrath thrown away. Keyboy still trying to find this angle. Fluffy in the back goes into the penalty zone, locks Keyboy down with an Earth Shatter, used up the Primal Wrath and the flicker out. Fnatic Onyx have outplayed EVO's Glory in this bottom lane. That's another missile pull. Fluffy back, one more shot to do it, and Keyboy is still melting Clockwood 4 members who are now forced to run away.
Kyrie!
And now the Airstrike cancels it. Kai assassinates Brand. CW with a Lycan pounce takes Clockwood. Dreams the push, the pace! Fnatic Onyx, it's all on them!
The defending champions in minute number 6, they bare their teeth and they show the White Tigers what claws are really made of. A 3-4-0 trade. Meanwhile, Annabelle going to be able to get a trade in for that tower in the top side. But despite everything, it's nowhere near as dominant as what Fnatic Onyx are showing to us as we take a look at the items.
Octopus CW going with the Windtalker. Gonna go for more basic attacks for later on, but Brands, he recognizes the need for extra physical defense already with the Steel Liquid, but it doesn't matter if the fights kind of play out like this. Now with Onyx controlling, Dreams goes for Keyboy.
Only Earth Shatter connects on the 2, Fluffy goes in for the penalty zone. That's a retreat from Annabelle! A retreat and a run. Dream's gonna be melted down. Fluffy's next on the chopping block as Fnatic Onyx pop that, conceal it, go and chase. CW has a Lycan form. Kyrie goes in for the cutthroat and it's Sans who executes them. Fluffy and Dreams traded for the turtle. Fnatic Onyx want to get more. The purple buff is what they set their sights on. Predicts the dash of Annabelle and CW goes in for the Lycan pounce. My goodness!
Dominance, brilliance, intelligence, whatever thesaurus given. Not really sure which one you would like to use here, but what? Dreams? Okay, they don't find the kill. But that was a 3-4-0 trade again for Fnatic Onyx. And it's just such a shame for Annabelle because up until this point, he's always been able to farm so much quicker. He was a level ahead at some point. Now Kyrie's caught up, but he had more of a say in these neutral objectives, but it really doesn't matter. He gets the objectives, but look at how Fnatic Onyx traded back.
He was still hanging on to the gold advantage earlier, right before the whole sequence of events, even with the neutral objective. But just like that, Keyboy, man, earlier, the threat to stop the recalls on the bottom side, to buy time for Kyrie to come in and clean up. And even there, the prediction to think that Annabelle was going to try and make a play to secure his buff. This man is an absolute menace, and this just locks down Annabelle. Now, whenever he's trying to make a play, he's going to always be worrying about, where's Keyboy? What's Keyboy doing? And that few seconds of hesitation can be deadly in a game of this magnitude.
The mind games and now the damage that Sans has built for himself. That burst damage that comes out before they even go in for these team fights, they have been detrimental now. He's holding 3 items, if I'm not mistaken.
ES2 for CW. Now they're looking for the purple buff again. Feather airstrike onto the back of Flicker as well. Clock could leave like this. He's forced to pop the Primal Wrath just to survive.
Great play by Clocken, but in the end, that's still a defensive play. Despite all the aggressive tools EVOS has, Fnatic Onyx are making sure that everything needs to be popped defensively. Flocking with the Athenas, though, will be able to walk up earlier. In the previous game, he ignored the magical defense, not really caring about Sans' damage. Now it's a different story with Keyboy on the Edith. The Primal Wrath basic attacks will be something that he has to contend with if he wants to be the main frontline, to buy some time for Brands to be able to just shred someone down.
Yeah, you can't underestimate Gila Sans. There's Gila in front of his name for a reason, right? And even Clocken is now feeling that pressure. The fact that he now has to find yet another ultimate, find and close that gap, that's a big risk because of that trigger with the IMU. And if that happens, that actually can be a loophole utilized by Fnatic Onyx to go in for that pickup before they go in for this neutral objective take. And by the way, Annabelle had a level lead above of Kyrie. Now it's completely swapped. Kyrie level 14, Annabelle level 13.
Oh, the missiles catches on Fluffy. That's his welcome straight into the Feather Airstrike and the Earth Shadow. Fluffy cannot walk. He cannot do anything. A Purify from CW is now going to be Kyrie who jumps in with a cutthroat onto Annabelle, who's still able to dash away, but Kyrie continues his onslaught of damage onto Clocken, who's forced to use the Primal Wrath to escape. 1-for-1 XP for XP.
Did I see Kyrie cut through the Lord in the middle of that fight? Except like he moves in the direction of the Lord for ever so slightly in that fight instead of going for the big kills. Brands though!
The airstrike. This time Sans doesn't have the flicker, so Brands can just walk out of it.
Just 8 more seconds before that happened. But yes, in that fight, Ludwig here taking a page out of Geek Fam's book. We thought the Cho was what he was going to use in this fight against Annabelle on the Nolan, but no, he went with the Barats, and he was able to get a big pick off there, and being the main engage tool. He's a lot more impactful here compared to Fluffy, who in theory can do a lot of work with the penalty zone, showing again the potential of this Barats in the EXP lane.
Yeah, you think that the Barat is more of a passive hero, right? You just want to tank up the damage, you just want to soak in the damage. And these pilots, they say otherwise.
Another onward, and it baits out the Flicker. The main initiation tool of EVOS Glory has just been baited out.
Just like that, it's a slow game as Kyrie zooming around. Even in the macro department, for the most part, the waves are so easily controlled because this is the big benefit for the Fanny. There's a lot more mobility, whereas Annabelle, his benefit is the faster damage output, the faster burst damage that can be followed up on crowd control. But right now, he has to wait for Dreams to try and do something, and Dreams can't really find a way to get to the squishier members that can be one-shot. Dreams will be looking for someone like Kiboy, someone like Lutpi. So he's kind of locked in here. Annabelle not really having some targets and not really having any avenues to even go for a flank to try and find Sans or CW.
Again, those missiles is able to bring Fluffy in. Penalty zone cancelled out. Kyrie picks up the Lord. And Fnatic Onic, they just use that conceal as a feint.
And right now, Sans has picked up the Winter Truncheon as well. Even more safety, even more security for him. As we said, like earlier, there's going to be more damage output coming in from EVOS, but with Kiboy on the Edith, it might just even out. If he goes for the Winter, I don't think there's any chance for EVOS to really stand there and tank damage waiting for it to actually expire. Looking at the rest of the items though, Kyrie with the BOD, with the Malefic Roar, he even went with the Dreadnought Armor just in case, right? For the potential 1v1 scenario. But with that kind of mobility, with how he's been playing it, if he doesn't feel like he can win the 1v1, he just walks away. No problem at all.
As a mid laner, anyone with their right mind would go for Purify against Fluffy's Terizla, right? But not Sans. And the fact that he didn't go for Purify, the fact that he went for Flicker instead, that early Winter Truncheon does make sense because most of the time he's using this Flicker as well to gain an advantage, to gain and close that gap when he pops in that Feather Airstrike. And if he goes in for something like the Purify, honestly, it takes away from his edge. It takes away from his aggression, so it really does make sense. But now, ladies and gentlemen, most of these turrets have fallen. Kyrie already trying to go for the baits.
Oh, gets baited in by Brans though, and will have to be punished. A very rare mistake, but it happened.
That was looking so good for just a bit. But Brans there, even before the Wind of Nature, was able to actually get that kill. That was unfortunate for Fnatic Onic, but for the most part, they still have that control. And now they gotta be a bit more careful. This is where EVOS is at their comfort zone. This late game discipline style, with Brans having a lot of damage, a lot of save.
And I'm offended into the Dancer's block, penalty zone into the backline, but it doesn't find Sans. As Kiboy does the same thing in the back, but it's gonna be a Purify from Brans. Primal Rod to escape, look, he loses his life. CW with the Lycan Pound, able to get 2 immortalities, but now it's Clocker with a Primal Rod. Sans, Winter Truncheon into the Fracture doesn't have the Flicker, he's gonna be slayed by Clocker and Kiboy with the immortality. Kyrie, no purple, but Lycan Pounds! But Calvin Winata! And somehow, someway, they won that fight!
They made it a 3-4-2 trade! They made it a 3-4-2 trade! CW gonna have the space, gonna be able to take this purple buff away from Annabelle, and what looked like disaster for the defending champions has ultimately been turned around by CW, Mr. Constantly Winning.
And even by Kyrie, just came out of nowhere when EVOS thought that he was out of the equation. Now he's going back at it again. That's a lot of damage from Brans though. Fortunately for Brans, he was actually able to stay alive in that fight, even though he and CW were kind of eyeing each other out at the end of it. Now with 8 seconds to go, EVOS has yet another chance to try and go for it. Can they do so though with a 6k gold deficit?
Let's circle back on CW though, right? 4-0-5 so far on a Roger that notoriously is very reliant on the snowball, right? Would you consider Fnatic on the snowball? How far is the items looking for CW?
CW at this point is at a full inventory slot if you consider the boot as well. Here's the Rose Gold even, so he can just go in aggressively, especially with the Roger, right? A lot tankier right now. Kiboy being the gatekeeper here, is waiting for a chance, waiting for an opportunity. And this is the problem, especially for EVOS. they can't really go and shut and deny and burst someone down immediately. The card control tools don't last that long, and at this point, Keyboy and Lutpi are just a bit too tanky.
Look at that. Concealed play by EVOS Glory. But Fnatic Onic know how to play this macro. They play it slow.
It looks like Kyrie gonna utilize his high mobility on Fanny to be able to create a push in the top lane. Trying to force, oh, wait a minute.
Keyboy on Earth Shatter. Not gonna fully commit on that. Fluffy might just be assassinated, losing the HP bar down to a 4. Death as well can be committed. He's still picking and choosing who he wants to go for. He doesn't decide to go for it, and the Feather Airstrike gets used up to shoo EVOS Glory away from this mid lane.
That's a big resource spent out. Fnatic Onic, they definitely want to go for a reset here without the Feather Airstrike as well as Lutpi's ultimate. And you can see that with Kyrie constantly pushing in the top lane, they have actually forced Annabelle to deal with it. So both teams have their reasons to go in for the reset.
Surprising though, seeing that Fluffy was so far away from his teams that Fnatic Onic with their DPS output won't go for something, but CW, fortunately, wasn't really spotted right there, so there won't be big play from EVOS to secure him. On the other hand, look at Sans. Is he waiting for Annabelle to try and go for a purple buff?
Gila Sans. What is he thinking here?
It seems to be a possibility, but now he'll be backing away, going back to the Lord. With the wave pushing on the top side, this is their chance, this is their moment. Once again, the patience games continue. Whereas for Fnatic Onic and EVOS, they've both shown that they don't really panic and make a crazy move unnecessarily in these situations.
Blanco no purifying. Keyboy goes in for the onward and the Earth Shadow, but look at Brands' damage. Was able to melt one down. Keyboy forced to use the Primal Rat, loses Immortality. Lutpi has Immortality as well. Keyboy able to flicker around and pops the Conceal to disengage, but they leave Lutpi all alone. Isolated, and EVOS Glory capitalized. Now on the Lord they go. Enhanced. 17 minutes in. Fnatic Onic don't want no business. Not against this EVOS Glory lineup in the 18th minute.
That's a man advantage, and that's a neutral objective completely given to EVOS on a silver platter. Kyrie. Okay. He gets out there.
Okay, dude, we get it.
We get it. You're good on assassins, man.
I mean, we don't talk about what happened in the top lane.
What happened in the top lane?
Nothing.
Happened. Well, for EVOS right now, though, they are certainly trying to make something happen. Look at the bottom side. Kyrie is going for a push. CW adjusting his build to try and get a bit more DPS, a bit more clear. Against a full item carry, they seem to be struggling. But by the way, I believe Kyrie once again cut short of the Lord in that fight, though. That's a massive, valuable chunk of damage for Fnatic Onic. With the Lord coming in, they do have tools to clear, but they have to be careful, especially Sans, for a play from EVOS to try and shut him down.
Yeah.
And no purple buff now.
But remember, Sans just picked up the Holy Crystal, so that damage is flowing.
Now with the Lord up top. Oh! It's a good item offended, pulling Lutpi back, but he has the flicker to escape. Keyboy now holding it down. Kyrie goes up the control, does some damage. CW forced back, and Rose Gold Meter gets popped in as Kyrie goes over the blade once again onto Brands, who's still able to survive. Now Sans doing some damage back. Oh, what happened to Glockman? He got the smallish. Kai in the back with the cables once again. CW goes with the re-engage. He wants to go for the triple kill, and he gets it. Calvin Winata again and again and again.
Constantly winning. Winata, CW, what in the world? Time and time again, he is breaking boundaries. He is breaking limits, and he is breaking bones of EVOS Glory. 4 members are down. Annabelle, the only one up. There aren't necessarily minions for them to play with. But what a play from Fnatic Onic. Like, CW, that's tough enough. But with Kyrie's damage with them as well, are they going to go for the end?
I don't know. Dashing out. Oh, Keyboy! What was that? An onward up angle.
1 minion. They utilized 1 minion. The side lanes weren't even pushed. They didn't even need it. Fnatic Onic again and again and again. It's a 2-0. Now for the defending champions, the Sky Kings.
Well, if this is your first time watching MPL Indonesia World, that's Fnatic Onic. They're just that damn good. They drafted a lineup here, which I would call
one for all. They have heroes that can stand on their own for the better of the team. Against EVOS is all for one, all for brands. And Fnatic Onic just flexed all over EVOS. The longer this fight goes, the more EVOS feels that Fnatic Onic just fights better than them.
They are locked in, man. Fnatic Onic is locked in. Holy, those mechanical plays are amazing. Like each individual mechanical plays are amazing. They're so good at Mobile Legends.
I like that. They're just so good at Mobile Legends. Coach Aldo 2024.
Put that on merch at this point, right? Onic probably want to print that out because that's true. They were just better.
Even Coach Aldo's speechless. These were your kids. How did you make them like this? What did you do? What did you create?
What did you feed them?
You created a monster.
Yes. Oh my god, I'm speechless. Those mechanical plays leave me speechless. But overall for the game, I think both of teams have a very good understanding of how to win the games.
Yeah.
Both of teams needs to burst down the frontliners, the Barats, the Terizla, the Ruby, or the Edit. They need to pick up one of those heroes to win the fight. As we can see from the first turtle, even from the first turtle, I think it's Ludwig Barats eating Nolan, right? Yeah. And then they try to snowball there, and then even every objective fights, he will always try to find the Terizla, the frontliner of EVOS, and so do EVOS Glory. They also try to find the Edit and also the Barats. They try to burst the frontliner first to win the game.
Unfortunately, it just wasn't allowed, right, by Onic. Whenever there is some kind of aggressive maneuver, we only saw a single moment there where Onic really lost control and were forced to retreat all the way. And even then, we saw that EVOS were able to capitalize almost immediately, understanding that this is a great opportunity. They go for the Lord and they go for the fight. But then they forget, right, in the playoffs right now, when teams are with their backs in their base, that's where they're the most dangerous. And for Onic, with the Fanny, they can just go in and out, especially in the hands of Kyrie. We saw him burn the Wind of Nature and immediately just go to town and chase everyone down. And when you're talking about chase CW on the Roger, how fitting, right? Just chasing everyone down, hunting them, and just sealing the deal.
And it almost seems like, for Kyrie at least, right, it was just him dying out of formality. He's like, please don't ban the Fanny next year. Look at me, I'm not perfect. Look, I can dive and make mistakes, you know? Don't ban it away. And then he decides to defend like that again with no purple buff. And then Calvin went out of... Dude, CW has been snubbed out of all the categories so many times. This guy is so underrated, and I can't believe he's still underrated. I can't believe we have to say this for 4 or 5 seasons in a row.
Don't sleep on CW, man. It's not like that. There's a lot of highlights there for Kyrie. There's equally a lot of highlights there for CW. And that's why he's the MVP of the game.
Finally, he gets the recognition he deserves, right? Ladies and gentlemen, the player of the game presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 series. 707 KDA. You know, like, again, I keep saying this. I've said this over and over throughout this regular season. A lot of people have said that he is the weakest link for many seasons in a row, right?
8, 9, 10.
And this season, exactly, right? But here in season 13, he's developed so much. He's no longer the weak side gold laner. If you want to give him a hero like the Roger who needs to carry from the early game, he can do it. He can snowball, he can carry on those fights. He's... How?
Yeah, he's Mr. Underrated. He's very, very, so good. I mean, during my time in Onic, I thought CW is very good. But seeing him now and evolve like this, oh my god, he's always been evolving every season. And in this season, season 13, he shows a different side of him. The Brody pick, the Roger pick, the early game marksman that he needs to fight early without even having to finish 3 items. And he can do it. He's an amazing player.
What was it? Was it like a mental thing that you kind of needed polish? Or what was going on with CW? How did he develop so quickly?
I think he have that mentality of like always trying to learn, always trying to want to improve. And that's the main quality of being a very good pro player.
For sure. I mean, if you're improving again and again, eventually you end up being a monster like this. And I think the same thing can be said about Onic throughout the seasons. Even though they've been winning and they've been dominant, you see that they are still finding ways to improve, to be creative, to try and find a whole different mindset in trying to attain that victory.
Yeah. Looking back into game number 1, that felt like a good lesson of how to trade in Mobile Legends Bang Bang all throughout the map. Trading for the objectives, the turtles, the lords, and the towers. This was just game number 2 was a lesson on how to trade in team fighting. How well you can maximize your abilities at the right time. CW was the MVP because he knew, all right, we have a Fanny here that can burst either before or after. So it's all on me as this Roger to be able to maximize my Lycan pounds, my wolf form, and my human form to poke and then eventually slash in.
There's that moment here in the end sequence where Kyrie, again, Grant, with all his finesse, with all his nerves of steel, he can't help but use that wind of nature. And once they're on the back foot, we said it already. Onyx can start the fight with anyone, with Sans, with G-Boy, with Lutpi, and when EVOS is on the back foot, it's just a different story, man. That play was disgusting.
It was 1 minion, by the way.
What is that? That's an off angle onward, man. That's like...
I have a name for that. In the Philippines, Gene Faldas came up with a call called Sidestep Numenon Blast. That was a sidestep onward. That was a sidestep. Or crossover onward.
Oh my goodness. I saw an Onyx fan randomly just walk up to us and
absolutely no idea who that was.
Point out 4-0.
Who was
The
that?
audacity.
It looked like his name starts with a G.
It ends with Oni.
Oh my god, no way.
Lonnie?
Yeah, because the G silent. Yeah.
Yeah?
Jeez.
I don't judge.
Yeah.
20 minutes.
I mean, Goni has always been a silent G, especially with about Onyx.
No,
he has never boasted about his team's performance. He
No.
has never said that Onyx is the best.
That's
He
the
has
biggest
never
lie.
claimed that they are already looking past the playoffs and already looking at a 4-0.
Lies.
Never quote unquote.
Lies. But again, 20 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, in game number 2 of this grand finals.
And honestly, like, we were talking about CW so much during the highlights, before the highlights. At this point, let's double down on that, right? Because I remember M4, we were talking about season 8, 9, 10, him being the weakest link, and M4, I think that was where he was exposed the most.
Yes.
I remember talking to Aldo as well, and I think everybody kind of agreed, right? CW was underperforming at M4. He was not doing well. He was borderline doing bad. Yet he stayed. Yet with all the doubts, even, there were rumors Sans was going to go to gold, they were going to get a new mid laner, stuff like that. He continuously just performs, and what is it with this kid, man?
When you're on the ground, the only way is up, man.
Ooh.
That's true.
And I think he has that mentality, that kind of mentality. I mean, during this series, he still have 0 deaths, right?
Yep.
0 deaths, and
707.
I think maybe with the addition of Coach Adi too, right? Because he coached Skylar, you know how good Skylar is in RRQ, and then he coached CW now, and maybe he gets some of that knowledge, that skills,
That's actually really cool, right? Because Skylar, if you remember the timing of when, Skylar got good. Season 7, he was bashed for being bad. That was his lowest point. Season 8 and then 9, Achil joined back 8. And then he became a monster. This guy maybe makes gold lanes monsters. I don't know.
Coincidence? I think not.
Like a gold laner factory here. Just pumping them out as good as they come. 700, almost 700 gold per minute there on the Roger, right? He wasn't supposed to be hardcore farming, but it made it seem like that was the case. And again, the mobility, right? We saw that EVOS likes playing around with it. You can say the same thing for Onyx. And when you give them like a Fanny, right? When you can just go around and just be everywhere at once. You saw that he was out of the fight and they were going to go for a fight with a man advantage. Then Kyrie comes in and it's just the end of the story.
Honestly, it's been 2 games in a row, right? 2 games in a row, they've left CW untouched. They have absolutely made no way possible for CW to be punished. And it felt like Kyrie picking up the Fanny. Like, even we were like shouting like, oh my god, it's Kyrie on the Fanny. It's such a good distraction as well.
Yeah.
What do you think about this?
I mean, they let that through. They knew that Fanny was gonna happen. They picked Assassin plus the Terizla, the Nolan and the Terizla, and picked 2 and 3. That's them telling Onyx, all right, we know the Fanny's open for you. This is gonna be like our response for it. So they wanted well, I'm not saying that EVOS wanted to lose and that's why this happened, but they wanted to play into that, and what just happened was Onyx with a lineup that would be better for the longer team fights, because again, they have so many tools for engaging and fighting. For the side of EVOS Glory, where it's, once Nolan uses that fracture, pretty much done. You're just dashing and just trying to fight. That Fanny, after the cutthroat, you still have, if you still have some energy on you, you can still go around and still be able to deal some damage.
What I can add for that, during the first 3 draft, okay, Onyx and EVOS is equal, but that Edith pick is a nail in the coffin. Because why? Because Onyx knows they can pick Ruby, right? They can also pick Ruby, but they know Edith is much better than Ruby in terms of matchup, and that forces EVOS to pick some stopper for the Fanny. Is it either Franco or Ruby? And all that hero gets somehow countered by Edith. So the Edith pick is like nail in the coffin for that game number 2.
You know what's the nail in the coffin too?
What?
Kadia.
Kadia?
Kadia is a nail in the coffin if you guys want to maximize your Discord, right? What are you doing? Join our Discord by clicking the link below or scanning the QR code over here, ladies and gentlemen.
The Samsung phone.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I thought I lost it.
No, dude, you just placed it there. You did it.
It wasn't there,
on,
guys.
Come
He's
on,
lying.
Cut it, turn on some stack.
It wasn't there,
It's
right?
Eterna.
Yeah, totally was
It
not
wasn't there.
Yeah, okay, sure.
Just Eterna thing.
I guess so. But if you guys want to, maybe I'll remind you guys too. Maybe you left your phone just next to you and you guys can scan the QR code with the camera on your beautiful S24.
I forgot.
Or you
What am I doing? I already joined. What am I doing?
You forgot your phone was
What are you
there.
doing?
You forgot that you already joined.
I mean, watching a game like that from Fnatic Onyx, you know, people lose their minds a bit, man.
Mind-blowing.
Especially when you're watching on a mind-blowing screen.
Mind-blowing screen? Mm-hmm. What kind of screen is that?
Well,
Samsung TV. Having an intense gaming session but experiencing constant lag? Mobile gaming is better on TV. Win any game with the FreeSync Premium Pro and Motion Accelerator Turbo Pro from Neo QLED, making movements smoother and preventing stuttering. Experience more in gaming with the Samsung TV. Ladies and gentlemen, get your hands on it ASAP. What TV do you use?
I wish I had a living room to place my TV in. But if I had a living room, then I'd get myself a Samsung TV.
you don't even need a living room technically, right? You could put it in your bedroom.
You can put it on your bed.
You could put it on, yeah?
What's
Put
a
it on your
bed?
ceiling.
What's a bed?
Wait,
I'm concerned here. Wait, yo, what's going on in the Philippines with you,
Are
man?
you okay?
Is he okay?
Why are you smiling, but why are I saying pain?
Coach, help, what?
Why do you think I paid for my own flight to go here?
Coach, you gotta help him, man. You give him some life advice, man.
Remember, when you're at the ground, the only way is up.
Beautiful.
I will remember
Beautiful.
that. Thank you.
That was a golden moment. And that brings us to UBS Gold. Get it now. Only 150 pieces are available of the limited edition Vendetta, Electo, Katana, and Mythic Warrior rings. A collaboration between UBS Gold and Mobile Legends Bang Bang MPL ID Season 13. It's available at the venue, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to, take a look at it before you go and purchase it. Even though you will, definitely. Or you guys can also check it online at ubslifestyle.com and UBS Lifestyle e-commerce.
You know,
it's limited.
Yeah, it's limited. It's limited. Only 150 pieces. And Moreno got one.
So it's 149.
He won the most improved player, and that was by UBS Gold. And he opened it in front of me. He was flexing it.
What's in it? What's in it? What's in it?
The katana. The katana.
Like it's a literal katana?
Yeah. No, I mean not the. It's a
big.
necklace. It's like small.
But you can still hurt someone with it, right?
Why do you want to know?
Yeah, exactly.
I was asking for a friend.
Sure. Who's your friend? Is it Bude and Monica?
What are friends?
I don't
Are the
kiss and
girls
tell.
just
Wait,
Violet
that's
here in
that's
MLBB?
not what I meant. What?
No?
What? Bude Clark Mongstar? Let's take it away. I can't tell who it is.
Ya, kok seperti 2 season lalu ya, di mana Onyx memulai dengan cukup kuat. Namun bedanya kali ini benar-benar EVOS nyaris menang terus.
Yes, Bude, yang mana kita bakalan melihat apakah season 11 akan terulang kembali ataukah sebaliknya. Yang mana EVOS Glory akan membalaskan dendam ketika harus menjadi runner up pada season 11.
Betul, tapi kalau ngelihat 2 game awal, kayaknya bisa game ketiga ini mungkin dikejar. Banyak sekali kemungkinan yang bisa terjadi, namun tidak menutup kemungkinan dominasi dari Onyx juga masih akan ditunjukkan di babak grand final ini.
Wow, ini bakalan sangat seru, tapi tentunya seperti biasa Monica dan juga Bude Clara mau kali ini mengajak keseruan ini bersama-sama juga dengan seluruh super fans di sini. Ada yang mau skin gratis super fans?
Semuanya mau, Bude aja mau Monik.
Monica juga mau Bude, gimana caranya?
Caranya gampang banget. Di Kidia Play kita akan memainkan, ini adalah Johnson Race terakhir karena ini adalah final day. Tentu saja lawannya adalah perwakilan dari MPL dan lawannya adalah perwakilan dari audience. Mereka akan berusaha untuk memenangkan satu match ini dengan berputar-putar-putar 3 kali saja. Kalau dari perwakilan audience menang, skin akan dibagikan.
Wow, dan ini akan dibagikan gratis untuk seluruh yang ada di Velodrome Jakarta. Jadi ini beban berat nih untuk audiensnya, harus menang ya.
Oh, kita udah bisa dibilang ada menang, ada kalah. Tapi kalau kali ini berbeda, kita akan mengundang satu orang yang spesial juga untuk hari ini. Perwakilan dari MPL untuk mewakili kita semua, untuk menantang audiens. Kita akan sambut bersama-sama. Inilah dia perwakilan dari MPL. The Johnson itself. Brum 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 brum. Choji. Dan dia adalah ninja yang sulap. Brem brem. Brem brem dulu nggak? Nah, mirip kan Monik? Ini jagoan kita hari ini.
Jagoan kita ya, tapi tentunya Bude, ini Choji udah siap untuk menantang. Tapi yang ditantang ini siapa Choji audiensnya? Karena biar kayaknya ya kan ke Bude Clara ngomongnya ini The Johnson itself. Berarti kayaknya hebat nih Choji pakai Johnson. Langsung aja Johnson itself langsung milih.
Boleh.
Kenapa Bude, kenapa?
Iya boleh, mungkin
Boleh
wajah
ya?
yang kamu pernah lihat pada saat nge-cast di MPL atau...
Nah ini nih, boleh deh, paling tinggi tangannya keluar, ayo. Ayo. Sini. Jatuh tuh, awas.
Pentungannya.
Renungannya.
Lendungannya. Halo, siapa namanya?
Cesar.
Cesar. Dari mana Cesar?
Dari Cikarang.
Dari Cikarang, tetangga.
Pas Choji nantang, langsung tuh angkat tangannya paling tinggi.
Sangat pede karena bapak saya supir.
Oh, wow.
Genetik Bude, di DNA-nya ada.
Sudah ada DNA. Kamu melawan dia, beranikah?
Berani dong Bude, kenapa nggak berani?
Kamu berani ngelawan Choji?
Berani kalau nggak berantem ya. Oh, enggak. Kita tip yang di in game aja.
Oke, kita akan kasih tahu ya rule untuk kalian dan ini adalah mapnya, rutenya, semuanya. Mari kita tampilkan bersama. Dimulai dari mid lane, itu adalah start pointnya, lalu menuju ke arah bawah, lalu naik ke arah, lalu ke base kalian belok, dan berputar. Pokoknya total 3 lap.
Jadi 3 lap pertama langsung menang ya. Dan tentunya ini beban berat untuk audiens, ada Cesar ya. Karena kalau Cesar menang 3 lap langsung nih skin gratis untuk seluruh yang ada di Velodrome Jakarta.
Benar. Choji mewakili MPL. Semangat Choji. Coba ada yang mau nyemangatin Choji nggak? Semangatin Choji dong. Tapi kalau kalian semangatin Choji nggak dapat skin, ulang berarti. Mau yang semangatin Cesar siapa nih? Oke, kita akan menyemangati bersama dan countdown untuk dimulainya race terakhir dari Johnson Race. Kita hitung mundur dari 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, start! Udah langsung ngegas aja bang.
Langsung nih.
Gas dong.
Wah, recall dari Choji apa tuh?
Recall aja, nggak apa-apa. Kita main nyantai aja. Yang penting apa? Yang penting have fun. Putar dulu sekali turtle-nya kan. Set. Iya, itu dia. Nggak apa-apa, kita relax aja.
Nabrak nggak apa-apa, karena kalau nabrak
adalah laki-laki. Kita harus menabrak perempuan.
Loh, itu masalahnya nabrak turret tadi, nabrak turret. Kalau Choji biasanya bikin kecil tapi penting. KTP-nya dari Johnson apa?
KTP-nya dari Johnson simple, kalau misalkan dari base langsung ulti, putar dulu base-nya 5 detik, putar abis itu kelihatan di map.
Oh gitu ya?
Oke.
Itu kalau buat main beneran ya? Kalau buat sekarang?
Betul, kalau buat sekarang fokus. Fokus aja.
Oh, dua-duanya udah satu lap nih. Ayo,
Sama-sama
tinggal 2
satu lap ya. 2 lap lagi.
Ada apa bang?
Grogi.
Tuh, grogi loh audiensnya sama Choji.
Putar lagi.
Kamu pro player bukan?
Bukan.
Terus kamu apa?
Biar makin menarik. Set.
Saya lagi grogi.
Saya grogi.
Loh, ini Choji ada apa nih muter-muterin base?
Nungguin dia dulu. Oke, lanjut lagi.
Dian.
Kayaknya
Biar gak
Choji
kelihatan di map ya?
Oh iya itu tuh ya.
Bener sih gak kelihatan ya.
Tapi kan ini adu cepat Choji.
Kamu
tuh
tadi di
nggak-
situ.
Ah.
Kita ada yang naruh dinding di situ tadi ya.
Jangan bertengkar, fokus ini demi skin untuk semua pengunjung MPL. Semangat!
Dan sama-sama Bude, ini dua-duanya udah lengkap 2 lap. Jadi ini final lap terakhir yang akan menentukan siapa yang akan menang.
Siapa nih? Ayo dong tepuk tangan buat Cesar! Cesar, ayo demi skin gratis. Dan akhirnya Cesar mendapatkan kemenangan di ketiga lapnya. Finish!
Congratulations!
Udah ini ya?
Udah
sampai 100 lap. Nah,
Boleh.
jangan, kita mau grand final masalahnya. Tapi gimana? Kamu berhasil sebagai perwakilan dari audiens, kamu bisa membantu mereka mendapatkan kode untuk skin gratis. Ada yang mau kamu sampaikan untuk mungkin MPL dan juga seluruh audiens?
Saya menyampaikan salam buat EVOS fans yang selalu mendukung. Kita doakan semoga EVOS memberikan hasil terbaik dan nanti di Riyadh kita Indonesia bisa membawa pulang piala MSC.
Wow,
Tapi enjoy the skin.
Enjoy, cuman agak getar dikit.
Silakan semuanya bisa redeem. Keluarkan smartphone kalian, keluarkan Samsung kalian. Langsung aja kalian redeem kodenya ini. Segera semuanya bisa. Bude yakin di sini nggak ada yang dapat.
Nggak ada yang nggak kebagian ya. Jadi semua kebagian langsung aja di redeem. Tapi sembari super fans di sini nge-redeem, tadi kayaknya ada yang pas awal mulai matchnya kayaknya pede banget. Tapi ternyata
Kenapa? Gimana ya, tadi sebenarnya nggak tahu ya kenapa ya. Cuman emang tadi tiba-tiba dinding muncul. Itu pertama ya. Yang kedua tadi emang sebenarnya kan kita kan di sini kan untuk membagikan informasi ya. Membagikan informasi untuk bisa membuat Johnson tidak kelihatan di map selama 5 detik pertama setelah naik mobil ya.
Sudah.
Cuma jadinya ya gitulah.
Sudah, Anda kalah, diterima saja. Toss aja, good game, well play.
Yay, thank you.
Thank you Choji dan juga Cesar, thank you.
Ih, luar biasa sekali akhirnya skin gratis dibagikan oleh seluruh super fans yang ada di Velodrome Jakarta pada hari terakhir babak playoff kali ini by Kidia Play Johnson Race.
Betul, banyak sekali hari ini kabar gembira yang ingin kita sampaikan ke kalian. Tadi udah skin gratis, sekarang ada yang juga spesial.
Betul sekali, karena siap-siap kita perlu memberikan apresiasi. Kita patut berbangga karena MPL Indonesia Season 13 telah mencapai 100 juta watch hours. Wow! Dan ini yang paling penting, ini kita udah dapetin selama 2 season berturut-turut. Ini luar biasa sekali dan tentunya ini bisa tercapai atas dukungan dari semua pihak, khususnya juga dari super fans yang ada di sini. Mana tepuk tangannya?
Dan Budi juga mau shout out semua yang lagi nobar di luar sana di MPL Festival yang keren banget, rame banget. Dan juga yang lagi pada nobar, mungkin ada di luar kota, yang jauh, bahkan di luar negeri. Semuanya nobar berkumpul bersama untuk menjadi saksi siapakah yang akan menjadi juara di season ini. Season ini kita mengadakan grand final, mengadakan playoff di Jakarta dengan sangat meriah, dengan semua dukungan, bahkan datang dari berbagai kota untuk berkumpul di ibu kota.
Betul sekali, selama berseason-season kebanyakan kita berada di ibu kota bersama-sama berkumpul. Malahan kemarin-kemarin ada yang dari Palembang, ada yang dari mungkin dari jauh-jauh juga ya berkumpul di sini.
Dari Purwokerto, anak-anak,
ada yang dari Manado. Nah, tapi ada yang penting juga nih Bude untuk kita sampaikan. Kalau biasanya spesial ya, kalau biasanya kita di Jakarta.
Next season kita bakal langsung umumin. Ini jarang banget terjadi. Ini spesial untuk next season. Cluenya aya naon. Season 14 playoff akan diadakan di Bandung.
Wow. Jadi langsung dicatat, disiap-siapin di season depan. Kita akan sama-sama berkumpul di Bandung untuk melihat siapakah yang akan menjadi Raja Galaksi di season 14.
Iya, ini akan menjadi kota terbaru teranyar pula. Dan tentu saja antusiasmenya Bude yakin pasti sangat besar juga.
Betul sekali, ini juga menunjukkan bahwa memang MPL Indonesia ini bisa mencakup seluruh daerah di Indonesia, bahkan mungkin nanti seluruh internasional sampai sekarang juga yang ikut menonton melalui live streaming dan lain-lainnya.
Jadi ini akang-akang semuanya lagi yang pada lagi nobar, kasih tahu semuanya kalau Bandung akan menjadi the next destination untuk playoff season 14.
Betul sekali. Tapi Bude, itu kan playoff season 14. Kita saat ini masih berada di season 13, belum kelar, kita belum tahu siapa yang akan menjadi Raja Galaksi pada season 13 kali ini.
Akankah Fnatic Onyx?
Ataukah EVOS Glory?
Semuanya hanya bisa dibuktikan di Land of Down. Jadi langsung saja kita lanjutkan ke game yang ketiga.
Zero, ladies and gentlemen, in the grand finals of MPL ID Season 13. Fnatic Onyx are leading and they're trying to protect their throne. And they have been doing it phenomenally against all statistics, against all data. We were talking so much about the blue side and the red side, and apparently for Fnatic Onyx, it don't matter.
Yep, just doesn't apply. Game number 1, a little bit closer. They showed them, all right, this draft is going to be a little bit better. Game number 2 was like, no, we just play better than you.
What's going on?
I mean, if you pick second pick, it's it's a versatility. You don't need to respect Ben that much because you just need to ban Harit and then 2 other, maybe Chip and Moskov, right, for EVOS. And that's why I was telling that Onyx doesn't really have much respect EVOS heroes because they pick second pick, right? And EVOS themselves will not pick second pick because they are afraid of Onyx pick. They have a lot of so much respect bands, man. The Kadida, the Angela, the Luoyi, maybe even the Chip, or maybe Valentina, so much.
Stop talking about chips. Stop talking about chips because it's making me hungry, man.
Really?
Like,
Did you just eat
and
earlier?
it's a best of 7 series. Yes, I did.
You want to eat again?
I think I need some snacks.
Well, you can, right? But you have to be careful not to spend too much money.
Okay,
and I think if you use the vouchers that GoPay gives you, then you can save a lot of money while also spending. Because if you scan the QR code right now, Eterna, where's your Samsung phone? Here you go.
I keep losing
Why
it.
is it
I keep
here
losing
now?
it. I don't.
Yeah.
Arashi, stop stealing it.
Oh my God, Arashi!
What's wrong with you?
Well, it's okay if Arashi steals it because you probably have made enough GoPay coins from the cashbacks to get yourself a new S24. Download the new GoPay app packed with powerful features now. You can purchase new skins and top up your diamonds using GoPay for exclusive cashbacks up to, guess what, 20,000 IDR, bro. And enjoy 100 times transfers to anywhere you want for free. Get the cheapest prices when buying phone credits and scan any Curious with GoPay app and receive instant cashback.
What do you guys want? Takoyaki, martabak? What are we feeling? Sushi?
I've had enough of martabak, you know?
Martabak, no martabak?
Yeah.
You want martabak?
Arashi has had too much martabak this season, especially.
You know.
He even got 2 Filipinos who love martabak.
Yeah, it didn't
too.
help him too much in the playoffs.
Hey,
Oh, we're going there.
why would you go there?
He's crying. Good thing we're not showing caster cams right now. There's a tear falling down Arashi's
crying, man.
face.
It's okay. It's okay. That happened like 4 days ago, man. These are manly tears.
See, Annabelle's even making fun of you right now.
Oh!
Like, cry, Arashi.
Wow. That's why they're gonna lose.
Cry, Arashi.
Oh my
God.
Beef up in here.
All right. I mean, it's been true, right? 3 of Annabelle's assassin heroes have been crushed by Kyrie so far. So what is his next hero that he needs to bring out, right? Because the Ling lost earlier on in the upper bracket finals, and then he took out the Lancelot today, and then the Nolan, and oh god.
Yeah, interestingly enough, it's one of those cases where, okay, if your best assassins are getting taken out, heroes that really are forcing you to play high mechanics, play around that, you're just gonna have to go back to, if you're comfortable with the Freds, the Bakshas, sorry, this is the Filipino in me, the Freds, the Bakshas, the Barretts in the jungle, put that in there, and then just start building something from there instead of asking your young jungler to go toe-to-toe in assassin gameplay up against Kyrie. Start with the basics first, start with the same picks, and then rebuild his confidence up. I like this Lancelot in game number 1, very confident.
But again, you will not be happy using an assassin against Fnatic Onyx. You will not be happy for sure.
Yep.
Okay, still first pick for EVOS.
I mean, like you said, right, Coach, too expensive to give away that blue side to Fnatic Onyx. Fnatic Onyx don't care about EVOS picks, it seems. And for EVOS, they care too much about Fnatic Onyx pick, and they go for we're getting game 3, game 1 and 2 all over again. Valentina first pick. Farsa, Roger, they don't change.
Same.
Wait, for Onyx, there's no real reason to change. Just keep going at it. And it always feels like for Onyx, they have something up their sleeves. Even when their opponents do get an edge, it feels like they kind of know what to do, and it's only about a matter of time before they kind of decode that puzzle. And that's the crazy part about Fnatic Onyx. Sometimes the drafts are almost secondary compared to the actual game plan and actual execution that the coaching staff has prepared for them. Now with EVOS picking up the Charisma and the carry again, are you both really thinking like we want to play the same exact game but win this time?
Well, they changed their priorities. Earlier was a Terizla Nolan, now it's a Terizla carry. So if this is somehow EVOS telling Fnatic Onyx, hey, bring up the assassin again, it's open for Kyrie if you want it, but Fred's open, it's going to be a little bit safer, then you don't have to go assassin versus assassin in the matchup, which Fnatic Onyx showed. They're still okay with. Weirdly enough, that might actually be in the long run a little bit better for EVOS because they're not going up against the assassins of Fnatic Onyx.
It's going to be Fredrin. And I think that's the benefit of the second pick. Again, they have so much flexibility. They know they can dictate what they want to play and also what the opponent needs to play. And for sure, Onyx will ban out Nolan and Alpha. Or maybe Nolan and Lancelot, but let's see.
Oh, so you want to leave the Alpha open?
Well, for me, I think so.
I think so, because maybe they have something up their sleeves.
Right. I mean, the fact that they went for the Fredrin and they banned with the Nolan, we were talking about this earlier, Coach Aldo. It seems like for Fnatic Onyx, you're still willing to use that Fredrin as a bit of a bait pick and put it in the EXP lane or something. That's something that a lot of teams have already stopped doing a long time back. Do you think Onyx can still pull it off?
I think if the assassin pick will benefit them, I think they will do it. But if they're looking for a good matchup for Ludwig or Keyboy in the XP lane. So yeah, let's see. Maybe for this, I think they're gonna pick another flex pick for either Keyboy or Ludwig, or even either both the XP or the roamer.
I'm thinking now, it's like EVOS for 3 straight games, they've been going to the second phase, taking out picks so that Fluffy has a little bit more comfortable matchup. And then they keep dumping the Terizla on him. I mean, Terizla's a great lane holder, yeah, if you can snowball, it's great. But I imagined, I thought EVOS would want to go for the Yuzongs of the world, even the first phase X-Borgs, that kind of heroes. So, oh man.
Well, we're all, thinking right now, but Colis is also thinking about something. Discipline is the key for EVOS to win. Have they been lacking discipline, Reptar, in game number 1 and game number 2? Is that the problem?
To go a little bit with my point now, EVOS, you're seeing them trying to be disciplined. Game number 1, discipline. Game 2, Fnatic Onyx just played better.
I don't like how they're being too disciplined. I made the point earlier about how Lutfi needs a little bit more of that egotistical playstyle. While we're not seeing a lot of ego from Fluffy. Fluffy's playing a little bit more utility type of an EXP laner. But now here's some ego from EVOS. They pick up the lane.
I think why Fluffy gets the Terizla pick because they want to enable NFL so that he can pick the damage jungler, maybe the Alpha or maybe the Ling or the Assassins. But I think I like a Paquito pick for this, for Mr. Lutfi himself, for the last pick for Onyx. Because, yeah, it has a good matchup against Ling in the early phase to the mid game. But let's see where it's going.
Let's see, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, okay.
It's not the Paquito.
Oh, man.
But it's the Masha.
Something new, something new.
Oh, no.
Yikes.
This is Masha EXP, right?
Yeah,
it's not on keyboard.
Yeah,
I think so.
Because they already have a very strong trio mid, right? Fredrin, Arlott, Farsha. Maybe they think that they need more damage for the late game. They also have Roger for the early game to mid game, and they need something to match up with the Ling for the late game. And Masha is a very, very good pick if she can survive the early game.
Oh man, especially with the carry, with the Valentina, vulnerable members around, and even the Ling. If we thought that the Ling was going to be just unmatched in a 1v1, now with the Masha in the picture, that's absolutely not the case. So our EVOS, there's going to be a lot more urgency for them right here to try and shut down at least one of the laners of Onyx in order to actually have some kind of chance in the mid game, because otherwise Onyx is going to take this game and run with it.
We're heading to championship point, ladies and gentlemen. We are one game away if Fnatic Onyx can continue this win streak. Welcome to game number 3 of the grand finals between EVOS Glory and Fnatic Onyx as we jump into the land of Dawn.
This was a signature pick back for Onyx, by the way. Back in the Aldo days, back in the Boots days, if you know, you know. Boots was always given the Masha, and he was always able to perform on the Masha. And now the new gen, Lutfi, will try to do the same.
A very poetic situation indeed. Taking a look at the emblems though, Brand with the Quantum Charge is going to be jumped on by Kibo here. You can bet he's going to have some kind of defensive emblem setups, because otherwise that's a bold move to be doing, especially with how CW have been performing. But if you take a look at the emblems, it's Master Assassin from Brand. No tenacity. So he's going to sacrifice some of that tankiness, some of that safety to try and get a bit more to say in the laning phase. Look at the rest of the emblems by GamesMax, CW with the throw as well, trying to match him there. Keyboy trying to be as aggressive as possible, and Lutfi talking about that late game, going with the weapon mastery. He is going to be an absolute menace the longer this game goes. And even at 1 or 2 items, we've seen Masha just completely take over, especially when they're damaging the squishier heroes. Now with the weapon mastery, it might be even more possible, but maybe the early game is where EVOS really want to bank on this.
That's what we're expecting, right? That's what we're expecting in the later stages of the game with, of course, the options of emblems that Lutfi has utilized. But Reptop made it clear for us earlier on that this is Lutfi's debut pick on the Masha. He hasn't used it so far, not in the regular season, not in the playoffs. So it's another hidden strat, but we'll see how he performs on it.
Good poke. But my question is, why Master... Oh, wait a minute, Dreams gets poked as well and is forced back. Right as the turtle spawns, Kyrie already invading Arashi. Most Mashas, all Mashas so far have gone Master Assassin. This is the first weapon mastery Masha.
Might be just a difference in ideas, right? Maybe he's trying to play for weak side. He knows there won't be a lot of brawling in his lane when Fnatic Onyx goes for that gold lane. So if he goes for aggressive stats, yes, he may be able to pull off some kind of outplay, some kind of 1v1. But against a Terizla, the chances are it's going to be a bit less. Clocking right now gets jumped on by Keyboy.
Very, very low, forced to flicker out. Better airstrike coming down. First blood by Annabelle. And now Appraiser's breath. Annabelle still able to steal it as well. Kyrie gonna miss out on that retreat battle. But he gets chained CC. That penalty zone was perfect from Fluffy.
A perfect poster as well to set up this game. Ladies and gentlemen, the Ling coming up as one of Annabelle's secret hidden weapons. It was taken out by Fnatic Onyx in the final upper brackets, but here he shines. 1-0-1 so far, going to be able to pick up that neutral objective as well. The rising star from EVOS Glory.
We're seeing a huge swing here in the meta where Assassins now can really try and match some of these fighters in the first turtle. for the longest time, it's always about letting go for the first few objectives and then going for the next objectives when you have some more items, when you have some more combos available. But I guess for EVOS, like we said in game number 2, with the penalty zone, with the Minion and Fury, there's always a chance for Annabelle to just come in right here. And in contrast to the previous game, he has an invulnerability window here with the Tempest of Blades. So that, in combination with the Minion and Fury, can almost guarantee a mutual objective take.
So are we saying this is the calm before the storm? Are we expecting a better mid-game composition from Fnatic Onic?
I believe in the mid-game, they're definitely going to turn up the aggression. And we saw earlier, they know how to deal with big team-fight combo compositions. Especially with the Masha later on, they have an option here to go full on split push. And even if you take out a Masha with 2 or 3 members, from the patterns, from the way we've seen things, that Masha can absolutely trade 1-for-1 at least.
Final splash though, bringing Dreams back for the airstrike right on him, forcing him to flicker out to safety. What a roam by Sans, and CW still zoning Brands.
Meanwhile, we saw earlier on that Annabelle first item, the Haas Claws. What's the game plan?
You've seen the Lings go with the Haas Claws, with the Berserker's Fury. A little burst damage, a lot of crit, but also a lot of sustainability in the middle of a fight. So it's a double benefit type of itemization. So right now, especially in the early game, that still is going to be a big factor. It's going to allow him to actually heal up in the jungle as well, in between big engagements. The longer the game goes though, he might be bursted down faster than he can actually heal up.
Now Kyrie sets up for the turtle, starts it, resets it quick. Both teams very hesitant to go for the turtle, and this actually is an advantage to EVO's Glory. Ling, Annabelle constantly utilizing this time to rotate and go for that level lead. 2 levels ahead now, jumping on the keyboard with a pinch poise. And Keyboy might just be slain, goes for the final slash, not able to connect with the Thunderclap by Lupe! Block will be taken out, Annabelle unable to chase Keyboy down, wow! Fnatic Onic prevail in a chaotic duel! If the airstrike once again going to be used up as a Temple of Blades, by Annabelle won't really be able to threaten anyone. FNOC just keep on going straight! What is the threat of EVO's Glory? EVO's threw everything at them and they just took it.
What? Annabelle was 2 levels ahead.
It doesn't even matter, man. They just stand there, unfazed. Fnatic Onic, it's almost like with all these adversities posed towards them, they just can't relate. They pull away Annabelle, distracting him. They get a pick off using Ludpi, and in the midst of all the chaos, they still had their eyes on the turtle. Multi-layered strategies, as always, from Fnatic Onic, and EVOs are just bewildered.
And we talked about it earlier on, right? The fact that Ludpi is on his debut pick, Masha. And that is what he does on it, 2-0-0. The fact that he was able to get that damage over just really helped Fnatic Onic secure that second turtle, sorry. Game fact, by GoPay, Roger became the most picked hero in the gold lane throughout MPL ID's Season 13 playoffs with 20 picks and 0 bans. So far, CW has picked it up once again, and nobody has been able to punish him for it. Still at 0-0. Will this be the same story that we saw in the last game?
I mean, in general, it's hard to punish Roger, but Annabelle now under the turret. Happy feet, sliding away from the danger. Sans, whoa.
He's going for the chase?
What?
On the wings by Wings, gets caught by Fluffy on those hammers, but he has Bloodwing, so he's just gonna try to sidestep, and he just walks out of that initiation. Final slash, we can Dreams back onto Kyrie. Continues this. He wanted to go for the invade, but now he decides, nah, never mind. We'll just retreat.
Look at the itemization. Kyrie went straight for the blade armor, so already initially, they understand that this composition from EVOS rely heavily on that backline, on Brands, as always with EVOS. So now with the Masha able to just threaten the Ling away potentially, all Kyrie really has to worry about is that DPS coming in from the carry. So it's almost like what Annabelle was doing in the previous game. It's itemizing for all the physical defense, and he can really neglect to itemize for magical defense.
On the final smash, intermission, Fury penalty zone to the backline, able to find Sans, but he flickers out to safety with Wings by Wings, a Prager's Wrap. Kyrie with the Red Sheep battle now, and he finds it, able to dash out to safety, finds the airstrike stolen away. Fluffy gets that last shot to take him down, but Keyboy continues this
Chase with a vengeance. Top of the blades to the back line. CW still trying to survive. Lycan pounce to dodge away from the Divine Blades. My goodness, Annabelle continues. This Sans gets the Blood Wings back up. Gets a stun as well, but CW is unable to tap on that Lycan pounce fast enough. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Lutpi almost taking Brands out.
So that's a neutral objective trade over Kyrie as well as Keyboy, and EVOS are able to pick a turret in the top lane. It looks like Brands is eyeing for this mid lane turret, but CW and Kyrie is there.
It's a bit of a trade-off, but for Fnatic Onyx, it definitely isn't ideal, but it's better than nothing. Looking at the gold advantage, actually EVOS has the advantage ever so slightly. Everyone else but the EXP lane. That's where Lutpi has been an absolute menace. And if you look at how he's been playing, even with the Heptaseas, you're seeing that he's really less willing to go all in, all crazy, the same way Luke, the guy who made this Masha famous, was known to be doing, right? Earlier, just going in against Brands, there's a chance he could have traded 1-for-1, but he's happy to just burn a battle spell and threaten Brand away and just walk away as well. So it's a more calculated, a more precise approach from Lutpi here that's just less reckless.
He has the BOD now, by the way, and he was able to push in that turret in the bottom lane. So he's busy, he's doing work. Annabelle gonna try and clear up and focus on the housekeeping as Kyrie looks in to steal this away. Fluffy's there though.
Yep, the hammer. Oh, Kyrie takes away the orange buff. And Lutpi will be able to get away, only losing 1 HP bar. Dreams and Clockwork in the mid lane, handling that siege very, very well.
That's a great combo. Send your crazy burst damage split pusher along with the jungle to make sure that you can get a chance to just threaten for a jungle kill or get his buff away. That is gonna be one way for Fnatic Onyx to really get a level advantage, but he is still Kyrie, 1 level below Annabelle. He's been able to farm really, really well. With EVOS setting up right here, you can see CW actually being on the scout, but Lutpi!
Ooh, wait. Annabelle.
Keyboy?
Just trying to chase him down, man, trying to stun him. Get him off that wall! But Annabelle, too slippery. Whoa, Brands! Able to find that ambush on CW, forcing him to recall.
Ooh, is this a setup that EVOS Glory are looking for? It still looks like Annabelle wants to focus on his purple buff before he begins on the next neutral objective take, but every time we go for a neutral objective setup, I always mention levels because I want to see who has the better advantage, but so far, despite
Penalty zone. On a 2, final slash connecting on the Brands. He goes for vengeance and flickers back out to safety for the airstrike as the Minion's Fury knocks up Kyrie, who gets the Appraiser's Wrap, but Annabelle, knocked up from the wall now. It's a thunderclap. Keyboy gonna be slain by Annabelle as he gets out. Good angle to escape TW. Lycan form! Lutpi with a thunderclap again finds another. Lutpi and CW comes up when Keyboy and Kyrie get shut down.
2-4-3 trade in favor of the defending champions as they push in that mid turret. It was rightfully theirs earlier on and they finally get to push it. They deal some damage in that top lane, but what happened?
It's the insane shot calling for Fnatic Onyx. It really seemed they were lost, that they lost several members and they're going to be forced to take that defeat. But instead of focusing on where the action was, they turned their eyes immediately to Brands, who's on a low range, slow escape hero, and they run him down immediately, especially with Lutpi's damage available to them, now with the Malefic Roar as well. How are they making these calls, man? The fact that the fights are so chaotic, and yet they seem to always be able to find the right call to turn everything around.
They're so kept together, they're so synergized, they're so... I don't even know what the word is. They're just, they have the chemistry.
They're just better.
The hive mind.
They're good at Mobile Legends.
They're good at Mobile Legends, as Coach Aldo put it earlier on. But again, Annabelle at level 15. Kyrie is 2 levels below. You'd think that they'd have the advantage here. But again, they have tunnel vision. They haven't been able to fight CW.
Isolation on Fluffy with the final stack, but Fluffy gets the penalty zone. A good one. Lutpi in the back as well. Looking for the flank. Jumps in with the thunderclap and the feather airstrike. Connects on the clockwork. And look at Lutpi! Again with the chase. The thunderclap there. Lutpi finds a double. The thunderclap. The thunderstruck.
Wipe out.
Fnatic Onyx continuing this onslaught, and Annabelle can only just run away. But CW wants to chase just for a bit, goes back towards the Enhanced Lord.
And that trade is so worth it, right? Lutpi trading his life over for bronze is already great, but he goes in for 2 more members.
Boy, might be a bit too much, and you could choose Sans versus the Assassin. He buys the winner truncheon, the feather airstrike gets popped in, and Annabelle
will be able to pinch Poise out. Fnatic Onic take the Enhanced Lord.
And they will be able to save the turret on the bottom side there. So, trading a roamer's life for the turret, I think it's still absolutely within their calculations. With the Lord coming through right here, I have to say how Fnatic Onic want to play this. They are known to try and do multiple different approaches. They've gone for a three-wave collision to just crack open the base. They are known to try and go for a big play, a pick-off play, and get one base turret and distract, almost using the Lord as a split push. That's the confusion that EVOS have to try and solve right now.
Sorry, CWBOD.
That's a Chad move right there, CW.
What?
You don't know, fun fact, last time he went for the BOD on the Roger, he was up against Luke on the Masha. So now that there's no Masha on the enemy team, he can do it. He lost that game, by the way, when he went BOD.
Yep, that's a big thing we were talking about, the itemization choice, BOD instead of the Malefic Roar. But in this situation, especially with how Onic have been playing, ignoring the front line, destroying the back line completely, that BOD is going to allow them to do that so much better. But for now, EVOS have defended, losing all the turrets outside of their base. That will mean that Fnatic Onic can just camp out in the jungle of EVOS, and they're going to be starved for resources. They're going to start getting strangled.
Asphyxiated, right? Just drowning at the moment. It's looking extremely bleak for the People's Champions here in the 14th minute of the game. And it looks like, oh, Keyboy.
Final smash in the taunt to cancel the penalty zone, and Fluffy's forced back. Fnatic Onic saw Lutpi earlier, man. Annabelle was so close to him, but he was outside of that vision. And now Fnatic Onic are just controlling the enemy jungle.
Arashi, what's the win con here for EVOS? How do they come back?
They're going to go for a proper fight. They have to make sure that they're all close enough together and they can protect Brands. If Brands can output that damage, that's one of their big win conditions. And now they're going forward, so.
But it only just tickles Kyrie. CW just gets out by jumping with ult, and now big damage from CW. You can see that bod, that BOD.
CW with the massive bod there. Now with the rose gold as well. Like we were saying, when they're moving forward like this, they don't really have the same kind of chase, especially against a Fredrin, a Masha, a Roger. There's not a lot of heroes that can be picked up, aside from maybe Sans on that Farsa. So for now, for EVOS, either they get a pick off onto Sans, or they just wait and ensure that make sure that Brands can just output the damage, keep hitting. Because otherwise, it really seems like for now, EVOS is just lacking damage. Even when Clockun is able to just sit there and output the damage, spam out those spells, Kyrie with Athenas is going to be a bit too tanky, especially with the extra bits of sustain.
So pickoffs is the way to go now for EVO's glory.
Pick off to Sans or just protect Brands.
Okay.
That rhymes, bars.
Nice.
Brands, Sans,
Rap God.
They gotta dance now with Lord, you know.
Gotta use fast hands.
Look at the arena, there are a lot of fans.
This game is 10 out of 10.
I'm a man.
Huh?
I'm a man. No,
No,
sorry. I'll just not join, okay?
What the heck was that?
I'm sorry. I'm
Participation trophy.
FOMO, bro.
Oh, Kyrie. Seems he wants to join in this skirmish as well. Fluffy. We forced back. CW is doing some damage. Final slash. Displacing an Appraiser's Wrath as well. CW now on the Lycan form, and Keyboy is still just hovering over. Meanwhile, Lutpi. Look at the flanks here. The Feather Airstrike zones them all away from this Lord.
Fluffy still has Flicker though, and Fluffy is still looking for an angle. There is still time for them to look for a counter engage.
You're waiting for an opportunity right here, but the way Lutpi is playing this Masha is absolutely annoying. Look at it for EVOS. Oof. Just moving back and forth, waiting for a chance to go for a 50-50, but Onic will give it to him. Lutpi, once again, just zoning Annabelle away. And on the other side, Keyboy
is using the Vengeance now. Oh, getting isolated, forced to flicker around. Oh, it's going to be Fluffy with the penalty zone flicker combo. Lutpi in the backline still trying to zone them away as he jumps on the branch, but he has them in the nature. And now, Kyrie, Posse Appraiser's Wrath, Lycan form. CW picks up the mega kill, and Keyboy still somehow alive. Kyrie picks up the shutdown. Clockwood with a finish on that double kill in the backline, but look at Calvin with Nata again, saving the day for Fnatic Onic.
Game after game after game after game. CW. What? what is this at this point, right? It was looking great for EVOS. And CW pulled that out again, and they are going to be able to blitz this Lord in the 18th minute of the game. And there's absolutely nothing that Dreams and Brands can say.
They're just better. What can you say there? It was looking so good, it was equal, right? Two members diving in the back line, everyone else kiting backwards. It was supposed to be somewhat equal, but in the end, Fnatic Onyx still get the better, even though technically on paper, at 18 minutes with Brands already at a full item inventory, should be just out-damaging. They're just not giving EVOS the chance to fight in one place. The kitebacks, the maneuverabilities, the back and forth is what they're using right here to completely deny Brands. If you look at the damage dealt, he was able to match up to CW, but with a lot of risk taken. He was almost taken out by Lutpi in order to try and match CW. For CW is the exact opposite. He can do this all day.
That's the problem, right? This debut pick, this Masha on Lutpi, the rising star of Fnatic Onyx, man. I remember when he first came into the team to replace Boots. So much doubt, so much hesitation from all of the fans, from everyone. Even on the caster desk, people were doubting this kid's potential. And this is the performance that we get from him. And this is not against a normal team. This is an EVOS Glory that have... Oh, wait a minute. Lutpi again!
Oh my god, Lutpi has another thunderclap. He flickers out of the Temples of Blaze. Now final stash, displacing Fluffy into the Feather Airstrike. Not able to pop into penalty zone. Two base turrets taken down already. Fnatic Onyx look for 3, and they get 3. EVOS Glory down to just their crystal.
What a performance.
Clean gameplay from Fnatic Onyx. Not a single thing left to chance right there. The 3-wave push we're talking about, they just know that this time with the next Lord, it will work out. It will collide and take out that bottom turret. Now Fluffy just trying to scout around. He might have put him more than he can chew though.
Two-man final slash. The penalty zone does nothing! Lutpi obliterates them even with immortality. Lutpi once again finds a thunderclap. Will finally be shut down. But look at Annabelle. He's so far isolated. CW. He smells blood in the land of Dawn. And Annabelle smells it as well. He knows he was on the chopping block. They disengage.
It's an 8,000 gold lead. It's an 8K gold lead for Fnatic Onyx. 1v2. And Kyrie was enough to distract Brands. Was able to trigger the wand as well. We need to take a look at this replay presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy.
He gets to the final slash and everything. We talked about how the flanks are something that's important, and you can see the EVOS now with Brands just outputting the damage again and again. He was one of the big reasons why Lutpi got so low. But Kyrie tries to win it around with the Pierce's Wrath, burns the Wind of Nature. And that's the problem. In every single fight right now, with how short range Brands is, Kyrie can very easily just nuke him with the Wind of Nature. And if the wand is used in that engagement, then Lutpi has a field day. CW can just go all in and just delete him outright. With the next Lord already in play with no base turrets. It's looking grim for EVOS, but they are still in the game.
Zone. On to nothing. That's a final splash from Givoy. Some of these resources burnt out, but now the Link will not have a purple buff to play with.
Oh no. And even before that previous engage, Sans was also able to get that Divine Glaive in. So that's burst damage already given over. This is looking bleak for EVOS. What's the win con here in this next Lord dance?
With the way Onyx is playing, I don't even know.
Oh, 1v1! Annabelle!
Annabelle running, but he has the flicker, doesn't have that reset just yet. He didn't leave that bar, but Fluffy has been isolated, forced to flicker out. This might be just a free Lord, and it's going to be an evolved one for Fnatic Onyx.
Now without the Feather Airstrike though, there's going to be a chance for EVOS because they rely on basic attacks for their damage. With Fluffy on half HP though, it's going to be a risky play, and Keyboy, as always, is waiting for an opportunity to just screw everything up for EVOS.
He's still there, Fluffy jumps in with a desperate engage with a penalty zone, but he doesn't have a flicker. The Feather Airstrike cancelled out, and Minus Fury, and now Lutpi makes his move. Fluffy gonna be engaged on. CW picks up a monster kill. Lookby in the back. Now with one more Thunderclap, Brand buys an immortality. But that's just one more time that he can do the same thing over again. Annabelle tapping the blade. Sans with a flicker forward. The winner truncheon by Clockun. The recalls by Sans. And Annabelle with one last ditch, one last effort to try to save this game. Another feathered airstrike. Claws and Clockun. Fnatic, Onyx have wiped EVOS out.
We're at championship point. Ladies and gentlemen, what a stellar performance from every individual. From the defending champions, Fnatic, Onyx, here in the grand finals, they are giving it all out. They are throwing all the cards on the table, and it has been brilliant. Reptar, help me out here.
EVOS Glory. They don't see Winata, but Calvin sees the W in front of him. 18, 0, and 13 this entire grand finals. Immortal and unkillable is CW.
But I think we should give this game to Lookby.
Yes.
He's been incredible. The rising star. Holy, that play on Masha, he gets the early lead 2-0, and I think that's the nail in the coffin for EVOS Legends. And he played the Masha perfectly. He knows who to target, he knows how to pressure, he knows how to flank. Oh, it's just a beautiful Masha game, guys.
Even in that final moments, did you see the item swap?
Yes.
How much time he was able to buy?
Yes.
Brands got outplayed by a rookie. This is a veteran. This is Brands. This is King Brands. The Brands that we've been hyping up over and over and over and over. And that is the performance we get from Lookby.
I was asking earlier in the pre-show, Lookby, we need to see more of a Sanford-esque Alpha Predator style of gameplay, and that's what we got in this game number 3. A perfect Masha game is the best way to put it, as Coach Aldo even said.
Oh man, this is a fun fact. I was the one who scouted Lookby.
Tell us more.
Lookby, D,
Niall.
and Niall.
Yeah.
The plot thickens, guys.
Me and Mars. So I know from the start that this guy is an MPL player. Is an MPL caliber player, and he just shows this in this grand final. In this full playoffs, he shows
Wait, so why did you wait so long to tell us?
Nah.
That's what already. I brought it up in the regular season.
What
about
was it?
Niall.
What was it? Like, what was it about Lookby that you're like, yeah, this is the guy?
I was trialing back then with Onegrat, and when I saw him play, I was just starstruck. I'm in love with this guy. The way he plays with confidence. He knows how to play the carry type of XP laner, like the Benedetta, Paquito. He knows how to targeting like the Teresa, the Yuzong, and now he shows that he can play Masha too. Oh.
Yeah, I think, a big point here for Lookby is the fact that for the longest time, it's all about, hey, he's a rookie, he doesn't really know, he doesn't have the experience, he just goes in aggressively, and if you give him like a Paquito, like a Benedetta, he can just go all in. But there he shows more than just aggression. It's also like the mind games, the positioning to really be a problem in the formation of EVOS. He's going to be the player of the game, presented by our official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy S24 series. And man, who would have thought, right, with the weapon mastery we were talking about, he was just deleting in the backline.
So you mentioned about the choice of emblem, right? Can we talk about that?
Yeah, I think it was just smart because, well, technically he was in a lot of these 1v1 situations as well, but most of the time he's just flanking to help the team fight, right? Unlike Luke. Luke plays alone on the side, but the itemization is what I'm most impressed about. Like the weapon mastery, now it's really cool. Usually we see Heptases into a BOD male pick and then a second BOD, and then Luke likes to go for a third BOD if he gets to that point. But this man says, no, I need more utility, I need a Rose Gold meteor HP as well, and why not? Add that Endless Battle and true damage, so even if Brands gets the 1, I can still get some of the true damage in.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate for EVOS Glory that they were getting the kills, they were getting the trades, but they just, every time they would get 2 or 3 kills onto the side of Onyx, there would be 2 or 3 members on the side of Onyx still alive, winning the overall team fight. And usually it was CW and Lookby, or if Lookby is the one down, somehow Sans has survived for a very long time. Again, I love how he rushed the Bloodwing so that he can be aggressive
early game and even by the late game, Sans was zoning out as a Farsa. Not with the ultimate, but by wings flying in front of EVOS Glory saying, just try. I will curse the crow you, just try.
And look at the player of the game highlights here by official gold partner Ube as gold. You can see that for the most part, everyone's just in the right place at the right time again and again. Look at Lutfi. Even though he's not already going for the big play, he's like predicting where can EVOS go. He's kind of corralling them into the danger zones. And that is the extra layer that I think we haven't really seen from Luke. Usually we see him just go all in and trade 1-for-1. But for Lutfi, he's doing all these extra things for extra bits of success.
I think Woods taught him well. Like this is like a Wood-esque movement, right? Wood-esque flank. I think he's a great mentor for Lutfi, and it's shown in this grand final.
So brutal, man, right? He Rams bought the immortality just to see it happen again. He respawned just to get clapped again. Not with the Thunder though, Lutfi just clapped him basic attack.
That's a lot of damage coming from the Masha. I really thought that there's going to be some kind of macro pressure with this Ling, but I think with the Masha pick, that immediately negated, man. We saw Annabelle again and again try and find something, and Lutfi just stonewalls him.
So Ling check twice.
Oh no.
Nolan check.
Lancelot check.
Lancelot check.
You gotta see the alpha.
At that point, they're going to have to really rush comforts for EVOS Glory, change the strat up. The Assassins haven't been faring that well. That allows Fluffy as well to change up his play style, be a little bit more of a carry style of EXP later instead of someone who's zoning for his jungler. And maybe then that's how we'll be able to see a different dynamic in the series, because now game 3, it was just, okay, EVOS Glory showed a little bit more fight. They can stand toe-to-toe, but it's like the continuation of the Game 1 and Game 2 trends where they just lost the trades across the map, then lost the trades in the fighting as well. And another thing just to add to how well Lutfi was playing in this game, he was timing things out very well with Sans' ultimate. So the Feathered Airstrike plus the Thunderclap and the entry of the EXP laner, timing those together would be a great way to start off team fights for Onyx, and they did that over and over again.
I think a big portion is like they can go and start with that combo, but they don't always start with that combo. That's the main problem, because they do it once, and when it was expected, you saw earlier, maybe Sans would just hold off on that Feathered Airstrike, or maybe Keyword would hold off on the final slash for just a bit longer, and it just throws everything into a disarray.
I think EVOS Glory is having a headache right now because I don't think they they can crack Connect Onyx code, because even Sans on the Farsha is zoning the Terizla. If you guys realize, Sans has that kind of aura, you know, like
MC.
Come catch me, come. Try.
See what happens.
See what happens.
The main character.
And we saw what happened. You know what's super disgusting about Sans? If you watch a Fnatic Onyx replay, especially this game, right? You pay attention to Sans and you see the little things he does. Tempest of Blades, Annabelle used it. He just sidestepped out of that sweet spot that knocks you up. He literally just jiggled. He's like, oh, no, you didn't get me, you know? It's so clean that you don't notice during the actual when that happened, right? And then after you see the highlights, and you're like,
It's subtle. Wow. Right, look, it just shows finesse. The same way he did on the Kadira, right? Just a small sidestep, a small use of spells and movements, and it just gets massive value. And let's not even forget the fact that he just wings by wings into the enemy jungle solo. What was that? What was gonna happen there?
And then he was like, yeah, ult me, Fluffy. Go ahead, do it. And Fluffy's like, nah, you know what? I'm back up.
He's traumatized.
He got the aura, man. He seriously got that aura, you know. I mean,
plus 10,000 aura.
Yeah. As a coach watching him play, I mean, I've coached like Moreno too, right? Kite too. It's different. He has that,
Okay, so Sans number 1.
That's actually the point I wanted to bring up, because this season, you can create an argument for every single laner. Like you can create who do you think is the best jungler? Who do you think is the best roamer? Who do you think is the best EXP laner? But when it comes to the mid lane, there's no argument.
I think he reigns supreme.
There's absolutely no argument.
I forgot who I was having this conversation with, but I can say with confidence and with a lot of reverence for the player that if you brought Sans to MPL PH, instantly he's going to be one of the top mid laners there.
That isn't a slight against the mid laners in the Philippines. We have a lot of talented mid laners. Sanji, Few, Aqua in the top 3. They're all very fantastic in their role. They know what to do. Even you as well. But if you put Sans in there, he's really gonna shine. That's how damn good he is playing that role and playing Mobile Legends.
I think Few also said it in an interview, right? He's
Yes.
like, if you can bring one player from Indo, what would you take? Who would you take? And he's like, automatically Sans. That guy's special, man. So if you have the GOAT saying that, you're special. You're really special. Wow. I mean, if you consider the fact that he used to play on 5 phones alone, remember that?
Oh, God.
I'm just saying, this guy,
The 5
for the
phones
longest
era.
time, he's been up there in the GOAT conversation for so long. And he's one of the, like you said, one of the only people who no one can really talk a lot of trash about, right?
Yeah.
Because he's shown he can do it in the mid lane, and even before this, people forget he was in a different role.
For
he
sure.
migrated.
Gila Sans. I think we're gonna need a little bit of a break after seeing that performance from Fnatic, from all 5 members, by the way. We've been highlighting Sans, but whew, it's a mind bogger.
Wow.
Yeah.
So we'll take to the host on the stage, Bude Clara Mongstar and Monica. Take it away.
Pertama.
Betul sekali, tapi tentunya ini baru 3 game pertama dan ingat ini adalah best of 7 series. Ini berarti masih ada harapan untuk EVOS Glory. Kalau Sonic begitu semangat, tentunya EVOS Glory juga di sini. EVOS Fabs, mana suaranya?
Saat inilah dari EVOS Glory membutuhkan dukungan. Dan lihat betapa kompaknya EVOS Fans. Mereka rangkulan bersama, saling memperkuat satu sama lain. Dan semoga energi mereka bisa sampai kepada EVOS Glory. Karena one team, one voice, one family.
Yes, siapa yang tahu kalau nanti bisa saja EVOS Glory akan reverse sweep? Ataukah harus mengaku kekalahan atas Fnatic Onyx?
Yap, ini adalah match point. Semuanya berdebar-debar. Semuanya menantikan akankah EVOS bisa merubah takdir mereka seperti di 2 season lalu. Karena mereka tentu saja nggak mau mengulang hal yang sama. Mereka ingin hasil yang berbeda.
Tapi tentunya ngomongin super fans di sini selain Bude, kalau kita lihat ini semangatnya luar biasa. Ini ngelihat outfit mereka keren-keren banget nih dengan atribut-atributnya lengkap banget ya.
Iya, ada yang pakai jersey, ada yang pakai kaosnya juga, ada yang pakai headband. Semuanya dipakai dan mereka ingin menunjukkan tentunya identitas mereka.
Betul sekali, tapi ngomongin outfit Bude, ini Monica tadi lagi nge-scroll nih ya Instagram Bude. Terus ada nih, Monica tuh pengen kembaran sepatu sama Bude. Yang
Sepatu?
loh.
Yang itu ya? Itu sih bentar. Kembaran boleh, tapi Bude lupa belinya di mana dan itu namanya juga sepatu aja deh, sepatu hitam apa ya?
Sepatu hitam apa? Saya tadi tuh aku search emang sepatu hitam apa nggak dapat. Makanya
Tapi
mau nanyain.
tenang Monica. Kalau ketika Bude nggak tahu, kamu nggak tahu, mending kita minta bantuan sama Samsung Galaxy S24 series.
Yes, aduh Monica sampai lupa kalau kita punya Samsung Galaxy S24 series. Jadi gampang banget kita bisa pakai fitur Circle to Search by Google, bisa langsung tahu. Jadi walaupun Bude lupa, ya jangan khawatir, nggak masalah. Kita tunjukin dulu kali ya Bude gimana caranya.
Betul.
Boleh dong, nanti ditolongin.
Boleh, karena buat kalian yang mungkin kepengen kembaran mungkin sama tim favorit kalian, player idola kalian. Inilah dia caranya kalau kalian mau pakai fitur Circle to Search by Google. Apapun yang kepengen kalian cari tahu, itemnya kah, hal apapun itu kah, tinggal kalian tekan home button di tengah-tengah. Lalu home buttonnya ditekan dulu, alon-alon asal kelakon ora apa-apa. Nah, tinggal cari tahu tuh, kamu mau yang apa? Kalian mau cari tahu apa? Sepatu Bude. Lingkarin aja nggak sih? Dan ternyata buset, langsung keluar ya. Itu tuh satu Bude. Jadi yang mau kembaran sama Bude, mau kembaran Monica juga bisa tinggal pakai fitur itu. Udah happy kan Monica? Nanti kita kembaran ya.
Yeay, akhirnya dengan bantuan Circle to Search by Google di Samsung Galaxy S24 series, dan bisa kembaran deh sama Bude. Siapa lagi nih yang mau kembaran bisa langsung cobain di search pakai Circle to Search by Google.
Kadang Bude tuh penasaran sama mungkin dari jersey yang Onyx pakai atau pas Dari EVOS Glory ada sepatu-sepatu keren dan banyak banget deh dari pro player pakai barang apapun itu. Atau nggak cuma dari itu doang, bisa area, bisa apa segala macam. Kita pokoknya tanyain aja sama Samsung Galaxy S24 series.
Jadi semuanya bisa ya Bude. Mau outfit misalnya Monica mau kembaran dress juga bisa banget. Kalau mau jadi bisa kembaran satu sebadan ya dressnya, sepatunya, atau mungkin ada yang ingin dicari misalnya apa gitu, pokoknya bisa langsung pakai fitur circle to search by Google.
Mungkin lah Monica lagi penasaran ini wajahnya siapa ya, itu juga bisa di search. Jadi apapun bisa di search pakai fitur itu Monica.
Jadi cuma outfit, gak cuma outfit Bude. Jadi bisa juga kalau misalnya kita lupa nih, misalnya kita udah foto bareng ya, terus lupa, aduh namanya siapa sih? Bisa langsung di circle to search biar bisa kita ingat lagi, oh iya tadi kan kita udah kenalan, namanya misalnya Bude Clara gitu.
Betul, pokoknya semuanya bisa kan connect dengan Google langsung. Jadi Google tahu segalanya, tanya Mbah Google. Dan tentu saja dengan circle to search itu membantu kita semua biar lebih tahu, lebih dalam tentang apapun yang kita pengen tahu. Seperti kita juga pengen tahu nih, seperti apa semangatnya. Ini lagi beradu chanting di sini Monica. Semuanya lagi ramai banget para super fans yang ada di sini. Dari Onyx. Lalu ada juga dari EVOS. Semuanya pada pengen tahu, penasaran seperti apa hasil dari match hari ini Best of 7. Kalau melihat 3 game ini, sebenarnya Bude ngelihat potensi dari EVOS Glory itu sangat besar untuk mengamankan poin setelah ini.
Betul sekali, karena tentunya masih ada harapan. Ini are the People's Champion yang mana memberikan kejutan untuk kita di babak playoff ini setelah di regular season harus berada di posisi bawah, bahkan skornya minus. Tapi mereka membuktikan diri. Sekarang sudah berada di babak grand final. Jadi bisa saja hari ini kita juga akan dibuat kaget oleh EVOS Glory.
Tidak menutup kemungkinan karena sang Raja Hutan akan berhadapan langsung dengan Raja Langit. Kita akan melihat seperti apa The Three-Pit Champions di game selanjutnya bersama dengan The People's Champion. Akan seperti apa hasil yang diberikan? Mari kita sambut bersama-sama kelanjutan dari pertarungan Grand Final.
In this best of 7, we are at championship point. Only one more for Fnatic Onyx to be reigned the kings of the galaxy once again.
I mean, I think on the two ends of this table, even you there in the middle, 4-0 was like a theme. I'll start heading into the series, and it looks like we might be on the way there, because there's something Coach Aldo mentioned, a headache for EVOS Glory to handle Fnatic Onyx, because it seems like every time EVOS Glory wants to throw something as a response, there's always an even better answer from Fnatic.
I mean, that's always the problem with, against Fnatic Onyx. You need to choose what you want to fight against them. There will be no like a good fight against Fnatic Onyx. It's always gonna be okay. Who you want to fight? And I think in this series it's like Lutfi and Chewe, I think, and also Suns. Kyrie and Kiba is just like try to fill in to adapt. Yeah.
And you know, they definitely don't want to fight. They definitely don't want to fight without the Oraimo Free Pods Light exclusive. We saw an Edith earlier, Edith Edition. You said it was a nail in the coffin, and I'm telling you that these Free Pod Light exclusive, if you don't get it, that's a nail in your coffin for your gameplay. Right?
Oh, that's true. Oh, yeah?
What are you doing without the Oraimo?
What are you doing, man? I mean, like, come on, you not want to experience gaming to the next level? What are they doing? I mean, Arashi, there's a promo code too.
Yeah, 10% discount if you use the code Oraimo MPL at the Orange store when you check out. So it's, you know, you have to unleash an unstoppable style, man, because for other options, that's cool and all. Your other buds, they're great, but this is the official partner of MPL, man. You want to compete with that kind of credibility? I'm just saying, right?
What?
What?
What did you say?
What are you saying?
I can't hear you.
I can't you hear.
I'm not wearing my Araimos. The EVOS fans are so loud.
You're not wearing them? Why?
I get it
What?
now.
Why not?
Is he lagging?
Now I feel pressured
What?
to get
Hello?
Araimo before I fly back to the Philippines.
You have to.
You have to.
I have to?
You have to.
Like, really have to?
Make sure your purchase actually goes through though, because if you're lagging and stuff, it's just awful. So you have to use that Games Max booster, bro. Get that guarantee.
Yeah, you don't want to be playing your ranked games and then you start stuttering because of the lag. Like, what is that? That was so 2020. What year is this now? 2024. That was so 2023. You know, don't let your gaming session end up being disrupted by lag. To make your gaming sessions smoother, you guys can use the Games Max booster. Prices start from 25K IDR, and you can get up to 36 gigabytes of data. And I'm going to repeat that: 36 gigabytes of data, ladies and gentlemen. What you doing? Head over to the website down below there.
Check it out, man. It's as simple
Is that your brother?
as that. Who are you talking? Who's you?
Wait a minute.
This guy?
Who's you? Me?
Yeah.
You think this guy looks like me?
A little.
You think I look like this guy?
No? No resemblance from there?
Saturday sells glasses, right?
Yeah, exactly. Eterna, you know, this would be the perfect segue for you to, you know, wear those glasses, you know, because your eyes are quite bad. You need those glasses. At least you can see the draft, though.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Oh.
Championship point draft,
Right.
ladies and gentlemen, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. And yeah, you're right. They swapped sides. Who's Aldo?
I think in the first pick they have no answer right now for Fnatic Onyx, and they're trying something new to freshen up the mood, to freshen up the ideas for the drafts for this potentially last game of the match of the series. So I think they're trying to pick right side and try to be flexible.
I guess at the very least they could try something different, because 3 whole games, they haven't really been able to find anything too conclusive. So we'll see. This is a risky play for sure for the start of EVOS. But hey, if it works out, that would be a surprising situation that Fnatic Onyx will find themselves in. Already banding with the Kadira, the Harith. This might be a contest of the global presence here, the Loyi and Chip trade-off.
Yeah. Loyi, Chip, or Roger, red side first 2 for EVOS is quite popular for them, and Moskov as well. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we play around those trades for the first phase.
I was about to ask, you know, because I wanted to know from Aldo, a coaching perspective, which one's better? If, let's say, Chip and Loyi gets left open, right?
Yeah.
But, I mean, Chip's banned out anyways now, so I guess you want to get Loyi now for Fnatic Onyx. Oh!
Yeah, it's a comfort.
It's an Angela.
It's this technique we were talking about during the break. They don't care if the Loyi. Oh my god, Fnatic Onyx.
Because if the Angela is open, they are forced to try to pick the Link, to deny the Link Angela from Onyx, Fnatic Onyx. So I think it's a check. It's like check. Chess is a check.
It's a check.
Let's see if EVOS takes the bait or not.
Like, we've seen this play out, didn't we? Yeah, we have. This was in the upper bracket finals, the same exact way. Angela first pick and the EVOS were forced to pick the Ling, and that did not go well.
I'm thinking if it's a Valen Roger or a Loyi Roger here. I wouldn't want to give the Roger Angela. Oh, but they rush the Fred instead. Okay, avoiding the Fred Angela also. Safe.
So is this saying that they're not going to take the bait? Are they not picking up the lane here? Or is it a flex?
I think they're just not taking the bait. Yeah.
Oh man, is that mate?
It's for sure. I think it's.
Is it mate?
It's Ling and Chi-Chi.
Oh my goodness. The Samsung Ling with an Angela.
CC for the early game, Ling for the mid game, the late game. Is it mate, guys? Maybe.
I'm thinking if EVOS would want to pick an early Kaja for Dreams.
Oh yeah, same. Yeah.
But it's a Franco instead of the Kaja. So still that idea of suppression.
Yeah. And it's more iconic for Dreams to pick up the Franco because it's his power pick.
Let me say, how ironic would it be if right now Fnatic Onyx pick up the Minotaur, and for the longest time Dream has always picked the Minotaur against a Franco, counter engage, they engage. If he does it here, it would be a bit poetic.
Yeah, if EVOS don't ban out the Minotaur, I'd be scratching my head. Because that Angela can still go mid. It can be a Roman Angela mid. Then you get the double heal. And plus the Minotaur into the Franco, I'm a little bit more happier about the Minotaur. Yeah, Fnatic Onic taking out an X-Borg feels like them signaling, hey, don't forget the Minotaur. Fnatic Onic can pick it up.
Yeah. And it also goes to show that they're limiting Fluffy, right? I think that was one of the things that you guys mentioned from the first 3 games. The fact that Fluffy was constantly on Terizla and there was no leeway for him to maximize his gameplay. So they deny one of his most comfortable heroes, one of his biggest success heroes, right? The X-Borg eliminated straight out the bat.
And it's also a good, X-Borg is a good matchup in XP lane against CC, so it also includes that to deny the winning lane for EVOS Glory.
There's a question now for EVOS, where do they want to put the hands of Fluffy? If it's a Terizla again, we've seen it a bit too much. Maybe they want to try something different. Other options would include... Longest time it was usually Yuzong, but I don't know if it really fits well here.
Yuzong? What do you think about this pick, Yuzong?
I think Fnatic Onic is looking for a Yuzong ban, I think. Because it denies, it's also a very good matchup against a CC for the early game, and also you can deny the aggressiveness of Angela CC in the early stage of the game.
If it's not the Yuzong ban, maybe consider Valen.
Nice.
The Valen ban.
Coach Reptar?
Coach Reptar. I wish.
Okay, first pick for EVOS. Presumably the Experian, I would say, unless they're really feeling that Lutfi has been that much of a problem, they want to make sure that Fluffy can beat him down. Faramis showing up, knowing that the Valentina won't be around. But the Minotaur is available, and it's a great counter to that clumping style.
I think the Faramis pick here is very good because it also denies the aggressiveness of Ling Angela, and it also give the EVOS Glory the second life of the ultimate, right? But for Fnatic Onic, I think they're looking for a more aggressive, or maybe even a mid laner, like Yves maybe, to try to deny, or maybe a Faxana to try to deny the Faramis, because they need more damage to pop off the Faramis ultimate, right? It's called Altar.
I hear you. I get that it's a good counter, but for some reason, I just don't like the synergy in their own comp. Like, it feels like they're focused so much on... Oh, wow.
Wait.
Ruby and Terizla. Where is the CC going? CC gold lane?
It's a CC gold lane.
Oh my god. Oh my goodness.
Yo! The ISF qualifiers, if you guys remember, this was Fnatic Onic strat. There was Albert on the Ling though.
Yeah.
Wow.
Saw it in Hero.
Well, out of nowhere, another surprise pick out of the bag for Fnatic Onic.
I mean, it's no surprise, right? Even Onic chooses Mia and Leslie on the grand final, so CC gold lane on the grand final, why not?
I guess.
Feels like a flex, man. How fast can those yo-yos go? Not that fast. They'll just hurt. So they're just going for the CC Angela power spike real quick.
And they're gonna try and play the style, this fighting style, the fighter style that used to be so popular with fighters in both the gold and EXP lane. With the Ling and the Angela combo available as well, this is gonna be a tough one. It's gonna be an absolutely high-paced game from Onic. It has to be.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, potentially the last game of the entire season. All roads have led to this point. Can EVOS force another game from the hands of the defending champs? Or can Fnatic Onic go for a clean sweep against the People's Champs?
Welcome to
Let's welcome you
Legends.
into the land of Dawn. Match point, championship point.
Looking at the jungle for now, I think Kyrie on the Ling will be able to clear so much faster. And Annabelle, he's been in this position before. He likes going for the aggressive style. For now, he has the concussive blast. Try and get more clearing speed in the jungle, try and match it. And on the Golden, actually, whoa, CW and Brands.
1v1 as Purify as well. Brands gets a shielding, gets the shot down as well. Brands, a win early on for EVOS.
Beautiful, right? The snowball that is required from the Roger, the fact that he was able to get a kill early on, it will help Brands to be that driving force.
The stampede into the Iron Hook, but the recalls and Sun survives.
Not pressed at all. The fact that Brands also went to the Master Assassins here, we can see in the emblems by GamesMax. That's why he's getting a bit of that edge where CW not intending to go for a lot of these 1v1s technically, and Kyrie wait for the usual lane elbow setup, so we not doing anything too crazy. Kiboy with the firmness and tenacity though leads me to believe that he's gonna be the main front line, and Lutpi might be the one just waiting in the wings for a big massive penalty zone.
We'll see the wave clear happening from Suns. On the Angela, Kiboy is there to help clear out the lane. It looks like a little bit of a stalemate. Annabelle looking to make his mark.
He does get the taunt down and knock up, but Kiboy just dashes out.
See the hard hook though.
Connects, and just like that, Dreams. Oh, Kiboy!
What?
How?
It's the firmness, the tenacity, and the skills, the speed. It won't be a pickup, but that's a great swing in tempo for EVOS. They're going straight for the turtle. It doesn't seem like there's going to be an answer from Onyx.
Just the turtle taken away. Lutpi not going for that penalty zone. Not just yet. Turtle and 1 kill so far, 2 minutes in for EVOS Glory.
Are you not tired of asking the question how? How this, how that? Fnatic Onyx brands though, looking to get very aggressive onto Kyrie there. Doesn't necessarily commit onto it just yet, but it does seem like the same story over and over, right? EVOS Glory always with the early objective trades. Fnatic Onyx looking for the kills, but so far they haven't found it just yet.
Look at the difference in the farming for Kyrie. Whenever he does not get to actually contest for the mutual objectives, he is completely at home, just farming up a storm. Not really having the most insane of goal differences, but for now, still a great plus, but he's going to be zoned away right here.
Again, Lutpi is going to be caught. The hard guard is just going to be used to hover on him. Fluffy with 2 of those straights, and the hard guard still won't be popped just yet. Lutpi flickers out, but will be slain. Seems Suns was not interested to hard guard his friend.
Just completely ignored him there. Gonna actually go for the recalls as well. And now it looks like EVOS are actually gonna circle up into the top lane. Gonna be able to get a little bit of more gold in for bronze and try to facilitate that snowball from happening.
On the other side of the map though, Fluffy on that torpedo, on that winning lane, that aggression, is going to be having a lot of impact, but now Dreams goes for the purple buff.
Great iron buff, but oh, Kyrie still is able to take it. Suns now forcing Dreams to flicker forward. Annabelle dashes in front. Appraiser's rat on the Keyboy, but he will not be able to find most of that value. The Netherrealm by clock on an iron hook as well as Bloody Hot now canceling and stopping Kyrie, but don't run Wolf King and now to Seven Blades. Kyrie goes in, David Fluffy comes in from the flanks to pick up only 1. He only got 1. Kyrie and Keyboy survive.
What? How did he do that? Kyrie, he was destined to die there under the turret. He got hooked. Everything was thrown at him. CW trying to fend for himself as well in the top lane. But he gets out, denies that pickup.
Oh.
And meanwhile, Fluffy goes in for a solo kill onto Kyrie.
Great exchanges here from EVOS, but man, Kyrie on the lane is just something else. Berserker's Fury completed for him, but right now, EVOS are the ones holding control. An unfamiliar situation we've seen in the past 3 games. Dreams with the sliding iron hook, won't be finding anyone. And for now, it's just that the threat of the engage is still that deadly. But later on, in the mid-game, that's where the lane here can be just roaming around, can be split pushing with the global Angela presence. EVOS need to recognize that they have to try and do something before it reaches that point.
So neutral objective takes have been controlled by EVOS Glory. But with CW on the CC, does that mean that they can still also translate it into the late game? Or is there a window for EVOS to also find a way in the late game?
Fnatic Onyx just they defend that purple buff.
Okay. Well, funny enough, for the side of Fnatic Onyx, the fact that it's a Roger, right, not exactly the insane late game high damage carry, like a carry or like a Harith maybe even. Maybe the CC can still match up to the damage dealing, but in this case, you can't really target with the CC. You can't really focus anyone down, so it has to be a full-on, either a pick-off attempt at a single target, or it has to be just random damage to everyone around you. So in that sense, Brands will have a lot more safety, a lot more security, unless of course Kyrie is tasked with just ensure that he does not get to have any impact in a fight.
So we saw the items earlier as well, Arashi. Between CW and Brands, what's the situation here?
Well, for no, Brands will still have the advantage later on when there's a bit more tankiness to supplement the sustain that the CC has in the 1v1. Maybe then something will be different. But Fluffy wants the box.
Oh, Dreams!
Wow! What a hook by Dreams!
Came out of nowhere, and that's the Franco in the hands of Dreams. Can't underestimate it. And with that play, EVOS pulling further in the gold advantage now. Going for a fight here with a 3k gold lead. They're going straight for the turtle as well.
Look at Fluffy. Still flanking. Dreams not able to find that iron hook. Litpi. Blocker was able to dodge everything from Litpi. Keyboy walking in the front, gets caught. That's a 3-man taunt into the penalty zone now. Curtain call as well, but Purify gets him out. Keyboy still in the midst of it all, and they are all clumped up. Appraiser's wrath. Annabelle finds it, but look at the damage coming from GW and Litpi, but Fluffy continues to show how this Paquito is a big threat. Sans forced to flicker out. EVOS Glory 3-1.
Wow, they're gonna be able to get a lot more space on the neutral objective. Fluffy still on the way to put that pressure on top of CW. That's a lot of damage, my guy. CW has got to start respecting that. And as well, that buff does get taken away in the hands of a snowballing Brands, already 2-0-2.
Too much control, too much safety. The Netherrealm was forced out from Clockun, but in the end, there's still enough damage traded back from EVOS to really get ahead in that fight. Power wave from Fluffy, though, is definitely something that's so difficult to deal with. And Litpi is struggling to match his impact. Even though in these big fights, the penalty zone technically should have more to say compared to something like a knockout strike.
So disruptive. Dreams over and over, delaying these buffs from happening. Oh no! No! The disrespect from Annabelle there. He stole the orange buff away from Kyrie, and Kyrie's left with nothing.
Already, they're still on the same level though, so all things considered, not the worst situation for Kyrie, but he's been denied his buffs. And from the looks of it, with this composition, every single time that purple buff is up, everyone will be having their eyes on the prize. For Onyx, it feels like they can really get an advantage when they can try and go for that split play with the Angela. But EVOS are making sure that every single objective that can be used to force Fnatic Onyx into a 5v5 fight, they will use. And even 1v1, 2,400 gold ahead, that is Fluffy with the Malefic Roar, with the Sea Halberd as well. He is geared up to try and 1v1 the Terizla.
Oh, another iron hook there by Dreams. No flicker committed this time, only by Fluffy. Able to escape, not clearing the wave once again, and EVOS Glory wants to take this purple buff away from Fnatic Onyx. I'm offended. On to Annabelle, the retribution, not on point for Kyrie. It's more, it's better for Annabelle and Keyboy. Just flickers out.
Again, the shutdown onto Kyrie. We were hyping up the Ling-Angela, the Angel-Ling combination, but it looks like EVOS Glory have done a spectacular job of shutting it completely down. The dominance over the jungle. No purple buffs, no orange buffs at this point for Kyrie. Annabelle just always lurking in the midst.
Ooh.
Do they have a fighting chance here?
Dreams was just hunting for another play there. They go on Annabelle.
I'm offended onto Annabelle. Some good poke as well from CW, but then Appraiser's wrath onto the orange buff, and Annabelle, even without the retribution, steals it away. CW going to be locked down by the taunt, and the Stampede brings the backbench, just not going to be useful at all. They got knocked down completely. Dreams with a bloody hunt, and Brands takes that double.
3-4-0 trade in for the White Tigers, the People's Champions. Finally, the support is kicking in, and it's going at full speed. Lord free for EVOS Glory as Dreams looks to run Kyrie down. The pressure is getting to them as they look to push in the 10th, 11th minute of the game. 9k gold lead.
With that gold, you can see a bit of disrespect from EVOS. Clockun just solo cutting the wave to ensure that they can go for the turret. Dreams, though, lurking on the sides, waiting for an opportunity.
Needs to find that one good hook.
All right, Maybe it's a bit of suspense there, but Brands now with a full inventory slot with a great Dragon Spear. How to turn tables. Now he's the one on the Roger with that damage, with the burst potential, and Fnatic Onyx without a lot of DPS, they can't really match a proper 5v5. But Kyrie also has no options in a 1v1.
How do they defend this? They went in for CC. The range is so limited. And EVOS have been able to capitalize over the fact. Oh, so close onto Keyboy there, but doesn't quite get it. The Lord is still going in for the siege in the top lane.
So the first Lord going, the Torch Clash as well, still there for Fnatic Onyx. Bad wave clear for them. That's an Iron Hook and a Flicker combo. Into the Bloody Hunt they go, and Annabelle stops him, isolates Look. He's still able to flicker out. Fluffy with a straight now knockout strike and is able to dash twice defensively into the back. Iron Hook again from Dreams. Keyboy with I'm Fed and his own run Wolf King. Annabelle going to be taken very, very low, forcing that Netherrealm out, but CW has used the Vengeance too.
Now both teams reset. That was a bold move from EVOS, going for a big Iron Hook pick-off play with the Flicker on a Terizla. He was able to survive, but Onyx, respecting the Netherrealm, did not go for the re-engage. And now we're losing a base turret. They're just scrambling to try and find something, to try and get a chase. For the most part, EVOS are still in the driver's seat. With Annabelle picking up the Immortal, they're gonna keep doing this, using Annabelle as the main frontline with so many ways to save him, to protect him if things go south.
It's been so perfect for EVO's Glory. They've been able to capitalize over the lack of range, and it's a power pick for a reason for Dreams. You think Franco, you also think Dreams. He's been able to find so many opportunities, so many loopholes. They create an uneven battlefield, and there's a reason why so many teams up against EVO's Glory go for the respect for Dreams. They take away the Kajas, they take away the Francos. And even Fnatic Onyx, the team that has gone 3-0 so far in such a dominant fashion, mind you. The defending champions are struggling against EVO's Glory in this fourth game.
Well, on the bright side, for the side of Fnatic Onyx, level 15 Kyrie has a chance to go for some kind of retry steal, but everyone else on his team is severely behind. So it's going to be a bit of a waiting game, but with the Lord threatened, potentially taken by EVOS, that could be enough. We usually talk about the 10k gold mark being the point where you can just go in and break the base with brute force. And Onyx realize it, recognize it, but look at where Fluffy is.
Oh, Dreams! That's a Flicker now, a taunt from Annabelle. No Flicker for Dreams. He buys the Immortality now. 10,000 gold lead still in favor of EVOS, and they're holding on to this Lord. They're not letting it reset. In the bottom lane, the wave already crashing, slow pushing, but it's going to be built back by Fnatic Onyx towards EVOS. Fnatic Onyx desperately trying to go for this reset on the Lord, and Annabelle will fight for it. CW has the hard guard, now goes into the back line. Look, being able to find Brands, and Kyrie chases him in the back. Lycan Pounce dealing so much damage. Dreams there. Annabelle secures the Lord. And CW still dealing damage. Annabelle very, very low. Look, piece of Mortality is going to be popped. Fluffy jumps into the back. But I'm Fnatic connects. And Look, will fall. That's an unstoppable for Brands. And EVO's Glory, now it's their time.
They've completely taken it back into their hands. In game number 4, the People's Champions, the Chosen Ones.
And look outside, man. The crowd is absolutely insane. That is outside, correct?
That is outside.
Inside the arena.
Yeah.
That is the amount of people that want to see this conclusion. And EVOS are about to strike back, crack open the base. Can they go for more?
They look to the skies and they see the Sky Kings, but this time it's them on the attack. Iron Hook only onto the minion wave. And how have Fnatic Onyx done it? How have they defended with a composition like this? Still another wave though. And EVO's Glory, it seems they cannot push forward, they cannot siege the kingdom of the Sky Kings.
The longer the game goes though, it's gonna be less and less important, this gold lead. 12k as of right now. It seems like this is gonna be a moment for EVOS to go try and go for a play.
Annabelle caught in the midst of it all. The penalty zone locks him down. Netherrealm going to be baited out as well. Look, getting that photo shielding. CW getting the heart guard. He doesn't have the Curtis call actually. He's already used it earlier. And Keyboy wants to go for more. They're going to be poked down now as the Bloody Hunt comes down. But CW will be obliterated by Brands. Fluffy now with a knockout down to the back. But Kyrie finds Annabelle.
jumping on the Brands, top of the blades, used up Kyrie, 1-2, but now the base is wide open and Brands has picked up a double kill. You flip the coin this time, you get Mr. Fantastic. Brands 7-0-4, Academy in the mid lane, Dreams force to flicker back as now it's going to be Lippy who tries to go for the desperate defense, but they all get locked down. One last penalty zone, and it will not be a clean sweep. EVOS Glory fight back.
The People's Champions force a game, number 5 from the defending champions who have already gone 3-0. Ladies and gentlemen, this just speaks volume to the mentality of EVOS Glory, and we have so many examples of it this season. In the regular season, they came back from a -7 match point deficit. And with that mental strength, with that mental fortitude, with resilience, determination, and hunger to get to the top, they prevail and they will force another game under the reign of Fnatic Onyx.
That was a well-deserved victory for EVOS Glory. That was honestly their game to lose. From the perspective of a Filipino here on the desk, that was EVOS Glory game to lose. Game to win, rather, where literally they just need to play around the objectives right, pressure the lane at the right time. And the moment you saw CW go down within the first minute of the game, EVOS Glory knew, all right, if we don't win this game, something terrible happened. And they built around that, they continued that, and they continued invading the jungle of Fnatic Onyx. Fnatic Onyx, dare I say, they kind of played around a bit with that last draft, and they found out.
I think the lack of damage in Fnatic Onyx side cost them this game 4.
Yes.
They didn't snowball the early game. The CC got first blooded by the Roger, and they have an Angela in the mid with a Ruby and a Terizla.
Yeah.
I don't know how much pain Kyrie can take on his back, man, if he needs to carry that game. And I think it's very hard for them to execute the game 4 draft if they did a snowball from the start.
Exactly. I mean, this competition was a big gamble, right? It's a high risk. You need that early game. Once, you know, EVOS had the 2,000 gold lead, it was basically almost over. But then you could see the discipline from EVOS, though, because even then, Fnatic Onyx were still threatening all the way to the end. And you're not supposed to be on that comp when you lose early.
And looking at the draft as well for Fnatic Onyx, if they wanted to run that CC at that point, it's like, okay, sure, let's just say that was the game plan. I mean, they channeled back to Todak's idea of double fighter sides, put a Ling in the jungle because that's technically your marksman, your basic attack damage dealer. But then it got to the point where with the Faramis 4th pick of EVOS Glory, that just looked like checkmate. Because if Fnatic Onyx ended up drafting something along the lines of a Lapu Lapu just to respond to that Faramis, then EVOS Glory would be the ones to get the Terizla. And then it'll still be difficult for Fnatic Onyx to be able to win majority of the fights there and even help out their jungle. Faramis 4th pick was just really great by EVOS Glory.
Yeah, the Franco and the Faramis pick, the 3rd pick, the Franco, and the 4th pick Faramis is checkmate for Onyx. And I think that's why I didn't like the Ruby pick, because I think if they are planning to play double fighter, they should play another mage to give more damage, to also pop the Cult Altar for Faramis. They need some more damage in that team comp. Maybe a Faxana or even Aloy is open at that game.
Yeah, but they completely left it open and they went in for the Angela in the mid lane instead. But player of the game presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 series is Dreams, right? You don't respect Dreams and you get nightmares for a long, long time.
And especially when you consider the fact that you're on an assassin, right? Getting that suppression so early on. And even there, the fact that they were just unable to snowball Fnatic Onyx is also partially due to the pressure that Dreams was able to just carry around. Every single time you saw Kyrie go for something like a split push, Dreams is always on the case with the rapid boots, with the conceals, immediately pop just for the extra bit of movement speed to chase him away. And just like that, they were just forced into those neutral objective fights, 5v5. And then with this composition, with the CC not really winning out against the Roger, it was just looking a bit too difficult.
And that was a big learning moment for me. Number one, now I learned CC versus the Roger. Just time to dash in a little bit. Well, Roger's gonna win. And also, Dreams, really good Franco.
Oh yeah,
I didn't know. In my head, I was like, oh, Dreams? You mean Tiggle Minotaur guy?
Yeah.
Miss Franco is really great too.
And the big portion here, the big issue as well, is that Lutfi on the Terrorista was shut down completely by Fluffy. You know, shout out to him as well for the early game, that early pressure with the Paquito again and again. Forces Lutfi to be so far behind. He was the guy with the biggest goal differential in this game for the longest time. And that is also something that they use again and again to go for some kind of flank, some kind of burst damage to the back. And especially with the Nether Realm in the picture, it was just so difficult for Onyx to even get even trades.
I think as you can see here, right? The Cult Altar is such a nuisance for Fnatic Onyx side. They need to kite back, but they need to pop the Cult Altar, but they don't have enough damage to do so because they only need to rely on the CC and the Angela. They don't have any damage and they just get rolled over by the Paquito, by the Roger, by the Paramis, by everyone from the side of EVOS Glory.
And it bakes so many resources, right? Vengeance already popped in, Heartguard already popped in, and at the end of the day, after the Cult Altar's done, Onyx, they don't have anything left in their arsenal to utilize against EVOS Glory.
Yeah, looking back now, EVOS Glory actually also banning out the Edith in the second phase was really good. That would have been the source of magic damage that would have capped off a potentially great lineup for Fnatic Onyx. Even if that wasn't a Ruby, if that was something like a Minotaur to provide a little bit more heals to pair up with the Angela, still, again, not enough. It's a lot of crowd control, but you're still waiting. You're trying to take down that Nether Realm, and even with a big Minoan Fury, not enough.
That's what they learned from their match in upper bracket finals. EVOS Glory, last time they saw the Angela, last time they lost to the Angela by Fnatic Onyx, Fnatic Onyx picked up the Edith in the second phase. So it was a good adjustment by EVOS Glory there to ban out the Edith, and it kind of forced them on that double marksman to gamble on the early game, but also Fnatic Onyx were denied of the Ling. They then went for the Julian, so they also had extra magic. So it was still more diverse anyways, you know? And yeah, this is Fnatic Onyx trying to pull off a very high-risk, high-reward composition that didn't work out.
Yeah. I agree. That's why I think another mage there with a double fighter is a much better team composition. Because yeah, me myself, Alter Ego also uses double fighter, right? Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. Maybe they're just like, yeah, okay, we have 3 lives, right? They're up 3-0. We can try something. Try to cut them off guard, but EVOS Glory was sharp.
What would be the mage there that you would have picked?
I like Vexana because Vex somehow counters Paramis, right? The Cult Altar, they need to clump up. Or even maybe Loi. Loi was, leave open, man.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we completely forgot it was left open right there. AoE and like multiple sources of spammable abilities for the Loi could have worked. That sure is the case. And I mean, back then when this meta with the fighters and the Golden was popular, the Paramis was also such a big problem for any kind of composition like that. Usually, it's always like all these fighters, and then it's going to be a trade-off. Instead of the Loi and Chip, it's always the Pharamids and Valentina for that clash. So the fact that EVOS were able to get their hands on it is also a big win for them.
I'm within the school of thought where it looked like a really big odd draft for EVOS, because you mentioned the Low Yi. So if ever it wasn't Angela Rope and they put the Low Yi in mid, then EVOS could have still ended up picking the Esmeralda as the last pick.
Yeah.
That would be a lot of shields, and you still wouldn't not have enough damage to eventually take down an Esmeralda with the Faramis as well. The way I see it, even though like I really get your points, EVOS Glory was just like, they look comfortable drafting on the red side, and they prepared that well. But then we also have to acknowledge Fnatic Onyx. CC Gold! CC Gold! CC Gold!
Exactly. I mean, what would you prefer to be in the gold lane if not the CC right here? You know, could you think of something that would be a bit more conducive to this game plan?
The difficult thing is like the majority of the ones that can really handle the Roger fine were kind of gone. But if they just drafted some last few picks enough to peel for it and just helped it out, kind of greedy. But the thing, they already had the Link, and they could have gotten Nathan at least. So that you get that source of magic damage. But then again, it's so risky because you already showed the Link early on. You know you're playing Angeline.
I don't like Natan.
I agree.
Haven't we seen good things from Natan?
It's tough.
Everyone's like, no.
but I think a good marksman there for CW. I think it's Melissa. Melissa's not.
Ooh. Yo, that's actually true.
Yeah.
Faramis,
I like that. I like that.
I mean, Roger's okay against it, but everyone, yeah. Wow.
I mean, we did see CW pull it up against.
Yeah, exactly.
Against who, Mirko?
Against who?
Hey,
that was painful.
What if though,
I still
right?
remember.
What if though? What if same theme, same picks again? It's been a theme all throughout the series wherein you just redo your previous ideas, and what if in the next game, Fnatic Onic go with the same route, but draft a Melissa this time?
But do you think that Fnatic Onic will take the same side?
They will pick red side for sure.
Yeah. I mean, the 100% win rate on the red side.
Yeah.
Fnatic Onic, 3 games in a row, and then now EVOS Glory. So, hey, that respect is coming in handy in the grand finals.
And we said it was a checkmate, by the way, if they go on the other side. But hey, it turns out it worked out.
They turned it around, man.
Checkmate, it was if they picked the link. If EVOS Glory picked the link, but they didn't pick the link. So it's just a check.
It's a check, and then they fought out of that
Yes,
check.
and then they picked Franco third pick, and then Faramis, that's a checkmate for Fnatic Onic.
Oh, they played the Lynx Gambit.
Lynx
The Lynx Gambit.
Did we swap games? Are we still talking Mobile Legends?
Yes, we are.
Yes.
What's going on here?
Yes, we are.
We are.
Welcome to MLVB. I just want to say MLVB.
It's a different version, a different MLBB multiverse.
The draft is a very, very, interesting thing to talk about.
For sure. And we have the draft expert here with us.
The architect.
The architect.
Coach
Aldo, the architect.
What do you think, Coach?
Yep.
Is there any way for you to amend Onyx draft in this game?
Yeah.
What minor changes would you have swapped in here, maybe?
If we really want to play the, again, the double fighter, Vexana will be good, I think. But if we want to play marksman, I think Melissa is very good at that spot. Because, he can dish out damage, and against a Roger, it's maybe just hold a bit in the laning phase, and then you will poke him in the team fight.
Especially after that 3-item power spike. Melissa's still really good right now. I mean, I remember instantly when you said Vexana, that's what Alter Ego did in the regular season, right? I mean, when they go for these fighters, they go for the Vexana in the mid lane.
So we're seeing why that idea comes through here from the source himself. What a fresh experience on the English desk.
But we've talked so much about Onic. Let's circle back to EVOS, right? They were able to come back in what looked like GG already at championship point. Everything was held against them, but we finally see Fluffy given a different hero. We finally get to see Fluffy on the Paquito, and then it's a different effect.
Yeah, that's what I've been looking for this entire series. Like, let Fluffy be Fluffy, and that Fluffy isn't Fluffy. Exactly. He hurts. Allow him to make plays for himself, for the team, be aggressive, deal bursts, not just be utility. And with the Paquito in his hands, it just showed up really well. If it wasn't Dreams that was the MVP of that game with some really great hooks and really great timings with the Bloody Hunt, I would have made a case for Fluffy because of his aggression and then his quick power spike.
For sure. Even Ling, Kyrie was having so many issues just going his normal route.
I think the point for EVOS right now is just don't play Assassin versus Assassin against Fnatic Onic.
No Assassin versus Assassin.
That's
number one.
I think just put Anafel on the tankier side of the jungler and let Fluffy shine. Yeah. Like Raptor said.
Exactly. We were talking about this earlier. Like, just back to basics. If you want to do the Assassin versus Assassin and you're so confident, do it in the game 7. Maybe a part of you is thinking, still don't do that to Onic. But like, come on.
But with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are gonna go to a short break. So we'll see you right after for game numero, what's 5 in Spanish?
Cinco.
Numero Chico.
English or Spanish?
Stay tuned. Chico? That's a rebellion code.
Ada harapan untuk the People's Champion EVOS Glory karena kali ini berhasil mengamankan 1 poin. Tapi tentunya ini tidak terhenti di sini karena mereka harus berusaha untuk membalikan keadaan dengan memenangkan 3 game lagi.
Benar, karena Onyx hanya membutuhkan 1 game saja. Dengan demikian, Onyx bisa mengangkat piala. Namun kalau dari EVOS sendiri, mereka harus berjuang dengan perjalanan yang lebih panjang. Namun tetap saja, semua tim sama-sama membutuhkan total 4 game.
Betul sekali karena tentunya ini kedua tim, baik itu Fnatic Onyx dan juga EVOS Glory berusaha untuk bisa mendapatkan gelar sebagai Raja Galaksi. Karena kedua tim ini mendapatkan gelar atau tiket menuju MSC 2024 ini tidak cukup ya.
Tidak, mereka menginginkan kemenangan, mereka menginginkan tambahan koleksi dari piala MPL.
Betul sekali, tapi ngomongin MSC tentunya kedua tim ini akan berlaga di ajang MSC 2024. Tapi tentunya tim-tim yang akan dilawan adalah tim-tim dari berbagai region dan kita kemarin sudah sempat ya Bude ngobrol-ngobrol dengan champion-champion yang akan berlaga di MSC 2024 dari berbagai region. Ada dari Kamboja, kemudian Philippines. Kali ini kita mau kemana Bude?
Kita mau ke keluarga serumpun kita yang ada di Malaysia. Kita akan langsung rebung dengan Yums. Hello Yums. Apa kabar?
Wow, Yums, congratulations for winning the MPL Malaysia.
Terima kasih.
Selamat. But gimana perjalanannya itu sampai menjadi juara?
Perjalanannya senang sih, senang.
Senang ya Bude.
Ya,
Dan
senang.
tentunya Yums memenangkan MPL Malaysia, mendapatkan tiket ke MSC 2024 bersama dengan Selangor Red Giants. Tapi Yums, bagaimana kamu melihat ini persaingan di MPL Indonesia?
Seru sih, seru.
Tapi bagaimana dengan mungkin bisa nggak dijelaskan lebih dalam lagi kalau Indonesia gimana dan mungkin Malaysia gimana Yums?
Pemilihan gameplay sih, pemilihan style gameplaynya.
Dari gameplay, kalau Malaysia
Ya.
gimana tuh?
Kalau Malaysia agresif, agresif dan kucar-kacir gitu.
Oh menarik ya, rame gitu ya Yums. Kalau Indonesia gimana tuh Yums?
Kalau Indonesia sangat rapi dan sangat cantik sih untuk dilihat, ditonton.
Wow, Indonesia sangat cantik ditonton, sedangkan Malaysia agresif. Tapi
Ya.
kamu akan mewakili MPL Malaysia di MSC 2024. Berarti kalian akan bertemu dengan dua tim yang hari ini berlaga. Bagaimana menurut Yums sendiri melihat pertandingan Grand Final hari ini?
Apa? Bisa ulang nggak?
Bagaimana Yums melihat pertandingan Grand Final hari ini antara EVOS Glory dan juga Fnatic Onyx? Karena mengingat dua tim ini akan bertemu dengan Yums dengan Selangor Giants bersama-sama di MSC.
Cuma.
Gimana performa dari EVOS dan juga Fnatic Onyx?
Dua-duanya bagus banget sih. Gak sabar sih untuk lawan mereka.
Akan jadi kontender kuat kah, lawan kuat untuk Yums khususnya?
Kuat.
Kuat. Tapi ini kan melihat pertandingan Grand Final. Kedua tim akan bertemu dengan Yums tentunya di MSC. Tapi kalau melihat saat ini Onyx atau Fnatic Onyx begitu mendominasi. Kira-kira menurut Yums apa yang membuat Onyx sangat dominated?
Pemahaman gameplay yang tinggi dikuasai oleh pemain Onyx sih.
Oh, begitu untuk Fnatic Onyx. Tapi Yums menonton ya, ngelihat EVOS Glory. Is there anything that EVOS Glory, ada nggak sih yang EVOS Glory harus lakukan nih jika ingin mengejar poin tertinggalnya?
EVOS harus menaikin lagi taraf permainan mereka dan coba untuk mematikan Kairi.
Fokus Kairinya Yums.
Ya,
Why? Kenapa nih Kairinya nih? Harus tiap hari dikunciin?
iya Kairinya harus masuk ke pocket sih.
Masuk ke pocket disimpan Kairinya ya Yums. Tapi Yums yang terakhir before kita akan melihat bagaimana pertandingan selanjutnya, game selanjutnya. Yums ada pesan-pesan untuk fans-fans super fans yang ada di MPL Indonesia?
Semoga kalian fans-fans di Indonesia ya.
Betul.
Tidak apa ya? Aduh ya Allah.
Boleh buat semuanya, boleh Yums.
Semoga kalian menonton aja di sana.
Yes, kita nonton kamu Yums. Wajah Anda terpampang Yums di tengah-tengah MPL Indonesia. But Yums, Gimana skornya untuk final ini? Ada prediksi untuk skor?
Ada 4-1 nanti.
Langsung ya. Tapi thank you so much, terima kasih sekali. Good luck untuk MSC 2024-nya Yums. Dan terima kasih sudah bergabung bersama kami di MPL Indonesia Season 13. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih Yums.
Oke.
Dan itulah dia, kita sudah terhubung dengan salah satu best roamer dari keluarga serumpun kita dari Malaysia sana yang telah memenangkan juga dari MPL Malaysia. Kita akan bertemu Yums lagi nantinya di MSC. Tentu saja dua tim ini akan berhadapan langsung dengan Yums, Monica.
Betul sekali, dan tadi Yums sudah mengatakan juga ya, memang ini sengit sekali kalau ngomongin memang permainan gameplay di Indonesia begitu rapi. Jadi perlu diwaspadai oleh Selangor Red Giants juga bersama dengan Yums yang nantinya bakalan ketemu di MSC. Tapi tentunya kita akan melihat apakah prediksi dari Yums akan terjadi, karena prediksinya tadi 4-1 Bude.
Berarti kalau 4-1 ini bakal jadi game terakhir? Kayaknya nggak percaya ya, EVOS fans. Apakah ini game terakhir? Enggak, semuanya nggak. Coba, kalau kalian berpikir ini nggak, tolong kasih semangat yang keras. EVOS fans untuk EVOS Glory!
Tapi Bude, tentunya para Sonic ingin melihat langsung nih tim kesayangannya untuk bisa menang. Apakah Sonic masih semangat?
Semuanya mengibarkan bendera timnya masing-masing. Dua tim masih akan berjuang untuk satu juara, satu gelar Raja Galaksi. Untuk Fnatic Onyx, mereka tinggal menyabet satu kemenangan saja. Mereka sudah bisa mengangkat piala yang kita lihat dari tadi. Sudah bertengger di tengah-tengah panggung ini. Namun untuk EVOS Glory, perjalanan mereka masih cukup menantang.
Betul sekali, karena baru mengumpulkan 1 poin kemenangan. Ini berarti harus mendapatkan 3 game point lagi. Ini berarti harus reverse sweep nih, baru bisa memenangkan match atau menjadi champion Raja Galaksi di MPL Indonesia Season 13 kali ini.
Betul sekali, dan kita sebagai penonton, sebagai pendukung, mari kita bersama-sama menyambut game kelanjutan dari Grand Final MPL Indonesia Season 13.
We are back, ladies and gentlemen, for game number 5 in the grand finals of MPL ID Season 13. After a 3-0 win from Fnatic Onyx, EVOS Glory managed to steal a game off of their hands. And it brings us to game number 5. But of course, did you guys see the venue outside, how packed it was? Have you seen what it looks like inside here as well? This is the Jakarta International Velodrome. So welcome to #your everyday venue. If you want to have a birthday party, you want to have a concert, maybe you want to stay on stage alone, you know, have a Reptar show concert.
No one's gonna watch that.
I'll come.
Thank
I'll
you.
welcome.
Thank you.
So that's 2 people, 3 people. 3
Aldo's
people will
gonna.
come.
Of course, I know Aldo. So that's 4.
Nice.
All right. I got 2 my friends rolling with that idea. I love it. Thank you.
Super flexible. You guys can utilize this venue for multi-purpose events such as concerts. You can have a boxing match against Arashi, school events, corporate gatherings, and of course, brand activations. Your everyday venue for all your needs. And I'd really love to see, you know, Arashi like buy one.
Against
who? Beyond.
Oh, that'd be cool. That'd be really, really cool.
Beyond with Coach Aldo maybe.
Oh, Aldo.
Who would win?
I knock him out clean.
Oh, bring it. Okay. We got. Hey, calm down. That's for the future. All right, we save that for the press conferences. But
Sign the contract.
hey, Arashi, calm down. Maybe he needs some snacks. You know, why is he getting all feisty?
I think he's a bit hangry.
Are you hangry?
I kinda am though.
Are you angry because you're hangry?
I kinda is though.
All right.
Yeah, I get hangry too. I see Reptar snacking. Did you use the Retri discount code? 10K?
There's a
15K,
discount
sorry.
code? Oh, I missed the discount code.
Bro, check your screen right now, right? You guys can also utilize it. It's click play up 15 or 15, 1-5. And you guys can utilize it by becoming a new member to get the discount. Wow, amazing.
Me personally, I'm not a fan of snacks, right?
Why?
But because I just don't like eating snacks. I'm not that type of snack.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
not a snacker, you know?
Okay.
No way.
But I am a coffeeer, if that's a term, and I will make it a term if it's not, because I drank like three glasses of coffee today, and it's all point coffee because that's my favorite coffee brand.
Yeah.
This is my third one, and it's
You know, there's an actual
need
term
another.
for instead of coffeeer, you're a brew rat.
Oh, brew rat.
Yeah, you're a brew rat.
I
They call,
usually-
you know, coffees, like they call them brews. So yeah, you're
yes,
a brew
yes, yes.
rat.
Like Wolf.
Yeah, he's a
Like
brew
Mr.
rat.
B. Wolf.
And Wolf
Yeah.
told me that he's a brew rat, especially for point coffee, because it's a freshly made coffee drink served from 100% authentic Indonesian coffee beans, made by trained baristas. That's why they call
Trained
him
brew
barista.
by a Wolf.
Yeah, brew by hero.
Brew by hero.
I love that.
For sure. What glasses are you using, by the way?
these
These
are L
things?
glasses, honestly,
L glasses?
because I'm
These
not
are normal,
actually-
man.
I'm using Saturday.
No wonder he can see the
Actually,
Yes.
that's how he sees the future.
Wow.
That's how he sees the future.
The vision.
The vision. Gear up for the launch of Saturdays and MPL ID collaboration on March 4th. This eyewear is the secret weapon for Coach Aldo to dominate the land of Dawn. Available at Saturdays.com and all Saturday stores. For more information, you guys can check out at Saturdays.lifestyle on Instagram as well as TikTok. We'll give it over to Mr. Reptar. You know, oh man, you're not on the screen anymore.
Whoa, Lim Annabelle.
That's what?
Is he Annabelle or is he an Indonesian caster?
You will never know.
They actually do
Have
look
you ever
alike.
seen them in the same room?
No, I haven't.
No.
Never.
Exactly.
It's not like he's casting the grand finals right now. No.
Is he though?
That's Momo-chan, remember?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Reptar, are you wearing 2 glasses?
No. You have no proof because the camera's not on me.
Take a picture.
Take a picture.
Take a picture.
For the Samsung Galaxy
Face taking a
lithography.
picture. You're done. It's over.
The S24 can edit in glasses, so I can make it look like you have 2 glasses.
AI, bro.
Match points. Will Annabelle's tank jungler lead EVOS to a comeback? And remember last season in the playoffs, EVOS have pulled reverse sweep before. So it goes to show that they do have the mental fortitude. See, I don't have the mental fortitude. I messed up saying mental.
I love it though.
If you guys remember, Match Point EVOS was a mythical creature we were talking a lot about.
Exactly.
Whenever their opponents are at match point, they just get so much better. That has been a thing, kind of. It might make a recurrence right now.
So now this brings us to the drafts.
Still the same bands from the first, second, and third game. Yes, it's the same draft. Maybe here EVOS is looking for the Fredrin first pick, because they want to prioritize the Fredrin that gave them the win. But maybe leaving Valentina open for Suns is kind of risky too, right?
Yeah. I mean, at this point, anything you go for is a risk. But you called it, Coach. You know, the Fredrin. We had this discussion off camera, by the way, and Coach Aldo was like, yeah, they can go for that. They can go for the Fredrin first pick instead of the Valentina.
Valentina Roger, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Valentina and Roger.
I think.
I agree with Valentina Roger too.
Very versatile.
Yeah.
You can see the value.
Because if they pick Valentina Roger, yeah.
You want to keep going, Coach?
EVOS' answers needs to be Claude, right? But since Onyx already has the Valentina, they can't go for the Grok, the Minotaur, the cancellation on the Claude's Blazing Duet. But let's see what EVOS Glory is gonna pick.
What's your prediction?
It should be Claude. I think still it should be Claude, but it's kind of hard. Claude. And they cannot go for X-Broke to right because of the Valentina. Yeah. So yeah, that's why giving a Valentina to Onyx is kind of tricky.
We'll see.
Oh,
Export Experiments.
They don't care.
They give 2 ults.
Actually, this is smart because now Sans needs to pick either they want to pick the Paramis ult or the X-Broke ult.
Exactly.
Yep. I think this is smart move.
Yeah, it's funny because like let's say Sans gets the ultimate of the Paramis, they have an export to deal with.
Yeah.
You know, the export can quickly take away the Nether Realm that Fnatic Onyx will have on their side here. Going into the second phase without their gold laner though, you mentioned the Claude. I feel like Fnatic Onyx will ban out the Claude in the second phase now. Be really good get that mobility because right now the EVOS lineup is very team fighting. You need at least one hero to open up the map, split course, be mobile.
Agree.
If you look at the seemingly it's gonna be a trade in DPS. I was gonna say more DPS like the Edith would probably make a lot of sense, but the Uranus out of nowhere here against an X-Borg, it kind of works out. You can regen from all the harassment in the lane.
I think they just wanna like to mirror the X-Borg, and since they already picked the Pyramis, I think EVOS Glory doesn't have that option to punish from the mid lane for the Uranus. So I think it's a good pick to mirror the X-Borg and also the Fredrin, the tank jungler.
I wonder if they're going to ban out the carry Claude now because the Uranus does not like going up against those two, those fast basic attack heroes. Seems like that's going to be the logical ban here for Fnatic Onyx. If not, then they're going to be playing a dangerous game. First the carry, If they're ever going to open up the Claude, then that means they're going to pick up something maybe like
Grok, Minotaur.
Yeah, the heroes that the moment the Claude goes in, you have to force the Purify out of it. Those bursts. Wow. Oh, they're respecting the Julian.
Oh, wow. Do you think the Julian could come up here?
Yes, I still think so, right? I mean, Fnatic Onyx, there's a reason they have left that jungle out and open. And they really like to do that. I mean, even from the old days of Aldo and Mars, that's what they like to do, especially for Kyrie. Leave the red side, especially when you're on red side, to give Kyrie an assassin pick.
I think they can pick the Claude and flex the Roger somehow. I haven't seen that being done for a bit too long, but the fact that they abandoned a ton kind of gets me thinking quite a bit. With the Fanny ban away as well, Assassins technically are still on the table. But it's getting risky with all these survivability tools available.
Are we gonna see a Lancelot on Kyrie on Lancelot? Maybe. I think it's not a bad pick here. Maybe on the last pick, but yeah.
It has to be last pick.
It has to be last.
Is it okay against the Pyramis?
I mean, it's like one of the better in and out assassin, right? They can just first skill in, dash in, and then dash out. Like,
in a way, because like assassins, in a way, can counter the Pyramis, because when you go in and go out like that, and the way that assassins do, you bait out that Netherrealm. They will go for the Grok first, anticipating that Claude pick again. This Grok is phenomenal to cancel out, especially, I mean, technically, the dive of EVOS, right? If they want to Netherrealm and dive in, boom, smack with the wild charge.
And also it denies like the car control that Dream's gonna put out the G-Girl, the Minotaur. It gets mirrored by the Grok. So they have an early advantage on that side.
And don't forget the barriers, right? It will kind of force Clockern to be a bit more conservative with his Stampede. If he wants to use it aggressively, he might get stuck behind a wall. We've seen Keyboy's barriers being so good. It's gonna be a Beatrix Franco though, a bit of a throwback.
Okay.
Yeah, I like it. They're gonna need a dive, they're gonna need burst, Wuzong. Oh wait, no, they already have the EXP laner. Oh, there's burst, there's dive. It's the Nolan.
It's the Nolan.
It takes both of them out. But this is a combination that we've seen way back in the day, right? The Beatrix and the Franco. And that's something that is a bit of a power now for EVOS Glory. Do you think it can work against Fnatic Onyx?
Yeah, I think it can work because Beatrix and Franco can burst the front line of Onyx, and also they have the Pyramis to back up if ever they get engaged by the Nolan.
In theory it makes sense, especially with this combo. Even the Uranus, if you're stuck at suppressed and hit with a Bennett's Rage, we've seen that even the tankiest of members can get absolutely deleted.
The last time EVOS were in the same exact spot, 3-1. It was at M1 World Championships, 3-1, and they came back up against RFG Hoshi.
Will we be seeing that same storyline unfold in front of us today? Because it looks like the White Tigers, the people's champions, they're not going down without a fight. Not until they take Fnatic Onyx. The champions of the galaxy down with them. Welcome to game number 5. Welcome into the land of Dawn as we are still at championship point for Fnatic Onyx. Was that a hook?
It was an Iron Hook early. I don't know about whether he survived Purify. There's no first blood. I would love to see it over the clear, man.
Give it a second.
There we go.
Pure, a flicker, okay. Oh, it came out of nowhere. Dreams again on his signature pick. Onyx seems to want to try and go for it. And Keyboy doing the roundabout special, denying, delaying the clear speed from Annabelle a bit more. Looking at the emblems by GameSmax. Master Assassin now for both gold inners, but Keyboy gets jumped on.
Oh my god, Dreams, I don't know about that. The barrier as well is very, very low, still in the bush. Kyrie gets the passive down on Clawkun and backs away. Brands though, look at that. Will and Master Assassin.
He wants to make sure that in the laning phase, we've seen it again and again, and in this match, the laning phase becomes so much more important because then you have control. That's the same thing, that applies for the EXP lane, but even also for the gold lane. Get the rest of them, Fluffy going in with the agility, he definitely wants to be participating in a lot of these engagements. But against the Uranus, we'll have to see. Ludwig can be annoyingly cutting those lanes again and again, keeping this X-Borg just in the lane.
So far, if we circle back into the gold lane, that level 4 will be a bit of a power spike, right? That's when Dreams and Brands can utilize it to look for a combo, perhaps maybe even a pickup into the side lanes. Meanwhile, 9 seconds left on the next neutral objective spawn. The turtle gonna jump in. Annabelle at level 4, but so is Kyrie. So it's a little bit of a 50-50 here, but we'll have to see how this pans out. Lupi?
Okay. Annabelle stuns it up. Taunt as well. Appraiser's Wrath committed to, but Lupi just dashes out of that and picks up also that XP creep. Oh, Iron Hook from Dreams. Sans getting popped another realm in time. He cannot. Clawkun bursts him down.
The audacity for Sans to not have a Purify. He won't be around, no Netherrealm, but Keyboy and Ludpi trying to find some space while Charge is available.
He should be able to use a Keyboy with a wild charge and a Fracture coming with Retribution. Meanwhile, Ludpi pops in a Purify and the Consecration gets out to safety. Fnatic Onyx trade that kill for a turtle.
Yeah, Kyrie's going to be able to get and secure that neutral objective for their team, despite things looking like it went south in the team fight. And that's a problem, right? Sans on the Valentina, you don't want to pick, you don't want to have to be forced on the Purify. It's just not worth it, right? It cannot exacerbate the creativity that Sans has, especially with how many choices he has on the side of EVOS Glory. There's so many different ultimates that he can pick up, that he can utilize according to the situation. So that is actually something that EVOS Glory can exploit.
Iron Hook into the bloody high and the damage comes down, but Keyboy just walks out of there, man. What a Chad.
Really is depending on Brands getting that item power spike.
He's still too tanky for the early game. He is running the firmness for an extra tankiness. Oh, Kyrie though slashes Clawkun down. It's kind of funny though. We're seeing so many old metas, quote unquote, with a wild charge to secure the neutral objective, the Franco and Beatrix.
Valentina Faramis.
Exactly. Both teams are just pushed to the brink so far back. They have to go back in time.
Power of nature. Keyboy already used it earlier. Annabelle also stealing away that gold crab from CW. It's a small victory for EVOS Glory, and they look to go towards the enemy purple, but Kyrie is 2 levels ahead of Annabelle.
Farming up the storm. Dreams looking for a way to shut him down, but hasn't really found the answer just yet, despite it already going to 4 minutes.
The longer this game goes, the more Ludpi is going to be a big problem here. For EVOS, the only real way to try and shut him down is to just use all your resources to go on the EXP lane, but look at this.
Stampede into the Iron Hook, but Sans has another round. Keyboy, oh, still able to flicker out of the Appraiser's Wrath. Meanwhile, Kyrie stays busy, goes to the purple buff, steals it away, and still has the Retribution.
It's just all-out pressure all across the map, but look at the response. EVOS immediately going for the turtle. Keyboy will be trying to deter, but Ludpi is in the area too.
No bloody hunt this time for Dreams. Brand swaps to the Renner, gets a shot down on the Ludpi and the Renner's apathy, but Kyrie secures the turtle. 2 turtles to FNOC.
They're gonna have to try and build a snowball from here on out. And that's exactly the plan that they're going for. Keyboy, he's going in very aggressive, being able to back Kyrie up. But at this point, right, a 2K gold lead, CW on the Roger, needs the snowball, still at a 0-0-0. What do EVOS Glory do here? Oh, force the flicker there.
Whoa! That's the Uranus pressure, man. It's relentless. And you're seeing that he's always one step ahead from Fluffy. He's trying to be as effective as he was in the previous game, but with this Uranus constantly pressuring, already with the Brute Force breastplate as well, it's going to be very difficult, and it's pulling away a lot of attention towards that EXP lane, which is allowing the rest of the map to be controlled by Onyx, especially with the fast clear from Kyrie, already 2k gold ahead. BOD soon, right in time for the next neutral objective.
Oh, has to purify out of that, man. Oh my goodness gracious. Hold your breath, ladies and gentlemen. Kyrie, 4 levels ahead, wants to continue this. P-Boy has the wild charge, he can go for it. He decides to go for the power of nature instead, just revealing it, and Annabelle wins out the Red Tree battle, gets an Iron Hook and the Bloody Hunt under determined another realm. Saves it, wild charge! Onto 3, and this time no purify for Clockwood, but Kyrie is able to get rid of the Nether Realm. The Bennett's Rage actually is able to save them from that dive. Fnatic Onyx, that's another Iron Hook, but a Purify from Ludwig grants them their safety very easily. CW Lycan pounces to the wave.
The entire Engage Keyboy gets taken down, but both of these teams, they're not going down without a fight.
And even there, Kyrie, already level 11. He's actually 3 levels ahead of Annabelle as the next neutral objective comes up. And we've seen that the Wild Charge is an option, it's a very great option, a great tool. And Ludpi, there's still no solution just yet. Brands, not enough damage to really one-shot him just yet, even with the Bloody Hunt.
Yeah, Brands just secured the BOD.
Whoa.
Is that a Malefic Roar afterwards? Is that the usual build for Beatrixes these days?
Yes, it is. Build on the Beatrix now, but I'm more concerned about Kyrie. He has a BOD already. Iron Hook onto the Grok. That's a Bloody Hunt as well with the Menace Rage, but he's still able to survive. One charge to the back, and Kyrie gets a fracture down. But another round saves them. Boom! There goes Ludpi.
A bit more damage than he can tank out. Dream still going for some more. Without another realm, EVOS still hold their ground. They know they have more combos available. Fnatic Onyx respect the potential. And it's back to the waiting game. And still very much even though there's a 2.3k gold lead just by Kyrie power farming.
Yeah, so despite Kyrie being able to get this EXP lead, they still haven't been able to utilize it, but I might be wrong now.
There's apathy used up, but Keyboy gets back almost a read on that Stampede.
Well, just like that, it's a rush take onto the turtle. Small victory from Fnatic Onyx, and for the most part, they've only been required to sacrifice the frontline members, although Sans has been taken out once. The longer this game goes though, I think there's gonna be more ways for Sans to show his creativity. For now, he's still waiting on some more item power spikes, but on the other side, Kyrie with the BOD. 2.6k gold ahead. The squishy members in the back need to be careful. There's a chance that Clockwood might get deleted before he can even use his spells as streams. Which were an engage play.
Very risky play there. And he does not find the value of that play. Meanwhile, up top, Kyrie doing quick, or making quick work of that turret. Yeah, BOD over Malefic Roar second.
So here it is, ladies and gentlemen. The fact that they have opted to go for the Paramis for EVOS Glory, it does push them to clump up as 5. And Kyrie on the Nolan with the mobility will be able to capitalize over it in these side lanes. So EVOS Glory, they need to be aware of the housekeeping, right? Because even though there aren't any particular strong engages, even though it's not as messy and chaotic as the previous games that we've seen so far, here in game number 5, Fnatic Onyx, they're playing the long game, they're playing the macro game, and if this keeps on going the way that it does, it will be something that Fnatic Onyx can utilize to their advantage, and Kyrie gonna be able to get that orange buff away from Annabelle here in the 9th minute of the game.
Gets it, gets out, see you later. For Fnatic Onyx though, again, it's reverting back to a really old style. For the longest time, even in this match, you do see that when both teams are trying to push the waves out, there's a bit of risk involved there in case it's a big play. But now with the Uranus in the hands of Fnatic Onyx, for the most part, he is very secure, very safe when he's going for those pushes, which is why Kyrie can find the space to go and split push as well. It's like a double split push strategy for Fnatic Onyx for now. And you can see that EVOS, they're forced to react, sending members to the other side. Lord is available.
It looks like they're confused, and Kyrie is 5 levels ahead of Annabelle up to this point now. What? Look at that damage, Kyrie! On this Nolan, he is dealing the damage. He is wreaking havoc on the peoples and champions. A 4K gold lane CW picking up the GDS.
It's gonna mean a lot more chase potential, a lot more burst as well. And look at that. With that macro play, that was a clean take from Fnatic Onyx. Even though EVOS have the tools to go for a pickoff, to go for a team fight, Fnatic Onyx isn't letting them at all.
It's a 3-0 in favor of EVOS Glory, but it's a 5,000 goal lead for Fnatic Onyx.
But at this point, with Kyrie already at max level, that's an impressive 5-level lead. But now it's gonna start shrinking slowly but surely. So Fnatic Onyx also understand that there's some urgency to this game. And look at this, they're going to make a play for the third, but Dreams doesn't get the iron hook. Ludpi looks for a chance to be annoying once more. This is gonna be them zoned away from the orange buff though.
They're getting bullied. They're getting bullied in this game, and it's only been 11 minutes.
With the seal as well, cancel that wild charge, finding two. But Clockwood purifies out of it very quickly. It's all just to get some space for this mid turret to fall, and the cannon minion is able to take it down. Bottom lane's here too as well. Kyrie doing work.
It's so difficult for EVOS right now because again, Ludpi always so healthy, so secure. Now setting for a dive towards Fluffy. Might be too aggressive though, unless the cover goes down.
Ludpi gets pulled back in. Bloody Hunt as well. Locking him down, but another realm saves him. Kyrie in the back line now goes for the fracture. Another realm now to respond it over. Kibo's still able to flicker out. Kyrie gonna be hooked back, but he's able to dash out across the base turret. Finds an angle to escape, of course.
What? That was such a great pick-off, and that should have been theirs, but Kyrie with the fast mechanics, with the fast hands, was able to do the fancy feat around it, dodging the damage from the turret as well.
Don't forget, the whole time, Ludpi is just healing around, running around, blocking hooks, blocking skill shots as well. And even if they go for a short engagement, Ludpi will be full HP before you even notice. 50 seconds to go before the next Lord, and you can bet that Fnatic Onyx will be active on the other side of the map. There's still no chance, no way for EVOS to try and get the punish. They have the BOD and the Malefic Roar in the hands of Brands, but at the same time, how are they supposed to expend all that just for the Uranus, and even then still go for something that's not quite guaranteed?
This is insane, ladies and gentlemen. 7.5k with this. Wait, I can't even say this much action, like the lack of action happening. Fnatic Onyx again playing the map so well, and they're looking for more. Annabelle, they want to make him pay, they want to make him suffer, but Brands is going to be able to get both of these buffs. Is this the time where they're going to rely on Brands and Dreams to make in the plays for EVOS Glory?
They have to if they want to contest this, but Keyboy and Ludpi, again and again, this literal stone walls for Fnatic Onyx. Whenever something is going down, you see almost a double flank from Ludpi and Keyboy, knowing that they are too tanky, too safe, too secure with the crowd control immunity and the regeneration. And that blocks attacks and pathways for EVOS, but it also gives Fnatic Onyx all the intelligence, all the vision. They always know where EVOS is gonna be because they see Ludpi just walk around, they see them through Ludpi.
And now it's just a slow build-up for Fnatic Onyx, just the way they like it. Doesn't need to be too flashy this season. They don't need to be too crazy. Relying on those fundamentals, relying on just those small advantages that build up. It's a 9.2k gold lead, and they are building up these waves as slow as they can. Because they know EVOS, they have wave clear. They have a Beatrix to play with.
But they're not pushing in that top lane.
Not just yet, they're staggering it quite a bit. Sans will have to look for the Netherrealm if they want to go for a big play on the base here. Keyboy looking for something.
Trying to get that Lord in range of the charge, and it does not charge. They kill it right before. They deny that charge away from FNOC. Iron Hook and then Bloody Hunt into the back. Keyboy finds a wild charge, but that's going to be the last insanity used up. Ludpi tanking a lot of these turret shots. Fluffy burning him down to the ground, but Ludpi still able to survive. Not for long though, as Fluffy finally gets that last bit of damage to take him down. But look at the trade. It looks good for EVOS, but then you see the base, and two of the base turrets have been taken out.
Yeah, there was a reason why they pushed in that top lane the way that they did, right? The fact that it was able to collapse the Lord in the bottom lane, and then they were forced to clear it. And so they were able to actually get the tower in the top side under the nose of EVOS Glory as they were distracted, and only one stands in their way. It's building that Lord advantage. You can even see it has a 1.9k gold advantage.
I've been harping on and on about Lutpi on the Uranus, but the fact that he was able to buy so much time and force out so many resources is part of the reason why the turret on the top side also fell. 9k gold lead for now, as Fluffy will be able to get a turret, but EVOS, they're just clumping together. This is also the next big problem. They are clumping together for the Netherrealm, and they are concerned if anyone walks out ever so slightly, Kyrie will be waiting for that opportunity, just pouncing on that opportunity to get a free kill.
For those who have followed Kyrie and Onyx since back then, you should know this playstyle that Fnatic Onyx are playing. This is the banana split of Onyx BH, Season 8, and the M3 World Championships.
And so far it's working, with the way it's already pushing by default. Seems like EVOS, Annabelle, actually is on the scene faster. That allows CW to go for the push. There's not enough damage for EVOS to try and shred this Lord down that fast. With the wave pushing in, now Fnatic Onyx have a window to make their move. They might go for the purple buff first.
Jinx gets barriered, forced to flicker. These small wins, man, it all clumps up, it all stacks up, and it's a mountain now for Fnatic Onyx. Not even the purple buff given to Annabelle, not just yet. Even for the purple buff, they need to work for it.
Okay, but they don't force a retribution there, so it's still being able to be used in the next Lord take.
Ironhawk purified away, Keyboy goes in for the wild charge. No real initiation now as Annabelle walks up forward, but now gets isolated. Fracture as well. Netherrealm just to help Annabelle escape, but look at the resources burnt out.
3 ultimates, basically. And this is like a miscommunication for quite a bit. Seems like Lutpi went for the Purify, but Keyboy went in to try and save him from the Iron Hook. Now with the Lord Evolve, there's a time for Onyx to make their move. The Iron Hook doesn't land, so now there's a window of opportunity, and they have to send Fluffy. He's the only one that has the survivability, but it's so limited.
The resources are now back up for EVOS Glory. They want to go in for the contest. This might be the time. I think they're waiting on the Netherrealm from Clockun, but as soon as that is up, they will go for the exchange.
There we go, what towers? Keyboy finds the back, tried to save Lutpi, but now no one's there to save Keyboy. 2 members down, and Fnatic Onyx did not get the Lord. A great play by EVOS Glory.
That didn't work out at all the way that they planned it. But it looks like Fnatic Onyx, they still want to go in for the commitment. Are they looking for a bait here? Are they looking to prolong the series? But EVOS Glory, the people's champions, they've been waiting for this moment. 8 minutes in.
It's a dangerous situation to be in with 2 members down for another 20 seconds. The wave was pushing for Onyx on the bottom side, but that's why the Franco becomes such a valuable tool. Forces the engage, and now shoes on the other foot, Xborg. Fluffy is the one exposing everyone. It's gonna be a Lord for EVOS.
You have to give it away, that's a Lord, and EVOS Glory finally, after 19 minutes, we see that sign of life. They were still in the lead in kills, but their first real objective is in the 19th minute of the game.
And look at the gold lead. It's shrunken from 10k down to 5k. Definitely not the way Fnatic Onyx wanted to end this game out. But this is the problem when you go up against a team like EVOS, who are so patient, who are so systematic, and they have the tools available to really go for a long base defense. The Netherrealm, the B-Tricks with the insane amount of burst and wave clear, and as well as the X-Block, you can do the same thing with true damage. And of course the beefy frontliners like the Franco, like Annabelle on the Fredrin. A lot of layers here that Fnatic Onyx will have to peel first before they can go for that crystal.
And now Clockun, he picked up the glowing wand. So with these frontliners, with the way that Fnatic Onyx have been playing for the past few minutes of the game, they're gonna start feeling that pressure. They're gonna start feeling that burn. Because the damage from Feramis, it's not exactly as evident, but it builds up. And now Clockun with the glowing wand.
He'll be doing a lot of damage, particularly to Ludpi on the Uranus, who likes to stack up that HP. Ludpi also has to recognize that he is no longer as tanky as he was in the early game. Up till that fight on the bottom side of the base for EVOS, that was still pretty okay, but now he can be one-shotted. EVOS have bought enough time to reach that level, and with Fluffy being the front liner now, Onyx are the ones that are finding it difficult to burn through his HP bars.
The people's champions are making the impossible happen. They go in for the siege.
Whoa.
Let's see the defense.
Harry's still in the mid lane right now as Ludwig gets targeted down as an Iron Hook not connecting Ludwig. Gets another realm just in time, Sans. But look at another realm now popped in. The fracture going to be used up to try to clear the Lord, but the waves are crashing down into the base. That is open. But Fnatic Onyx stay resilient in their own base. Sans picks up the Holy Crystal now with some more burst damage to play with. Dashes forward as a fracture now. Farago armor going to be taken out. Bloody hop in the wild card comes in for the Keyboy. A good another round, but the Runner's Apathy is able to catch Ludpi and take his immortality away. But Lepay gets pulled back by the Shadow Stampede. Knocked out by Annabelle. Burnt down by Fluffy. And he picks up the killing spree. One member, 7-0. Sans has fallen as well. Fnatic Onyx, their base is open wide. Fracture coming down. NCW tries to cover some damage. Will be able to find Blockgood. But look at Braz. With nature, he goes for the base. It's going to be Kyrie who tries to survive with Calvin Windowsa. Will get hooked by Dreams on the Franco. That is Fnatic Onyx nightmare.
One team, one voice, one family. EVOS glory. Against all odds, pinned, pressured, battered. They pulled the impossible. They have forced another game against the unchallengeable, against Fnatic Onyx. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, grab your snacks because we're going to game number 6.
Got ourselves a grand finals. The light of hope may have waned, but the voice of the family make sure that the light shines brighter. It's not over yet. You thought this would be a sweep, you thought this would be easy, but EVOS says, just like with the lineup in their last game, we're eyeing for the long game.
Yes, the long game. Onyx draft is all about the early game, right? It's all about the early, the Uranus, the Roger, even the Nolan, right? The Grok. They are eyeing for the early game. They are eyeing for the fast end. But EVOS Glory have that export, have that Beatrix, have that Paramis to hold the line, hold the door for EVOS Glory, and they really did hold the door, and they executed perfectly, I would say.
That was a perfect game for Fnatic Onyx too, right? That was a zero-kill game, sure. Technically they were losing from the start, but objective-wise, hold the map pressure, map control, everything else is on the side of Fnatic Onyx. EVOS maybe ban Franco. Get it off the Dreams, this guy.
Oh man, yeah, at this point, you might as well try and do something about it. Either in the draft or maybe just banning him straight up.
You know, a funny thing, what I always say to the players, like, if we see a Franco game and he hit the first hook on the game, it's gonna be a good Franco game. And he did it twice already, game 4 and game 5.
So that's a tell.
That's a tell.
Okay, make a mental note, ladies and gentlemen. The first hook, whether it lands or not, but again, there was just so many things that went really wrong for Onyx in the latest stage of the game. You guys mentioned a few things already, and I think the Paramis was also a big problem, right? It denied so much kill pressure from Kyrie. It denied so many great momentum creations by Keyboy on the Grok. I don't know, yes, Franco is a problem, but I think the Faramis was too.
The Faramis, and I really appreciate the last 2 picks. Along with the Franco, they also picked up the Beatrix. They needed a little bit more of a stronger basic attack, especially to deal with the Uranus. And now for this game, we saw 2 teams that fully understood the strengths of their lineup. Even though Fnatic Onyx, yes, at some point they were leading the game because of how they controlled everything. They knew that, as Coach Aldo mentioned, they're great for the early game. That's why they would force fights before Turtles, before the Lords, to force resources out of EVOS first before they would go and say, hey, what? You thought you got a kill? Okay, you got a kill, we'll get the objective. And then they'll roll through that. But eventually you'll just get to the point where EVOS Glory's lineup will just make the Uranus feel useless. And that Uranus was so important to the lineup of Fnatic Onyx.
Yes, and as we can see, the layer of CC that EVOS Glory did to the Uranus for the last team fight was beautiful.
Yeah.
They wait for the Purify, and then after the Uranus pop the Purify, the Fredin goes in first, get the taunt, get the knock-up, and then Franco goes for the hook, and I think it's kind of GG for Fnatic Onyx at that point.
Player of the game, however, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 series. 2 games in a row. Franco, 2 times player of the game. It's gotta start to tell you something, would it not?
You have to wonder if they're thinking like they can maybe deal with it one more time, one more try, right?
Hey,
3
man.
times the charm.
Then we'll be back to a best of 1, right? I don't know if Fnatic Onyx want to take that gamble, man. You know, they've been confident, but I think it's like, you got to do it now. You got to close it out, bro, because the momentum is shifting.
Along with the Franco, if I'm Fnatic Onyx, yeah, bro, just really don't give the Fredrin anymore to Annabelle. Do not.
Yeah, I agree, and also, if you look at these team fights that ensued, I really appreciate Falcon's positioning. He doesn't show up for Sans to steal his ultimate. He just hide, and when the time is right, they all go in together. So Sans have a hard time to steal the Pyramus ultimate to save the team.
I mean, to make things worse for us out of Fnatic Onyx, the fact that they have the Grok as a counter-engage tool, he's forced to use it as an engage tool because the hook keeps landing. And he needs to try and use it, and that way, once the NetherRealm is popped by EVOS, they just keep moving forward. And we kept talking about the moving forward for EVOS. If they have the pace, if they have the aggression, it's hard to stop them.
And they really also played around the idea of every time Dreams got a hook, every time they did that layer of crowd control along with the Fredrin that you mentioned, Coach Aldo, even the little pullbacks by Grokun with the Shadow Stampede, they know Keyboy will be the first to respond. You know there will be a Grok coming in with a wild charge, so prepare for that. And I like how, along with the positioning you mentioned, Grokun didn't waste his NetherRealm. He made sure that the ultimate was, if it's gonna negate the damage, if it's not going to negate the damage, it's going to save someone's life. He made the most out of every ultimate as a Pyramus.
Match point EVOS. What a mythical creature. Match point EVOS. My
Not again.
goodness. I mean, it happened yesterday up against GeekFam. 2-1. They had the match point. GeekFam had the game as well. And EVOS, suddenly they have a spell casted on those boys, those BBs, man.
I have to wonder if it's just experience, right? We talked about how brands always nerves of steel.
Dreams and brands?
Dreams and brands, as we
Saying
say.
they're ex-BTR players.
Shut up, bro.
Oh man.
That is not where I was going with that. The
Harash
point
is
is,
just so sick of it. He's been hearing it for how many months already?
back to it. Again, they just were able to stall for long enough that everyone just came online. Even Fluffy on the export, right? The fact that Fnatic Onyx were trying to do their whole kiting thing again and again, but with the with the Ice Queen's wand, in the hands of Fluffy, it became a lot slower, right? Everyone was slowed down by the fire, and that is also part of why the skills, the catches, the card control tools from EVOS Glory were just landing that much more reliably as well on top of the whole combo, the card control into the Iron Hook.
Man, like, I mean, this whole game was so cool. We get to see the Fnatic Onyx version of a banana split. Up until EVOS Glory going back, and all the way from the draft, it just seems like they are doubling down on how good Dreams is on the Franco, because that Beatrix pick is just a weird pick right now.
Yeah.
Unless you combo it with a phenomenal Franco. And even in this game, when they were behind, they're like, all right, it's okay. We rely on the Franco, we gamble on the Franco. This guy can look for one moment, and that one moment can change the game. And he didn't just find one moment, he found so many moments. It was so ridiculous. And it's all through what Coach Aldo said. The layering of CC to bait out the Purify of Lutpi. And then after that, and also the combination of the Valentina not being able to steal that NetherRealm. Because it doesn't matter if you pick off Lutpi if there's a NetherRealm.
I'll go one more layer and said that the fact that Sans is forced to really look for that Netherrealm again and again also limits his creativity. For the longest time, whenever Sans is able to get the Valentina, we expect crazy usage of the IMU, weird selections. But in this fight, in this game, where the team fights were just so important, he needs that Netherrealm, and his creativity just gets curbed that much more than usual.
Is this Onyx won this, right?
Yeah, this is an
like
Onyx win game, yeah.
Like an ocean there.
Gold lead win.
I just can't believe it.
I think this is the first time in MPL Indonesia Season 13 that we've seen a team win without the gold lead.
Huh.
Entirely, by the way.
You might be right.
Entirely. So imagine the amount of trust and faith you have in your team and your fellow players to be able to stay patient up until that very moment to turn it around. Because, I mean, a normal person would be like, okay, GG, let's focus on the next game.
I mean, we can also see, right? If you guys know, right, we can hear EVOS Glory's comms. They are so calm. They are so calm. So I think it doesn't matter for them like to lose 10k gold. You're just still being calm and just, yeah, we just look for our window of opportunity and just go if we have that window. And I think it shows that they're so calm.
I think you have to go back to what you said, Aldo. When you hit rock bottom, there's nowhere else than up, and they hit 3-0, and they were down 3-0. They hit rock bottom.
Championship point. Championship point. You're not held at match point. You're held at championship point.
Choose
and
again.
They don't let it get to them. That's so impressive, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm happy that it's not a sweep. Even happier now because EVOS is looking really competitive. Great understanding of the strengths and the power spikes of their lineup. Seems like, I don't know if it was jitters in the beginning or for a moment they were just getting scrambled going up against Onyx, but now, as you mentioned, they just look calm. They look in the zone right now. And if we go to game number 7, it'll be a tremendous honor to share the desk with y'all on that, because EVOS deserves it, because it's not just this series, it's not just this playoffs. It's been the story of their entire Season 13. That number 7 haunted them for the longest time, and now that number 7 might be their salvation.
Ooh. I mean, you know, a lot of teams, they keep talking about, oh, when you go up against Onyx, there seems to be this mental block. Everyone's like, oh wow, this is the Onyx. What do you think, Coach Aldo? Have EVOS just completely burst through that mental block, or were they just that calm, that collected, that it never bothered them in the first place?
I think the mental block of Onyx facing Fnatic Onyx is so Season 11, Season 12. I think in Season 13, many teams have beaten Onyx, for sure. And I think they've just like
in the regular season.
Unfortunately, they cannot meet on the playoffs, right? Unfortunately.
Could you repeat that?
I know, but me myself doesn't go to the playoffs, so I cannot say anything.
Technically, only Gani can, you know.
Yeah, none of our team.
Only
I mean,
Gani.
you can say it because, like, you know, you have nothing to lose. I can't say to Coach Aldo, I like him too much. It's so hard. It's too hard. I can't do it.
The pain.
The pain and the agony. And it's the pain and the agony that you guys can actually witness when the ESL comes around. SPS, dive into the action like Kadita dives into the ocean. Don't forget to check out the tickets that are already up and available for you guys to grab. You guys can scan the QR code down below to get your hands on it because they're so affordable. 10K, 10K.
Yeah.
Meals are more expensive than 10K, all right? We're facilitating each and every one of you to be able to make it. We want to grow the community together, and what better way than enjoying Mobile Legends?
I love your selling point for Snapdragon Pro Series. Come here to witness the pain and agony of the players.
Do you not love to watch pain and agony?
No, it's great, yeah. It's drama. It's exciting.
Super exciting. Just like what Budikara Monster and Monica are doing right now. Let's check them out. What you doing over there?
Bersama dengan Monica, Bude sudah menemukan juga nih Monik yang menarik di sini.
Tentunya ini di samping Monica ada seorang content creator yang tentunya udah dikenal ya. Ada Ivan Love di sini.
Halo,
Ivan. Apa kabarnya? Ini kayaknya hari ini ke Grand Final MPL Indonesia Season 13 bareng siapa nih?
Aku lagi bareng orang kaya di sini, Pak Ais. Ini
Halo,
owner
halo.
nih, owner. Wah.
Owner dari
Dari brand Erigo. Ya.
brand Erigo.
Ya.
Halo, salam kenal, salam kenal.
Salam kenal, Salken. Banyak banget pantas dari tadi ya. Bude ngeliat selain pada pakai jersey, pada pakainya kaos Erigo.
Ya alhamdulillah, terima kasih.
Dan nggak cuma dari para pengunjung, tapi kan kita tahu sendiri Erigo itu udah nggak asing di
Yes.
kuping kita. Dari pro player pun juga banyak collab-collabannya dari Erigo loh, Monik.
Betul sekali ya, jadi banyak sekali juga merchandise dari tim-tim MPL yang menggunakan Erigo. Jadi udah nggak asing lagi. Tapi anyway, Ivan dan juga Mas Haris, ini gimana rasanya menonton langsung nih Grand Final MPL Indonesia?
Kalau dari aku ya, kalau aku kan emang setiap season nggak pernah absen. Aku nongol terus tuh, setiap grand final doang tapi.
Khusus Grand Final ya?
Khusus grand final.
Oke.
Kalau kali ini aku langsung aja nggak usah ditanya lagi, aku Onyx.
Kenapa yakin banget? Ini dari
Karena aku dari season 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 Onyx Bude. Udah aku Onyx pokoknya.
Darahnya kuning?
Karena teman-teman aku Onyx semua juga, jadi aku Onyx aja.
Persobatan lebih pekat daripada apapun dan udah yakin banget. Belum kita tanya, dia sudah menjawab. Iya. Namun kalau dari CEO Erigo ini, ada prediksi nggak ngelihat grand final yang begitu ramai, suasananya gimana sih ini?
Antusiasnya luar biasa sih, luar biasa. Fans-fans dari Sonic, kemudian EVOS fans nggak berhenti-berhenti nyanyi ya. Terus komunitas MPL juga luar biasa, ramai banget yang datang. Thank you nih, MPL sudah mengundang kita nih untuk hadir di sini.
Kita yang seneng banget. Tapi kalau ngelihat Fnatic Onyx sama EVOS Glory, gimana tuh? Ada prediksi-prediksi kah seperti halnya Ivan?
Enggak sih, kalau kita karena kebetulan jujur pada saat Januari kemarin kita ada collab sama Onyx dan itu collab pertama kita antara Erigo dengan Onyx. Dan alhamdulillah kemudian collab kedua itu EVOS di bulan April kemarin, alhamdulillah masuk final dua-duanya.
Membawa hoki kah?
Iya, apakah Erigo ini, tim yang menggunakan Erigo ini membawa hoki ya, bisa langsung.
Udah pasti kalau itu,
udah
pasti.
Tuh kan belum ditanyain udah langsung dijawab sama Ivan. Tapi
Jadi nggak bisa milih ya,
Udah
karena
nggak bisa
dua-duanya
milih ya.
pakai Erigo.
Gak enak karena kita disupport juga sama manajemen Onyx, pro player, talent sampai Sonic, kemudian sama EVOS juga sama. Talent sampai EVOS fam juga bantu Erigo banget, support Erigo banget pada saat kolaborasi kemarin. Jadi nggak bisa milih, jujur.
Gak bisa milih, pantesan nih co-foundernya Erigo, Mas Haris ini gak bisa milih. Karena dua-duanya memang ini keren-keren banget menggunakan Erigo. Tapi ini Mas Haris kan ini kita udah kental nih melihat Erigo di merchandise tim-tim MPL. Ada rencana gak nih collab sama MPL-nya?
Panjang nih.
Gimana? Kalau collab, asik nggak kalau collab Erigo sama MPL ID?
Coba dong. Nih, kasih semangatnya yuk biar MPL bisa collab sama Erigo. Kasih semangatnya MPL. Udah pada pengen.
Ya, jadi jujur Bude, karena ini antusiasme juga luar biasa, jadi kami akan support komunitas Mobile Legends Indonesia, terutama MPL ID. Terima kasih buat semuanya.
Yes, tentunya pada menantikan juga ya kan seperti apa. Namun ini kan udah 3-2. Kita harus melanjutkan permainan. Ada yang mau disampaikan mungkin satu persatu?
Kalau dari gua udah Onyx kelarin aja 4-2, piala kasih ke Onyx, oke?
Udah sangat jelas ya. Tapi kalau dari Mas Haris ada yang ingin disampaikan?
Dua-duanya memberikan yang terbaik, jadi saya nggak bisa milih.
Semangat dua-duanya saja ya gitu.
Cari aman.
Berarti semangatin dua-duanya dong.
Dua-duanya, go Onyx, ayo EVOS.
Go Onyx, ayo EVOS.
Pokoknya siapa yang menang, mereka tetap yang menggunakan merchandise dari Erigo ya. Keren sama ya.
Sama-sama. Thank you banget Mas Haris dan juga
Thank
Ivan.
you banget,
Kita akan
Monica,
melanjutkan permainan dari kedua tim ini. Masih di Grand Final dari MPL Indonesia Season 13. Fnatic Onyx. Lagi dan lagi kita hanya mengatakan 1 poin lagi. Tapi dari EVOS mereka mulai mengejar 2 poin lagi. Bisa membawa mereka untuk mengangkat piala ini dan menghentikan dominasi dari tim Fnatic Onyx. Siapakah yang akan mendapatkan game selanjutnya? Mari kita sambut bersama Grand Final dari MPL Indonesia Season 13 lanjutan.
once thought of EVO's glory as mere mortals, but they are making the gods bleed, pushing this to game number 6 in this best of 7 series. And what a way to get through the grand finals.
I am speechless because I'll be honest, I didn't expect it. I feel like a lot of the world didn't expect it. But EVO's glory again, they are full of surprises, just like their fan base, just like their community. And they continue, the drums don't stop, they keep cheering.
Never.
And EVO's glory still keeps rolling.
I mean, my prediction was 4-3 EVOs.
Oh.
By the way.
Interesting.
Who else had that same prediction?
I don't know.
That's true.
How did you get that right? I mean, like, you know, like
I mean,
4-3, you predicted 7.
Wait, are you convinced that's going to be an EVOS win already?
No,
Oh, you know
it's
my
just-
prediction, it was 4-0 EVOS. So it means Onyx 4-0, right? So
yes.
Well, you know, I think I just got some demons to exorcise.
Some demons inside of you.
Exercise?
You want to
You're gonna exercise
I
your
don't know what I'm
demons.
saying.
Maybe, you
I
know,
don't
we
know
should
what
get
I'm
an
saying.
exorcist to exorcise those demons out of you, because for some reason, those demons are taking your capability of speech. And for you guys, Granger and Hayabusa has joined in the fray for the exorcism lineup. You guys can go and check it out on the 18th of May. It starts, and it'll be all the way up until the 16th of June.
So that's what it means.
Yes. Not exercise, exercise.
Need to exercise.
Speaking of exorcism.
Yeah,
Speaking of
Jujutsu
skins.
Kaisen, ladies and gentlemen, the collab skins are back for a limited time. And not to mention, there are a little bit of revamps here and there. So if you guys are curious as to the changes, you guys can actually check that out, because in the draw event, you guys can enjoy a 50% off on your daily first draw. So draw smart. Oh, we have Arfa Tahir in the building. Is he gonna go? Okay, he's not. I thought he was gonna go for a roll for the Exorcist skins, you know?
No fun.
That'll be fun. That'll be cool, man. Why doesn't he go for the roll?
Is he going? Oh, he's not.
Oh, no.
I just keep getting my hopes up. I just love it when people draw on screen. It's like,
Yeah, that used to be a thing, you know.
exactly. It's like, you know, burn the diamonds that I can't.
Because you have way too much.
that's
Unlimited.
That's not what I meant.
You know why? Because you save so much cost by just sitting in the Samsung zone every single time, man.
Wait, I know this guy.
Who?
Is he your brother too?
Huh?
What the heck?
It's Niall, bro.
Niall.
There's a lot of brothers.
Niall is Mirko's long-lost brother confirmed.
Hello, brother. We're equally as good at jungling, too. So.
Really?
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. CW, jangan galak-galak. Coach Aldo will translate it.
CW, don't be so scary, man.
Don't be so
Yeah, don't be so scary.
I think the last 2 games, he hasn't been too scary, right? He's been tame, kind of, on that Roger. Just a bit. Just a bit. Yeah, seems you got a few girlfriend buffs in the building.
Who are you talking about? Oh,
This
hang on.
Gugun.
Is this your girlfriend, Arashi?
What?
I don't think Gugun is a girl, no.
Oh.
Or maybe we see Yaoi.
I was referring to the one at, what? Did you say?
No.
Sorry, what?
Oh, that caught you off guard, didn't you?
No, I was about to say, right? Like, Arashi, no girlfriend in the crowd, but maybe if
Okay.
we see Yaoi, we'll see someone's girlfriend.
Yeah. That's a
What?
fair point.
Oh, look at this utility jungler plus Franco pick. Can they get a win, pull a win?
For EVOS. Have to see. There's ways to get around it for sure. But I'm wondering if Onyx are thinking about going for a ban straight up, or if they have like an approach, like a strategy to go up against this. Because previously it was looking so good, right? Beefy, tanky guy that you can't kill, or beefy, tanky guy has crowd control immunity, and they've been able to shut down the Iron Hook, but only in the early game, right? So that being the case, I wonder if they're gonna try the same thing, but maybe go a bit more aggro, or are they gonna actually go for something like a straight up ban?
But I think if I'm in the Fnatic Onyx shoes, I will choose the blue side now, and I will respect Ben the Fire Mist, because it's been so much nuisance. Because I think that game, the MVP was Clockun, because his positioning, his timing of the Nether Realm was so on point, and I think Onyx can go toe-to-toe with the Franco alone. But with the Fire Mist beside the Franco, I think it's harder. So I think if I'm in the Fnatic Onyx side, I would choose the blue side, and I would prioritize the Fredrin too, because it's been the winning formula for EVOS Glory, right? For 2 games straight now.
All right, we'll put that to the test. Ladies and gentlemen, as we enter the drafting
Oh,
phase.
still same.
But here we are, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Okay, there are some changes in the bands. Kadira, Luoyi, and the Farsa. Reptar, what's going on?
I think EVOS is eventually going to think into drafting the X-Borg for their first 2 picks into the blue side. Then Fredrin, of course, they're still going to want to prioritize that. The Farsa ban is surprising to me. I would be even more surprised if Fnatic Onyx let slip the Farsa or the Fredrin. Excuse me, Faramis or the Fredrin. So either one of those two. Because if they decide to give the chip here and EVOS drafts chip, then you can still draft into the chip and just draft picks so that come the team fight, come the entry of the shortcut, you have an ability to counter it. But no, they're still going to give it. They're going to overload the choices. So they might, if it's the Fredrin get picked here, they're going to have to take the Faramis on the first 2 picks.
Yep, I agree. I think Fnatic Onyx needs to deny the Faramis pick. Okay. Different approach. They want to shut down Sans.
Interesting. So no Angela, no Fredrin in the first phase here for EVOS.
I wonder if Fnatic will go for their Faramis instead. Or, knowing that it's really Valentina, take that out of the equation completely. And then go for some of the prio picks. Maybe instead of going for the mid lane, go for the side laners as well. Because again, that was a big part of their success earlier, at least, in securing all that early game pressure and the early game flank routes. It also allows Kairi to farm efficiently as well.
And yeah, I think this Valentina pick also set up for the X-Borg pick. So either if Fnatic Onyx picks up the Faramis or whatever, I have the X-Borg and I have the upper hand now. But if they're going for the Chichi Angela pick, they're going for the Link third pick maybe. You can see.
The thing is, right, the Valentina pickup, it was basically a way to deny the Faramis, the Angela as well, because now technically EVOS Glory could go for the Link pick themselves. It'll be kind of tough up against the CC because she can't hold on her own in that lane.
It's going to be Fredrin X-Borg, It's still going to be Fredrin X-Borg for sure. So they're like, hey Onyx, pick the Link. We're ready for you. It's like asking them,
Well, it turns out that Onyx will not bite just yet. We'll have to wait and see.
So they go for the Claude first, so they're playing their jungle later. If my Filipino brain is telling me Baksha is still open, but then at the same time it's Baksha, Jella, CC Jella, but then you're gonna need another frontliner because then you'll be lacking magic. It's so complicated right now. Other than the fact that we already saw or telegraphed the X-Borg getting picked in the first 3 picks because they banned out the Farsa. At the same time, looking at the pick for Fnatic Onyx, if ever they could have gone X-Borg jungle, I wouldn't have minded it. X-Borg jungle plus the Angela plus the CC, I feel like EVOS Glory read into that. That's why they said just pick up the X-Borg and the Fredrin already. Steal it away. So now you're really left with, you're not gonna Barretts into an X-Borg. Boxer is what you're left with if it's gonna be a tanky jungler.
And I think EVOS Glory will ban out the Link and the last pick because they still don't want to fight the Link Angela combo for sure.
When comes in for the side of Fnatic Onyx, it is a pick that can shut down the Claude technically as well. And from the looks of it, it's going to be an all-out dive, so only the Youth Song is something that's in the consideration, because the Edith is the ban that EVOS will go for.
They are challenging Onyx to pick the Link here, for sure. They're challenging, hey Kairi, pick the Link. We are ready for you.
That Edith ban, basically, they're doubling down on the challenge. Fnatic Onyx did not bite, but now they are forced to answer. Will the Link be picked? Will Fnatic Onyx answer the challenge of the mortals?
I'd be scared for a Link. So yeah, so it has to be a Baksha. You're gonna have to play the safe route here. So they already have their frontliners in the Baksha and the CC. Your CC is your main frontliner alongside the Angela. You still need magic damage. That's what hurts. There's a little bit of magic damage from Baksha, but it's not gonna be enough.
Is this Kairi Kaja for EVOS Glory?
Ooh, I like it.
Yeah?
Dream signature, right? We were talking about how Tigreal and Minotaur has been the way to go for Dreams. This tournament, they're one-dimensional. They played that way, but this series, they brought up the old Dreams. Kaja, Franco. Remember, he used to be known as only Kaja, only Franco.
This honestly reminds me of Rebellion, to be honest. right? The Kaja and the Carry, the Franco band, these are all very Audi TZ-esque, but we're seeing it in the hands of EVOS Glory. Now, final pick for Fnatic Onyx. I'm going to give it to you again. Coach Aldo, prediction.
It's a board, yeah.
All right.
Because they have Baxter already for the front line, so they can flex the Angela to the roamer position and pick more damage to pop off the X-Borg. Yeah, to pop off the Draga armor of the X-Borg. So I think that's a good pick, but I'm still towards edging to EVOS draft because it's much better front to back.
Yeah. It really looks like it can snowball very quickly. That lineup of EVOS Glory, the wave clear with the Kaja, the Valentina in the mid, Fredrin Export throwing bodies for the carry. If ever Fnatic Onyx is gonna win, it's because Sans had an insane game as a Gord.
Well, we have seen that the draft index heavily favors EVOS for now. So we have to wait and see. Is it going to be a pure front to back? Is EVOS going to be able to just go for these pickoffs again and again? And can Fnatic Onyx have an answer to all the suppressions? Can they beat their worst nightmare?
That's the question. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 6. With the gods bleeding, with things looking, turning up for the people's champions, EVOS Glory. Are we looking at a possible game number 7? As we are still match points, however, for the defending champions, Fnatic Onyx. Let's get into the land of Dawn.
Expect a clearing battle in the early game with the Baxia. We're up in the lead. The Baxia Angela combo, again, all strategies coming back here in the toughest of situations. With the mobility, they're going to be able to outmaneuver EVOS, but later on, against the X-Borg, against the carry as well, there's a ton of true damage. It's going to be a big problem for Kairi to try and sustain through.
Green is already very early on, getting shut down by that shield unity. First blood for Kairi.
I was actually curious as to how they're going to go in for these engages. Wait a minute, Clockhood.
Dashing forward, a very risky play, but he is able to survive.
But back to the point, right? With Keyboy on the Angela, I was concerned about their engage potential, but apparently it has been answered with the way that Kairi was able to get that first blood earlier, as we now center upon the emblems.
Looking at the emblems here by Gaze Max, Sans with the Rupture will be doing a surprising amount of more of damage. Kairi with the firmness understands that he's going to be the main frontline for the team. Ludpi will serve as more of utility. And on your point, Eterna, when it comes to engage, they have that Baxia Angela. They can just hit someone, go with the entanglement, or they can just rely on Sans with the Mystic Projectile. The spammable nature of it will be a bit of a problem for EVOS, but I think the main problem comes when Dreams makes his move.
Whoa! The battle mirror image to the front as he pops the sprint. A weird angle, but he will lose a whole gold cannon minion in the bottom lane.
We're already seeing the presence of Dreams on the Kaja. What will happen when he gets that level 4 power spike along with Brands picking up those items? This is a sure burst. It's going to be sure burst as well as just pure kill pressure coming in from the White Tigers as they now are going to be posturing around the first turtle of the game. Kairi almost at level 5, still at level 4, Annabelle. Meanwhile, they're going for the contest. They're going to go for the pick first.
Being able to escape the curtain call used up. Tying Dreams and Clockun up, and Fluffy's doing some damage, putting that sack down on Kairi, and Xanavel starts up the first turtle of the game. Good zoning by Fluffy. Dreams has the Divine Judgment. Needs to use it wisely, however. Onto Kairi. Hard guard gonna be used up right now. Divine Judgment to pull Kairi away, and Annabelle should be able to find it, but no! Kairi strikes back.
Even with the Divine Judgment, but it looks like, Fluffy gonna be forcing a flicker there. But even with the Divine Judgment being pulled in, Kairi, with a level advantage, still has the advantage on the neutral objective take. And they will be pulling up first with the gold difference.
Mystic Gush just to poke. And Kairi is in enemy territory, trying to go for the invade already. Up against this Fredrin.
You can see the Keyboy is just trying to be as active as possible, influencing these fights ever so slightly. Sans is still doing pretty okay, but this thing, Clockun goes for the Mystic Gush right there, but they're not really having a composition, mainly looking for those kind of pickups. So even when Dreams was able to go for the Divine Judgment, it was meant to be more of a lock-in to try and guarantee the retribution, not a pick-off. And because of that, it's still a pretty good trade for Fnatic Onyx. But now with Dreams on the prowl, ever more than before, it's going to be a bit more difficult, especially because they don't really have someone to walk in the front except for Kyrie.
And I'm wondering, even if they go for the picks, right? Even if they do get that pick off, where's the damage coming from? Is it just purely Annabelle and Clockun in the early stage of the game?
It has to be only from them, and I assume that there's going to be more plays from the side lanes as well, so that Brands and Fluffy can kind of weigh in on that situation, get more damage in on the Divine Judgment. You can see that for the most part, EVOS, they're playing it kind of passively actually, reacting to the movements of Fnatic Onyx, respecting that global presence, that powerful early game from the Baksha.
And now both of these teams,
Oh!
What a prediction!
And Kyrie re-engages instantly with a blazing duet now from CW. Trying to go in the back line, but will not be able to find the range. What was that, Keyboy? What was that reaction time, Clockun? Putting some damage back on Suns.
Amazing reflexes from Keyboy, or instinct, if you will. And with a change, with a trade there, technically without any losses, immediately Onyx made the first move. They're kind of going Fluffy.
Forcing out the last insanity. The Fraga armor depleted, and Lutpi charges forward. Curtain call, tying him up, and they're going in different directions now. Lutpi going for the yo-yo hits, and the vengeance as well. Fluffy gonna be taken down as Lutpi tries to run away, but he re-engages onto Clockun, who was forced to dash defensively back. And Fnatic Onyx now will not go for the turtle, not just yet.
That was a 2v3 situation, and they were able to get the better out of it. Fluffy taken off the board. But Fnatic Onyx, why don't they go straight for the turtle? What are they waiting for?
They want to make sure Sans is around in case a fight does break out. When it comes down to sure utility tools, EVOS has an advantage. But they are late to the party, and Fnatic Onyx will be able to get the first neutral objective. A great start, but keep in mind, it's not about how you start, it's about how you finish.
2K gold lead now for the Kings of the Skies, the Kings of the Galaxy. As it looks like Keyboy picks up a flask of the Oasis. It will turn the tables around in these team fights.
Flask of the Oasis will definitely have a big thing to say. It will kind of throw the calculations sideways as well for the side of EVOS. And even then, before that it was even a factor, they were able to go for the turret, but look at this response.
Clear Divine Judgment right into the hard guard CW now, trying to look for a re-engage as Kyrie pops into Poison's. Battle Mirror image into the blazing duet, and Dreams will be taken out, obliterated. FNOC with a massive advantage here in the 6th minute of the game. Looking for the siege in the bottom lane with Clockun stealing away the Mystic Gush. That will be able to zone them away, but he's standing in. DOT and overtime damage. He's recalling. Lutpi cancels it out. The Terrify out to disengage. The vengeance from Lutpi and a curtain call ties them up, and Fnatic Onyx collapse in the bottom lane. Clockun is down.
The sandwich play works out for Fnatic Onyx with 2 members taken down in that exchange with the price of none. That exchange from Dreams with the Flicker Divine Judgment did not pay off. And turns out CW was able to get a lot out from it. A tower in the bottom side, 2 assists as he's looking for more items to get to that power spike.
In the meanwhile though, on the top side, Fluffy was able to actually equalize in the turret game. Great news for EVOS, but they're still on the back foot. Same thing applies though. The longer this game goes, the more there's ways for EVOS to try and find their way to claw back the victory, especially with a tool as powerful as Divine Judgment in the hands of someone like Dreams. They're gonna keep their eyes out and wait around. If they want to play the macro game, it will still be able to be maneuvered, manipulated by them. But now you can see EVOS always first to the party.
Let's see if they can finish it, right? We can see that Kyrie is at level 10 already. So Dreams, he needs to pull out a miracle. Look for a proper play to get the better in this Retribution battle.
Lutpi showing Annabelle away. That's a hard guard. CW going back to the Battle Mirror image that he plays down Lutpi. With the Fraga armor with the curtain call as well. Dreams gonna be isolated there with a blazing duet now. CW spacing so well. Calvin with Nata, my goodness. Dreams wasn't able to utilize the Divine Judgment. Did you see that spacing? Oh my lord.
Beautiful spacing for sure. It's not just the HP, the shielding, the healing, it's also the movement speed boost. And in the hands of someone like Calvin Winata, that small movement speed addition is enough to swing the balance. Of course, great moves from Lutpi as well, zoning away both Annabelle and Fluffy, the key players here for EVOS' composition when it comes to contesting ground. The fact that they had to back away so fast means the rest of the team needs to back away with them. And just like that, Fnatic Onyx will be trying to go for more objectives after getting actually the mid lane turret as well. If you take a look at the items, with the War Axe and the Bootless Breastplate, this is one of the biggest power spikes for Ludpi, having both the big movement speed and the damage to really chase anyone down.
And now it looks like Brands is just a second away from his third item, that power spike from the carry, to be able to combo that in with the Divine Judgment from Dreams.
And if you look at Sans here on the gourd, Ice Queen's one's very early, less damage technically compared to the glowing one, but all the utility that they very desperately require as Kyrie rolls in for a play.
Sandwich maneuver, Dreams gets spotted on the bush as well, and now gets isolated from the team. Fnatic Onyx are going to capitalize on this moment. Dreams cannot even use the Divine Judgment in time. Well played, Fnatic Onyx, attacking from different angles to isolate one, and EVOS Glory had to sacrifice their roamer.
They push the tempo and they push the pace, they look for a pick, just as CW gets that golden staff, right? So that 3-item power spike for the Claude finally hit, and it looks like they're looking for more.
And Ludpi is taking advantage of it, Annabelle! Slay to the bottom lane, blazing duet from Calvin Winata! But it's Ludpi who claims the double.
The gods, the kings of the skies, they are picking up where they left off. And in this 10th minute of the game, they have slain 2 mortals with a 7k gold lead, looking to make it a 7k.
EVO's losing more and more control as the game goes on. 8k gold lead for Fnatic Onyx. And the speed, man, is a deadly weapon in the hands of Fnatic Onyx. Cutting off EVOS from the safety zones. Doesn't matter if you have a suppression, a Divine Judgment, when there's no safe area, there's no team to pull the victim to. With Fnatic Onyx arriving behind them.
They've been so good at taking that kill pressure away. Dream still at 0-3-0. Imagine on one of his signature picks. They have not been able to make it work. But mind you, ladies and gentlemen, we have been in this position before. 8k gold lead now for Fnatic Onyx. It still needs finesse if they want to finish this off.
Well, the big difference is damage output. Earlier we saw that Fnatic Onyx later in the game kind of loses out on it, but with a Claude approaching the final item, already with a Wind of Nature, and with the glowing one ready for Sans, there's a ton of high ground pressure, and Annabelle takes the first Mystic Projectile. As Fnatic Onyx are waiting for a chance here.
With the First Lord, remember, there's still a chance at the siege working, but it seems EVOS Glory have enough wave clear to deal with it for now. Fnatic Onyx unable to get any base turrets, not with the First Lord.
It's back to just controlling and increasing that gold advantage even more, and especially the level advantage as well. Once the next Lord comes around, if Kyrie can secure an insane level advantage, already approaching level 15 here, it's gonna be a great situation for Fnatic Onyx to be in. Great security in securing that Lord, but also great team fight potential if they can make sure that they keep the gold differential increasing.
The crowd is silent, ladies and gentlemen. Everyone is watching in suspense. EVOS fans, their eyes are locked onto the big screen as they are antsy, they're frantic in suspense of what will come next.
Dreams gets engaged on Mystic Gush, not able to take him down right now. Last Insanity to the backline as he gets caught by the curtain call, but he uses the second part of that Last Insanity to still escape. And it's all Fnatic Onyx. EVOS have only been able to react.
And it's a great situation, especially from Fnatic Onyx, because they can just keep going for plays like this. They trade half their HP bars, but Keyboy, the health dispenser, is literally there. Just top everyone up for a rinse and repeat. So even, especially in those neutral objective fights that EVO's Glory have always been so solid, so good in, they're losing out in ways to just outplay Fnatic Onyx.
But now it looks like EVOS are up to something here. They're trying to control their orange buff. And remember, if Keyboy goes in for a split, EVOS might go for the launch, but it also could be a trap. So it's just the mind games, the chess match in the game that is happening between both of these teams so far. But you can see that Fnatic Onyx, they have their eyes on the prize. They have that Lord as their next moment.
I think right now for EVOS Glory, the CC ultimate also plays a big role here. It just exacerbates the damage output from the side of Fnatic Onyx, and it also locks in the two heroes that want to go in and out, hide in and out of danger, forcing them to stick around, to be gunned down by CW, to be melted down by Sans. The next objective falling into their hands with a Holy Crystal in the hands of Keyboy. I think Onyx are trapping for a massive play to seal the deal. And EVOS, they secure some utility. Clockun with the Winter, can they find a big play, a big opportunity to save this game?
Match point EVOS. It might be the end to their run. And Fnatic Onyx know full well how to utilize it. Shield unity into the front, Fluffy, no Viraga armor, Brazer's Wrath, only doing some damage, Calvin went out on the blade into round to Clockun, forcing the winner Truncheon, and forcing Clockun back, but somehow EVOS Glory have still been able to hold on their base. Their structure ruined, Calvin went out again, with a Battle Mirror image escaping from the Divine Judgment, but is yet to be able to catch him. Fluffy again, losing the Viraga armor this time, having to run all the way back. One base turret remaining for EVOS Glory, for their chase to glory. Two waves can be cleared out by EVOS Mystic Gush from Sans. Two-man time from Annabelle, but he gets shredded down by Lupe! And Brands is forced to use the Blazing Duet as the Hard Guard comes through, and Grave still is unable to find a Divine Judgment. Lupe picks up a double. Calvin went out to buy the immortality just in time. And look at how they run down on EVOS Glory. With the Vengeance, Lupe takes Brands out, and Fluffy cannot deal with him. Clockun against the world in the chase for glory. They slay dragons, robots, and the Kingslayers. But today, they receive the grim reminder that they still live in fear of the Sky Kings.
Trialed and tested, doubted, challenge, punch after punch, foe after foe. The Sky Kings continue their reign, and their reign is absolute. Ladies and gentlemen, Onyx, their run in the regular season, it wasn't as dominant. There were so many contenders this season. We had EVOS, we had Geek, we had Bigatron on their upward journey. And yet, at the very end, none of it mattered.
The heavens themselves shuddered in MPL ID Season 13. But at the end of the day, the gods looked down and the kingdom that they reigned over and said, "You are still mine." Undisputed, undeniable, the apple of my eye. 1, 2, 3, 4 times
in a row. The Sky Kings still reign. Their empire goes and becomes stronger by the day, by the season. They will be able to defend their throne at MSC 2024.
It's a crazy turn of events. We thought it was going to be a one-sided endeavor. EVOS made it look competitive, made it look difficult, but in the end, when you're up against the Sky Kings, they are inevitable.
But despite all that, ladies and gentlemen, we have got to give it to EVOS Glory. Our Cinderella story, our anime arc, the people's champions had pushed the undisputable, the gods of the game at MPL ID to the very edge. Nobody expected a 6th game. And EVOS Glory will still be the representatives of Indonesia at Riyadh at MSC to look for a trophy for themselves. We are going to see the last bow from this organization, this team that went -7 match points in week number 2, day number 3. EVOS Glory, one team, one voice, one family.
And one goal, which was glory. They were able to find their way to Riyadh to accompany the Sky Kings. And they have nothing to be ashamed of. An absolutely spectacular season, a comeback worth everything. And the fans in the building know. The supporters of EVOS will smile even with that loss. They know they'll come back stronger, just like they did in the regular season, just like they were able to prove. But today is a time for this team you see on screen.
This is the moment that we have been waiting for, ladies and gentlemen. Fnatic Onyx to claim what was rightfully theirs from the beginning. Without further ado,
ladies and gentlemen, your season 13 champions, Fnatic Onyx!
it has been an amazing season with you, ladies and gentlemen. It's been an honor to share the desk with Mirko, Arashi, Reptar all the way from the Philippines, and of course, Coach Aldo. After 9 weeks of sweat, blood, and tears, after what feels like a million matches, a million games, after seeing the sweat, the blood, the tears, the agony, and the glory, we will see you next season. We're signing out for the day. Thank you very much. Onyx, long may thy reign.
Gold untuk bergabung bersama kami di atas panggung untuk menyerahkan hadiah, untuk menyerahkan medali dan cincin emas.
Dari UBS Gold akan dikalungkan kepada tim Fnatic Onyx. Dan tentunya ini adalah kemenangan 4 kali berturut-turut selama 4 season dan membuat Fnatic Onyx menjadi atau mendapatkan gelar sebagai 4P champion.
Yap, mereka memiliki banyak sekali emas. Dengan kemenangan mereka beruntun, tak terpatahkan dominasi yang dimiliki oleh Fnatic Onyx. Satu persatu dikalungkan. Inilah dia medali emas dari UBS Gold.
Medali emas dikalungkan satu persatu kepada Raja Galaksi kita di MPL Indonesia Season 13 yang tentunya juga akan mewakili Indonesia di MSC 2024. Dan ini berarti Fnatic Onyx menjadi juara bertahan di MSC setelah menjadi champion di MSC 2023. Kita tentunya berharap di 2024 ini kita bisa melihat Fnatic Onyx kembali mendapatkan gelar sebagai champion.
Dan semua kerja keras, dedikasi dari tiap player, bahkan coaching staff bersama seluruh manajemen, ditambah dengan semua super fans yang tak hadir, yang mendukung Fnatic Onyx hingga titik ini. Mereka berjuang dari regular season, mereka merombak dan terus-menerus mencari strategi dan komposisi terbaik untuk mereka.
9 minggu di regular season diselesaikan dengan begitu baik, berada di top 2 klasemen dan di babak playoff melaju dengan begitu nyaman di upper bracket sampai pada akhirnya mendapatkan gelar sebagai Raja Galaksi.
4 kali. Ini adalah dominasi yang begitu membuat kita terbelanga karena 4 kali ini hanya terjadi di sini. Dan setelah medali tentu saja Fnatic Onyx mereka akan mendapatkan cincin emas.
Cincin emas by EVOS Gold tentunya. Mungkin ini sudah menjadi koleksi dari Fnatic Onyx.
Coach Yap, show it Coach Yap. 4.
Satu lagi bisa lengkap satu tangan nih, 5 jari lengkap.
Atau Coach Yap ingin mengisi seluruh jarinya.
10 jari kita akan lihat nanti.
Namun cincin pertama untuk Lutfi. Disimpan di jari manisnya karena ini akan menjadi kenangan manis untuk Lutfi. Baru saja bergabung dan dia sudah bisa mengangkat piala ditambah dengan mendapatkan medali dan juga cincin dari EVOS Gold.
Medali dan juga cincin telah dikalungkan dan telah dipasangkan di jari Fnatic Onyx.
Sulap, cewek tetap jenaka. Dan mengingat kita melihat para player yang berjuang pula. Mereka berjuang sebagai tim, mereka berjuang sebagai satu kesatuan. Dan begitu banyak pula hadiah yang mereka dapatkan karena perjuangan mereka sampai titik ini.
Tentunya bukan hanya para player tetapi juga seluruh coach dan juga seluruh coaching team menjadi inti kemenangan dari tim Fnatic Onyx.
Kacing, bubbling, Fnatic Onyx begitu berkilau.
Dan tentunya selanjutnya kami turut mengundang Bapak Faris Shitki, MX Assistant Product Marketing Manager Samsung Electronics Indonesia untuk bisa berada di panggung dan tentunya akan menyerahkan Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra. Wow! Tim Fnatic Onyx akan mendapatkan Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra. Ternyata emas saja tidak cukup dan kali ini mendapatkan smartphone dari Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra.
Ya, mereka menang dengan device ini pula. Kali ini mereka pulang dengan membawa device baru. Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra nanti akan membantu mereka di Riyadh biar bisa berkomunikasi dengan semua pro player internasional yang akan mereka temui dari berbagai region.
Betul sekali karena dengan Samsung Galaxy S24 series begitu banyak fitur-fitur yang bisa membantu Pak tim dari Fnatic Onyx ini untuk tentunya memberikan performance yang terbaik di Riyadh nanti untuk MSC 2024. Satu persatu menerima Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra. Luar biasa.
Dan belum berakhir, tentu saja untuk Fnatic Onyx mereka akan mendapatkan tentu saja giant check. Maka dari itu kita undang Bapak perwakilan dari Deputi Bidang Hubungan Internasional dari PBSI,
Bapak Cahyono Prasetyanto. Langsung diserahkan ini simbolik giant papan yang tentunya ini simbolik mereka sebagai Raja Galaxy MPL Indonesia Season 13.
Baik, kita akan berfoto bersama dengan VIP, mungkin bisa bergabung juga dari EVOS Gold. Semua perwakilan sudah berada di atas panggung. Mari kita abadikan momen ini, momen penuh hadiah, momen penuh selebrasi untuk Fnatic Onyx.
Our 4-beat champion of MPL Indonesia, Tim Fnatic Onyx.
Dan tentu saja terima kasih.
Terima kasih kepada Bapak Cahyono Prasetyanto. Disilakan untuk bisa kembali. Dan tentunya Bude Clara, kita sudah melihat Tim Fnatic Onyx menjadi Raja Galaxy. Tapi tentunya ada satu player yang begitu berdampak penting pada match kali ini.
Dia begitu memukau, menarik banyak perhatian dan memberikan impact yang besar untuk pertarungan di babak Grand Final ini. Siapakah yang akan menjadi Final MVP dari Fnatic Onyx? Siapa Sonic? Begitu banyak nama yang disebut, namun Bunda mendengar ada satu nama yang terus menerus disuarakan. Dan langsung saja, inilah final MVP MPL Indonesia Season 13. Cewek! Congratulations Cewek as the finals MVP MPL Indonesia Season 13. Cewek berseason-season dia berada di Onyx hingga pada akhirnya menjadi fanatik Onyx. Dia membela Onyx dan pada akhirnya performa dari Cewek di season 13 khususnya di final ini dia membuktikan diri dan bahkan dia sempat tidak tersentuh di beberapa game. Untuk Cewek mohon maju beberapa langkah untuk kita selebrasi bersama. Cewek our finals MVP bisa maju ke depan. Maju karena akan mendapatkan Golden Thumb yang akan diserahkan oleh Bapak Daniel Limas perwakilan dari UBS Gold. Dan tidak hanya itu, Cewek akan mendapatkan banyak sekali, tapi inilah dia. Mari kita abadikan momen Golden Thumb, jempol dari Cewek yang benar-benar membawa masa keemasan dari Fnatic Onyx. Cewek our finals MVP menerima Golden Thumb by UBS Gold dan tentunya juga akan menerima Samsung Galaxy A55 5G piala MVP yang akan diserahkan oleh Bapak Faris Shitki, MX Assistant Product Marketing Manager Samsung Electronics. Begitu banyak hadiah yang Cewek dapatkan, bahkan konfeti pun juga menjadi hadiah dari para sobat Cewek. Wow, Giant Thumb by UBS Gold. Kemudian tentunya ada piala MVP Samsung Galaxy A55 5G. Dan inilah trofi sudah diberikan. Lalu tentu saja ada Samsung Galaxy A55 5G untuk Cewek supaya bisa bermain lebih lama lagi, bisa bermain lebih luas lagi. Dan juga tentunya ini adalah simbolik Cewek mendapatkan gelar sebagai Finals MVP MPL Indonesia Season 13. Terima kasih kepada Bapak Daniel Limas dan juga Bapak Faris Sidki telah menyerahkan hadiah-hadiah yang begitu luar biasa kepada tim Fnatic Onyx sebagai Raja Galaxy dan juga our Finals MVP Cewek. Silakan Sonic Superfan semuanya menantikan suara dari Cewek. Cewek mau puisi, mau pantun, mau tebak-tebakan, boleh. Final MVP bebas.
Pertama gue mau ngucapin terima kasih banyak kepada yang udah dukung, sama kedua orang tuaku, sama nenekku tercinta yang ada nonton di Medan, dan keluarga besar. Ada juga pacarku yang nonton sekarang, sama Sonic yang udah ngedukung. Thank you banget semua. Gue gak bisa berkata banyak lah, pokoknya terima kasih dukung kalian selama ini. Semoga gue sama tim gue Onyx bisa melaju jauh lah di MSC, dan kita bakal coba yang terbaik buat mempertahankan gelar MSC.
Cakep.
Belum dong.
Apa dong?
Ada pantun.
Asik. Siap-siap cakepnya ya. Bunda udah ngecakepin duluan. Cewek dipersilakan.
Beli lontong sama si Kairi.
Cakep.
Jangan lupa bagi-bagi.
Cakep.
Mana Nits yang bilang bukan era Onyx lagi?
Dan tentunya tim Fnatic Onyx memperlihatkan mereka masih era Onyx. Dan mungkin tim Fnatic Onyx masih ada yang ingin disampaikan. Tolong sampai ingin disampaikan. Untuk tim Onyx, Fnatic Onyx, kita ingin mendengarkan.
Adi.
Apa nih?
Sampaikan sesuatu atas kemenangan kalian.
Makasih.
Forfeit champion.
Jangan dong. Kenapa?
Sampaikan sesuatu sebagai forfeit champion. Sejarah baru.
Mungkin ini udah lama sih, karena kan MPL ini 9 minggu kan. Terus terakhir kita itu di regular season terseok-seok lah bahasanya. Terus yang gue lihat banyak banget orang seneng gitu, kayak ini bukan era Onyx, ini bukan era Onyx gitu lah. Tapi yang kita pengen bilang, di sini Onyx juaranya, jangan pernah bosan kalau Onyx selalu juara.
Jangan
Aja
pernah
sih.
bosan.
Dan yang terpenting, kalau emang apa ya, jangan berencana, ya. Ya yang terpenting inilah, kita juga selalu bakal melakukan yang terbaik lah. Jadi kita nggak yang kayak bakal terdown, karena kita masih banyak mimpi yang pengen dikejar.
Tidak berhenti di sini. Perjalanan Fnatic Onyx masih banyak yang ingin dikejar. Mimpi mereka akan terus berlanjut. Dan Sonic Superfans Indonesia, kita akan mengawal mimpi dari Fnatic Onyx. Namun saat ini, Fnatic Onyx bersiaplah untuk mengangkat trofi ini. Di mana trofi ini akan kita angkat. Setelah mengangkat, kalian akan membawa trofi itu berjalan-jalan di arena ini.
Dan tentunya ini menunjukkan bahwa tim Fnatic Onyx menjadi Raja Galaksi dan ini masih era Onyx.
Fnatic Onyx, the forfeit champion, the Raja Galaksi, Raja Langit. Bersama-sama. Mari inilah dia, kita sambut sang pemenang dari MPL Indonesia Season 13, Raja Galaksi, Fnatic Onyx.
Maju.
Fnatic Onyx akan berselebrasi malam ini. Setelah kemenangan ini, mereka akan berjuang lagi.
Dan ini membuktikan bahwa ini masih era Onyx. Dan tentunya Fnatic Onyx masih akan berjuang di MSC 2024 sebagai juara bertahan. Champion MSC 2023, kita berharap tim Fnatic Onyx bisa kembali menjadi champion di MSC 2024.
Hari ini telah usai semua perjalanan dari yang awalnya 9 tim regular season hingga pada akhirnya menyisakan 6 tim saja di babak playoff. Demi hari kita melihat banyaknya tim yang harus tersisih dan akhirnya Onyx lah, Fnatic Onyx yang menjadi pemenangnya. Bude Clara Mongstar mengucapkan banyak terima kasih untuk dukungan para super fans dan juga tidak henti-hentinya Bude ingin mengajak kalian untuk mendukung tim Indonesia di MSC 2024.
Ya, dan tentunya keseruan ini dari MPL Indonesia tidak lepas dari
dukungan semua sponsor dan superfans karena MPL Indonesia Season 13 powered by Munton dengan government partner PBSI
and presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy, official e-wallet GoPay,
official destination for gaming and esports Kidia, dan official gold partner UBS Gold.
Dan tentunya partner ini Sports Campina, Oraimo, Telkomsel, Dunia Games, and Games Max.
Dan supplier Indomaret, Point Coffee, Samsung Neo QLED Super Smart TV Plus, dan juga Saturday.
Dan tentunya ada venue partner Jack Pro.
Hari ini kita sudah menyudahi pesta kita di season 13. Tentu saja kita akan bertemu lagi di season 14.
Betul sekali, dan tentunya sembari kita menunggu season 14, tetap dukung tim Fnatic Onyx yang akan berjuang di MSC 2024.
Dan juga tentunya EVOS Glory yang akan menjadi perwakilan Indonesia. Jadi di sini Bude Clara Mongstar
dan Monica Ko di sini. Kita akan pamit
bersama kerabatku yang bekerja, mengucapkan terima kasih dan mohon maaf jika ada salah-salah. Kita akan berseru bersama di MPL Indonesia Season 13.
We on this!
Kita memang bukan raja dunia. Namun, proses dan kerja keras yang kami tunjukkan, kami pantas berlaga di panggung dunia. Kami datang dengan misi mempertahankan tahta kami sebagai amanat dalam mempertahankan pride bagi komunitas kami. Kami lahir dengan identitas baru. Sejarah dunia telah terpajang. Kami mengemban banyak beban. Hujatan terus menghantam. Namun semangat api kami tidak akan pernah padam. Kami tak mengenal kata lelah. Kebersamaan dari setiap kami membakar semangat kami untuk membuktikan bahwa kami pantas menjadi penerus sang legenda. Kami percaya dengan kobaran semangat yang tak terkira, bersatu dalam harapan dan perjuangan yang baru untuk mengukir sejarah dalam meraih mimpi di panggung MSC 2024. See the world.
dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadap semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalan